Go ahead and start our city council meeting for today. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Council Members Alvarez, Councilmember Sawyer, and Councilmember Tibbetts.
We do have a quorum, so we'll begin public comment for item 2.1. That's our first closed session item for our regular council meeting today. If anybody'd like to make comments on item 2.1, go ahead and go up to the podium. You'll have an option to speak there. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you also please facilitate any public comment via Zoom?
Certainly, Mayor. For those participating via Zoom and wishing to make a public comment, please raise your hand. If dialing in by telephone, please dial *9. Mayor, I have not seen any hands be raised in Zoom, nor am I seeing anyone in council chamber wishing to make a public comment.
Okay.
Additionally, we received no written or voice message public comments on this item.
No additional public comment from the stands? Okay. We'll go ahead and recess into closed session then, and we'll be back for the additional parts of our meeting later.
Good afternoon, Charles and Pablo. Thank you for joining us to provide interpretation services today. Can we do a quick mic check? For those just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in your Zoom toolbar. It may look like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the translation in Spanish. Pablo, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Para los que recién se unen a la reunión, interpretación en vivo al español está disponible. Y los miembros que deseen escuchar en español pueden unirse al canal. Para unirse, haga clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora aparece un globo terráqueo. Una vez se una al canal de español, se recomienda que apague el audio primario para que solo escuche la interpretación en español.
Thank you, Pablo. I'll put you over in the Spanish channel with Charles.
Still on the slide.
Let's go ahead and bring it back from closed session. Madam City Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Present.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, let's start with item 3.1. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Rogers, excuse me, Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council. Item 3.1 is a study session item regarding options in ambulance service delivery. Scott Westrup, our fire chief, will be giving the staff presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, members of the council. Scott Westrup, Fire Chief of the City of Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. So in the study session, we're going to be looking at three different things. We're going to be looking at an update on the current request for proposal, or RFP, being managed by Sonoma County, looking at the award of the exclusive operating area award for ambulance service in Sonoma County. We're going to provide the anticipated options for potential ambulance service delivery, specifically comparing an anecdotal look at private versus public entities for the franchise award. And then we'll be discussing options for City Council to consider. Next slide, please. So some background on the RFP. We're going to provide an update on where the RFP is at. It's being managed by Sonoma County, more specifically Coastal Valley's EMSA. And it's related to the contract award of the EOA ambulance service. It's slated to be awarded April 5th of 2022 and implemented October 1st of 2022. This will provide emergency ambulance service for Santa Rosa and EOA 1 for the next 5 years with potential extension for the next 10 years. Next slide, please. For some additional background, on July 1st of 2009, American Medical Response, or AMR, was awarded the contract for emergency ambulance service in Sonoma County EOA 1. EOA 1 consists of Santa Rosa, Roanoke Park, Sebastopol, Kenwood, and the unincorporated areas within, and we have a map of that on the next slide. On July 1st of 2019, the contract with AMR was extended for another 3 years, which reached the maximum extension legal for this contract, at which time Sonoma County consulted with Endpoint Consulting LLC to look at the current EMS system, or emergency medical services system, and identify opportunities for the next 911 ambulance RFP, with the goal to ensure the highest quality emergency medical care to the residents and visitors of Sonoma County. Next slide, please. Real briefly, this is a map of EOA 1, is highlighted in yellow. The one thing that's changed on here is in the West County, VeraHealth is no longer a service provider, so that piece has changed, but EOA 1 remains the same. You'll see Santa Rosa right in the middle, and Santa Rosa certainly holds the highest call volume, with about 85% of the service delivery within EOA 1. Next slide, please. And just another graphic, number one, it points out the now 8 ambulance providers, transport providers in Sonoma County. And there's just sort of a heat map showing where the calls are really generated in the 911 system. So particularly around Santa Rosa and Roanoke Park is where we see most calls for service in the ambulance. Next slide, please. A quick update on the RFP, and this is where we've been involved in the process. And so it started in December of 2019 with stakeholder meetings. The county was taking a holistic approach to the development of the RFP. Our staff participated in all 9 of the RFP development listening sessions between December 16th, 2019, and that's supposed to say July 20th of 2020. And then we participated in a survey used by Endpoint Consulting to obtain additional stakeholder data. After July 2020, the development of the RFP was taken back to internal development by Sonoma County and Endpoint Consulting. Then on March 16th, 2021, the draft RFP was placed on the March 23rd County Board of Supervisors agenda. It was delayed until April 13th of 2021, at which time the draft RFP was accepted by the Board of Supervisors and sent to the State of California Emergency Medical Services Agency, or EMSA for short, for approval. Next slide, please. So at some point, the draft RFP came back from the state. And on October 26, 2021, it was placed on the November 2nd, 2021 Board of Supervisors agenda. The updated draft back from the state was accepted by the Board of Supervisors at this meeting and returned to the EMSA for final authorization. The RFP was released to all potential bidders on November 9th, 2021, so it's currently on the streets. While we still have some concerns regarding the equity and the requirements for bidders on the contract, ultimately both public and private entities, which we'll explain more in detail shortly, can apply with the accepted RFP in Sonoma County. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do is go through and compare what a private entity looks like and what a public entity looks like as far as providing ambulance service. A couple things to keep in mind. This is very anecdotal, and the reason it is due to a lack of data on either side of the equation. On one side, a lot of the data is considered proprietary, and we don't have raw data to compare numbers with on one side. And on the public side, because this model has not existed in Sonoma County, we don't have the data to do a qualitative analysis between the two with good data sets. So it is anecdotal. Some of it's conceptual, some of it's theoretical. And as much as I hate to bring that to you, that's just the point we find ourselves in right now. So a private entity, that's the current system we have now. That's where the ambulance franchise is operated by a private ambulance provider, meaning it's privately owned. It's not a public entity. It's not a public service delivery, but so it's private, but it's also publicly traded. So it can be a little nuanced and confusing there. And then first response ALS, which is shortened to FRALS. The service is subcontracted to the City of Santa Rosa Fire Department. Currently it pays for seven of our engines to be advanced life support. So it pays for 7 paramedics. And all 12 ALS resources technically stop the clock under contract for the current provider. So a public entity, and this is not going to be Santa Rosa, it would be another fire department in the region. So a public entity, and this is also referred to as an alliance model, it's being used very successfully in Contra Costa County. The ambulance franchise is operated by a public entity, meaning a public-facing independent district, who in turn contracts the service delivery with a public ambulance provider. There is a third option to this, which we're not really talking about, is if Santa Rosa was making a bid on the contract and the City of Santa Rosa ran the ambulance franchise, but we're not in that place right now. So this is the public entity that we're talking about is this model where the ambulance franchise is operated by another independent district and then subcontracts their service back to a public provider for actually providing the ambulances and personnel. Under this model, with the current RFP, first response ALS service would still be continue to be operated by the City of Santa Rosa Fire Department. It would just be building a new contract with the new service provider if the public entity was elected. Next slide, please. So we'll kind of break this down into 3 phases. We'll look at service delivery first. And again, down the left-hand column is service delivery as far as a private entity would go. And on the right, it's anecdotally what a public entity would look like. So looking at a private entity, we're not really sure exactly on a day-to-day basis how many ambulances are on the street and dedicated to 911 service. We estimate, just by looking at CAD data, 6 to 8 on a day-to-day basis, but obviously this can surge. It increases and decreases based on the business model and off the service delivery demand that the system's seeing. So this number is not set in stone. This is just our estimate looking at the computer-aided dispatching system and what's present on a day-to-day basis. So again, it's anecdotal in that we don't have that true raw data to work with. So it's our best estimate. Response times, again, this data is proprietary in nature to the private provider, but response times are contractually obligated by the contract through Sonoma County to the provider. We're not really sure exactly what they are. Public or private entities are not privy to PRA requests. And while the information is translated to a report that goes to the county, we're not able to obtain the raw data to do a pure analysis of the system. One thing we can look at, if we were trying to find any data set we could bring to the council to make this as fair and equitable as possible, we can look at our fire resource on scene times. So this is based out of our report management system. In calendar year 2020, for instance, Santa Rosa Fire Department units were first on scene 72.6% of the time. And then our engines were on scene waiting for an ambulance over 6 minutes, 1,646 times, and waiting for an ambulance over 15 minutes, 122 times in calendar year 2020. Looking year to date in 2021, our units have been on scene for 76.6% of the time. Our engines have waited for an ambulance drive on scene for over 6 minutes, 2,300 times, and over 15 minutes, 149 times. So that's one piece of data that we can present. On the public service delivery side, the number of proposed ambulances to be on duty is right now proposed to be somewhere around 12 to 13 ambulances, and those would be dedicated to the 911 system. Response times would remain contractually obligated under the contract signed with Sonoma County, and being that it's a public model, PRA information would be available to obtain. And then fire department on scene times, again, this is conceptual in that the system doesn't exist yet. Conceptually, they would be lower because there would be more ambulances on the street on a daily basis in the 911 system. So we can estimate that conceptually those numbers of times we're waiting 6 minutes or longer or 15 minutes or longer would go down. Next slide, please. The next segment we'll look at and compare private to public is system control. So that's the control that the city or the Santa Rosa Fire Department has over the EMS system. So we broke this down into looking at the ability to obtain and retain data. Again, currently under the private system, a lot of the data is proprietary and we're not able to extract raw data so we can do a true system analysis. System design and management, we really do have a solid foundational relationship with AMR and with their employees. They provide a great service. However, there is, in our opinion, an inequity in decision-making and system control. So it's just that we don't have a voting seat at a lot of the tables. A lot of times it's listen and advise, but at the end of the day, we don't have any decision-making powers when it comes to the system design. And then lastly, policy, procedure, and oversight. That's very broad, I understand. But we feel there's a lack of equity, and that means equity in decision-making, equity in having a seat at the table or a vote at the table on a lot of different issues as far as policy development, procedural oversight, and system control under the private model. Under the public model, again, it's anecdotal in that it doesn't exist, but our ability to obtain and retain raw data is available due to the PRA availability of a public entity. System design and management would be complete equity in decision-making and system control. And policy, procedure, and oversight would also have complete equity in these elements. We would have an equal voting right, equal seat at the table, and the ability to control the system a little bit more. Next slide, please. So lastly, we'll look at the business model, private versus public. Under the private model, financial obligations, in this case, the private entity is a publicly traded corporation that has shareholder obligations. That's not to say that another private entity that's a smaller operation that isn't publicly traded couldn't apply for the contract. Just looking at the current model we have right now. Resource allocation, resources are spread between both the 911 system and other contracts and obligations instead of just straight dedication to the 911 system. So ambulances will float in and out of the EMS system. And then GEMT and IGT funds, which is federal funding, essentially provided to local resources, to local or public entities to offset the costs of Medi-Cal reimbursements. Private entities are not eligible for GEMT and IGT funding, whereas public entities are. On the business model on the public side, because it's a public entity, they're not allowed to realize a profit. So any additional revenue that's obtained through the ambulance contract will be reinvested into the local system. And resource allocation, right now the ambulances dedicated to the streets would remain in the 911 system, and other contracts and obligations would be handled by other ambulances. And again, going back to GEMT and IGT funding, public entities are eligible to receive this funding. And those funds also must remain in the local system. Next slide, please. So in closing, as a point of advisory for this analysis, the fire departments looked at the current state of the EMS system, the current RFP, and the anticipated options for ambulance service available in this contract. And based on this analysis, the City Council may provide direction to staff to bring the item back to Council if Council elects to take any one of these actions. Those actions may include taking no action and wait for the bid results from Sonoma County in the current RFP process. The council could opt to take a position of support for one model over the other, private versus public, or the council can begin the process to withdraw the city of Santa Rosa from EOA 1 and seek a direct contract with a service provider for ambulance service within the confines of the city of Santa Rosa city limits. And with that, I will be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief. I think we also have a representative from the county who is interested in making a couple of comments about this item as well. Madam City Attorney, do you know who is going to speak on behalf of the county?
I do not know who's
Was that
speaking on
Mr.
behalf of the county.
Mr. Tassif? Okay, we will promote him.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Ken Tassif. I'm with the Department of Health Services with the County of Sonoma. We are here. I have a couple of representatives from staff at the county to be here to answer any questions that the city may have. We don't have any prepared presentation or any prepared comments. We just want to be available to answer any questions and clarify any information that may be presented here.
Great, thank you so much. And Ken, if we still have Ken, is Terry one of those folks?
Yes, Terry Wright and James Salvanti. James Salvanti is from our EMS agency, and Terry Wright is from the County Administrator's Office.
Okay, Terry has the hand up, so I'll go ahead and go to Terry for a brief moment.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. I just wanted to agree with Ken in terms of staff's here too. If you have any questions, I would generally say if you had questions about the RFP process in terms of the county's undertaken, Ken can kind of speak to you what that process has looked like and what we've done. James Salvante works for Coastal Valley EMS. If there's any technical questions that you have about in terms of how the ambulance system works in the county, if there's questions related to that, he can answer questions for you. And then if you had questions, in terms of process, some of the decision making that the Board of Supervisors made, and or the work that the Emergency Medical Services ad hoc, which is made up of Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit, they were the policy ad hoc on this matter. I can assist with that. One thing that I would maybe just want to leave with you in terms of, there is in the RFP proposal that's an attachment for you, Exhibit 3, beginning on page 49. I think it provides the sentiment. The ad hoc had staff in particular create what we're calling sort of a preamble of what was the values and the sentiment that the county was seeking in terms of doing this new RFP. And I would just, if you have questions about maybe just the overall policy sentiment that the Board of Supervisors was trying to do, I think you would find value in looking on that page 49 of the RFP. But we're available for if you have any additional questions that we can assist with. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Terry. Madam City Attorney, did you want to go over with us before we start our questions sort of what's expected out of this study session in terms of direction and what types of options are permissible for council members?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that, Mr. Mayor. As the Fire Chief indicated, there are 3 options before the council. One is to take no action and to await the bid results that will go from Sonoma County through that RFP process. The second would be to take a position to support either the private model or the public model, to weigh in on that. And the third is to begin the process to withdraw the city of Santa Rosa from the EOA 1. And I will note on that third option, there has been recent case law which has created some legal concerns regarding that third option. There may be a path to do that through Health and Safety Code section 1795.224. But if the council's interested in pursuing that, we would ask for additional time to do a deeper dive into the legal issues and also the just the process issues, the time cost of doing that. That would involve asking the EMS agency to consider creating a new EOA in the area. We don't know the willingness of the EMS agency even to consider that option. So if the council is inclined to want to look further into that, we would ask for additional time to come back with more information on that option. So, and today is a study session. It's a study session only, so we'll be asking for general direction. The council will not be taking any final formal action.
Great, thank you. Council, we'll see who wants to start with questions. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Chief, you mentioned there's some equity issues but you didn't elaborate. Could you describe what you perceive those to be?
Sure. The main one, the inequity that we saw within the RFP was that there's essentially 45 days from date of award to date of implementation of the contract. So if you can look at this from any business perspective, standing up a new business in 45 days, including infrastructure, apparatus, personnel, equipment, and standing up your own business model in 45 days is extremely challenging. So a new provider coming in, regardless of if they were a public or private franchise, would have a very difficult time in standing up a brand new business in 45 days. And so in our opinion, that would be the most inequitable facet of the RFP that we see.
Okay, thank you. And then my question is for Madam City Attorney. Can you elaborate on the nature of the legal concerns about the potential of extracting the City of Santa Rosa from the contract?
Certainly, Councilmember Fleming. The new case law that just came out this last week is the action of City of Oxnard versus County of Ventura, in which the City of Oxnard attempted to contract direct, take itself out of the EOA contract and contract separately for ambulance services. The court rejected that, finding it improper under the EMS law. We have looked at that. They were relying on a section that grandfathered in certain cities to be able to continue private ambulance service or their own city-based ambulance services based on that they were already in that process back in 1980. What we're looking at is the possibility, again, if the council is interested in us looking at it, whether there's a path under a different code section. That different code section would require that the EMS agency itself create another EOA just for the city, to encompass just the city limits. Again, we need to do a deeper dive on the legality and what is required under that alternative section. Also would need to be looking at whether the EMS agency is even interested in considering that option, looking at the cost, the process, the timing. So we would be asking for additional time on that. But those are our legal concerns. There's a number of cases that have been decided in the past that have suggested that under the general framework of the EMS law, a city can't simply decide on its own to go off and contract separately for ambulance services.
Thank you. And my last question is for the chief. You mentioned, I believe, on slide 9, saying that we just aren't quite there yet with doing this in-house. Can you elaborate on that, or maybe clarify if I misunderstood?
Sure. So the City of Santa Rosa taking on its own ambulance service, quite frankly, it's extremely costly and extremely time-consuming. So considering all the factors that go on throughout the city and throughout the fire department where we're at, being able to come up with that capital investment and the time and the bandwidth to stand up our own ambulance franchise is just not something that we see as a possibility at this point in time. So it could be something that we have to long range plan for the next ambulance franchise contract that comes to bear. But at this point, it was not something that we could take on, considering the recovery from the fires and all the other facets that we have going on.
And if we were to consider that in a future round, is that something that ultimately, once the initial investment is made, it bears fruit in terms of cost savings?
It does. It would definitely bring in additional revenue, and it would offset the costs in the long term. So it'd be a long-term investment into the system, and it would definitely be cost beneficial. Just at an initial glance, it would be cost beneficial for us in the future.
Okay. And last question is, what's the rough estimate of the initial capital investment?
I'd have to get back to that. I'm not even sure. It's in the multi-millions of dollars.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
So in looking at this, I see a lot of figures of, about the private and public. One of the concerns that I have, and I'm hoping that we're looking at some other areas that possibly need to be addressed, especially with Santa Rosa having one of the highest population of unhoused and dual diagnosis, is that, and when we look at equity and from the equity lens, is that the BLS services that are currently being provided to our CSUs and our local EDs are compacted. So in order for people to get out of our local emergency rooms, they take up beds that could be used for medical reasons because we can't get them placed into psychiatric hospitals or transported to psychiatric hospitals due to not having transportation for BLS. And so they take up those beds. So people that are in the EDs for medical reasons are not able to get hospital rooms, are not able to get the beds because the psychiatric patients need the hospital rooms. And so I'm just hoping that we're looking at it from I know we're looking like private, public, but we're looking at it from a systems perspective because it definitely is impacting the whole system, what providers we choose and how we go about that, who we have servicing the city of Santa Rosa. So, and we definitely need to be educated on that if we're going to make a choice about that. It's not just about what is being presented to us right now. There's so much more to the story. So I would like to see more of that. And I guess I'm requesting that and hoping that we get more of that information also.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweato?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions for the chief first. Chief, you had mentioned the engagement that the city had in this collaborative process up through July of 2020, and then went to the board April of 21. What involvement or engagement or feedback was the city of Santa Rosa offered an opportunity between July of 2020 and the 9 months later when it went before the board?
Really the only opportunity we had, and thanks for the question, Councilmember, the opportunity that we had was in March and April when it went to the board. We worked with the former city manager, Shaw McGlynn, and County Administrator Shell Wright to communicate some of our concerns with the RFP process and the RFP itself. We did make public comment as well, along with our partners in Local 1401. But it was really behind closed doors, and we didn't have any input into the process during that time span. And to be fair, a lot of it was because of COVID, but also there's some information that apparently can't be public facing during the contractual process.
Okay, thanks. And then on slide 12 regarding the public business model, the financial obligations, it's noted in the presentation is not allowed to realize a profit. What about the other ends of the spectrum? And I'm specifically interested in understanding how this would work if all the resources are dedicated to the 911 system only, and I'm guessing, having never operated an ambulance company before, but some of the cost-benefit analysis, you have other contracts and obligations. to help get funding that may support the response to 911 calls. If that is something that the public model would not be doing, how would we deal with the potential loss of this service?
So under the proposed model of having a public entity running the franchise, it would be Santa Rosa would be a subcontractor. So Santa Rosa technically wouldn't be in the risk matrix for if there was a loss. That's obviously built into the business plan that would be provided. And really where there's a benefit to the public model is that the GMT and IGT funding provides quite a bit of capacity. If there was a loss, that money is still coming in from the federal government. And so it provides a cushion if there is a loss. But the good news is under this model compared to if the city owned the franchise is we wouldn't be at the risk of the loss.
I appreciate that. It's good news for Santa Rosa. Regarding those federal funds and having had some experience with federal reimbursement, do you know how this fund works? Is it similar to the FEMA model, or is it a little bit more rapid funding?
It's much more rapid. It's an established system. It's an intergovernmental transfer. So essentially, the federal government, there's a law within the federal government, and I can't quote it to you off the top of my head, but essentially, if they're unable to provide a service to, in this case, Medi-Cal patients, they have to pay a local public entity to provide that service. So if a public entity is transporting patients to the hospital that are Medi-Cal patients, they get reimbursed at a federal rate. And so we looked at it years ago, back when I was the EMS chief, and we were trying to earmark ourselves in for if it ever moved to first response ALS. And a very conservative estimate at the time is the city of Santa Rosa gained to, bring in about $4 million a year out of these funds, but it's being used very widely across the nation. So it's an in-depth system that's already very well ingrained in the federal system. So it's not the delay that you see out of some of the other federal processes.
Great, thank you. And then I have a couple of questions for either Ken or Terry. Ken, the first one would be that in the presentation, it indicated in 2009 is when the AMR contract was first designated to AMR. Did the city of Santa Rosa have any involvement in that selection process?
I'm going to defer to James Salvanti. James, were you here in 2009 when that occurred?
Thank you, Ken. Let me just check and make sure I'm audible.
We could hear you, James.
Very good. Thank you. So, no, I can't speak to the exact input that the city of Santa Rosa had. I'm aware that there were a number of stakeholder meetings that occurred that involved both city representatives and representatives from other organizations within the county, but I can't speak to the exact content that was shared back and forth. I wasn't engaged in the process. I was too new at the agency at that time.
Great, thank you. And then according to the RFP, it said that the proposal review committee will be setting the priorities and do the interviews. Is that accurate?
The proposal review committee won't be setting the priorities. The priorities are set in the RFP. However, they will be assessing the proposals based on their professional discretion, and will be point scoring those proposals based on the content.
Right, so then they make the reference, and I think the RFP says the highest scoring will be selected. So my question is, who establishes the proposal review committee?
That will be the EMS agency. Well, the approval of the committee will be by the director of health services.
Right, I get that. My question is, who actually are going to be those members of the proposal review committee, or who selects those members if they're not individually? I don't need names. Who selects that committee?
That would be a group of individuals, including myself, James Salvanti, Terry Wright, I suspect will be part of it. Our county council will be part of that decision-making process, and our consultants. Endpoint Consulting will be part of that process.
And what interest or opportunity would there be for additional City of Santa Rosa involvement in that, especially given the fact that I heard 85% of those calls are generated from city limits?
I'd have to defer to our council to know the answer to that. I apologize. I don't have an answer for you on that.
Yeah, Councilmember Schwab, If I could get James Salvante to explain that there's the ordinance prescribes exactly who some of the raters are, and why don't we start with a high level of understanding what it says in the ordinance, and then we'll remind Ken and myself as well to answer your question. We'll start there, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, thank you very much. And again, thanks again to Chief Westrop and to his staff, who did, in addition to participating in those listening sessions for the RFP, also worked with us over a several-year period on developing the county EMS ambulance ordinance. And one of the things that was really important to that stakeholder group was looking at how we would establish in the ordinance some very specific practices for how we review EMS RFPs and how we would conduct them. It was really important to everyone in the group, including ourselves, to have an unbiased panel of experts, because EMS ambulance service takes in so many different parts of the healthcare system. We felt it important to put into that system the types of folks that would be doing the evaluating. So there is a requirement for there to be a fire chief of an organization or a fire officer at the chief level that has an ALS transport operation, a requirement for there to be an EMS physician, a requirement for there to be someone at the county executive level, a requirement for there to be someone, a financial expert, a CPA, to evaluate the stability of the provider, since that's critically important to all of us. Another stipulation in the ordinance is that those individuals are from outside the county, and that's because there are so many ties between city people, county people, the providers of service. It was really important to look outside the county to avoid local bias. In addition to the folks that would be taking part in the selection, it wouldn't be the EMS agency. We do have to take ourselves out of that mix. We don't do any part of that judging, but we do try to assist in providing a list of names. We also run those through the EMS ad hoc committee so that our county leadership has an opportunity to make sure that there's some impartial vetting and some assistance in getting some of those county level folks. So it's a pretty involved process, but we do our best to spread out the decision making so that we can try to limit the bias as much as we possibly can.
Thank you for that response. And I would ask if you could just send that ordinance that you just made reference to our staff so that we could take a look at that. Just again, it's a process question for me, but I really appreciate your responses. Those are all the questions I have right now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the report. I do have one question. If the RFP was presented on November 9th and it will be awarded on April 5th to be implemented on October 1st, what would be the lapse of service that the city of Santa Rosa would see? And I believe that might be a question for Chief Westrop.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. There would be no lapse in service, and it's built into that. So we would not see a lapse in ambulance service. Either it's going to be the incumbent provider or a new provider is going to come in and they have to meet those guidelines. So the county is very cautious in that, and they wouldn't put any clause in there that would create a lapse in service.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer or Tibbetts, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mayor. At this time.
Not now, Mayor.
I have a couple for you, Chief, if you don't mind. If Santa Rosa was to move in the direction of having a private model, how would that integrate? And I guess I should also ask, if we don't, how does that integrate with our in-response system that we are about to launch?
So we're currently operate under a private model. We currently have a private entity running the franchise. And so it wouldn't be any change. And in-response is going to integrate with the system no matter what. So we've built in-response as an independent resource that can respond with or without either fire engines or an ambulance. So I don't see any gaps in delivery service with that. I think the benefit to, we've had these conversations with both the private side and the public side of different funding opportunities for in-response or similar models to really regionalize and make in-response a stronger program. And I think there's opportunities on both sides. It's just when you look at the public franchise and the ability to bring in GMT, IGT funds and the reinvestment back into the community, there's obviously going to be more meat on that bone to provide, additional services to the community. So I think there's a greater opportunity there, but that's not to say that both either side of the franchise isn't interested in being a partner in the in-response program.
All right. And has the fire department, has the union, have they had an opportunity to have a discussion? And do we know what the opinion is of our workers who are currently doing this, who are 76.6% of the time getting to a call for service first?
I wouldn't speak for the union. I'm sure President Thomas is listening somewhere. But from my opinion and from what I hear, and that's where it's sort of anecdotal, I'd rather come to you with a data-driven, a raw data-driven analysis. But a lot of this is from things that you hear on the streets where our employees are frustrated with the times that they're on scene, how many times that the units are switched to try to get an ambulance there. So there's a general frustration in ambulance response times. But again, it turns into anecdotal information when we don't have the raw data to present. So I'm hearing some frustrations. They just want, at the end of the day, that's the nice thing about where we sit is that, we're just looking to provide the best service possible to the community. And that's what our employees do as well.
Yeah, and I've heard frustration a number of times over lack of data. Does the new RFP help us with that lack of data? Does it build in any requirements where we would have access to what we need to be able to make informed decisions?
It does not, and that's where it comes down to, a private entity that's has proprietary information versus a public entity where we can PRA the information if we had to. We just don't have that ability right now. I would say that, to be fair, that there's in the new RFP, there is a section that talks about the relationship and the contract with Santa Rosa Fire as a subcontractor, and I think there's opportunities and threats with that language. The opportunity being we can go in and rewrite our contract to make sure that we're being paid for all 12 of our resources, that data is shared. But at the end of the day, the private entity could also walk away, or either entity could walk away from that conversation, as part of negotiations. And then there's a threat that they either do walk away or it's a hard no on presenting raw data. So I think there's a window there. It's just a matter of who's selected and what their opinion on it is.
You mentioned that we wouldn't be in a position, Santa Rosa Fire wouldn't be in a position to take over as the public entity. Who would the proposed partnership be with, and are we certain that they would be able to be in a position to take over?
Question being if we were to withdraw from EOA 1?
Yes.
So it's my understanding, and talking to city attorneys about this, we could withdraw from the EOA theoretically. There's a varying, this is where we run into a bit of a problem. There's varying case law, varying decisions. Chico's moving through the process where Oxnard's jammed up now in court on the process. So there's varying opinions on the legality of it and what the cost benefit and time analysis is on that. But we can go into a direct award, and it would be with Sonoma County Fire District, who has the ability to stand up that service relatively quickly. So they would be the interested party, or we could go to RFP process and take the best bidder based on what we see as providing service to the city of Santa Rosa.
Okay, and you mentioned the Contra Costa model. Are there any other jurisdictions that have a similar or adaptable model for us if we go that direction?
Contra Costa is definitely the most ingrained. It's been around for the longest. For instance, I know that previous members of Department of Public Health, Coastal Valleys, and our organization went down and visited Contra Costa and looked at the model and saw that it was a successful model. So Contra Costa is really the crown jewel of a public alliance model. There's others that are attempting it and getting down that path, but really Contra Costa is the best model to look at, and it happens to be close and relevant to us as well.
What are the biggest risks for Santa Rosa if we go that direction? If we go in the direction of the Contra Costa model, the alliance model?
I really don't see any great risks to that. In fact, it's, really in looking at, if you look at that analysis, even though it's anecdotal, even the anecdotal look at it shows that the public model, the alliance model, there's a lot more benefits to it. I don't see a lot of negatives to it. We're gonna work with whatever system comes into play. The RFP plays out, and we're we're going to adapt and overcome and provide the best service we can to the community. But I definitely think there's more benefits on the public side versus the private side in looking at this analysis as we have it right now.
All right, thanks, Chief. Council, any additional comments or questions before we go to public comment? Okay, if you're interested in providing, and I do see I have a hand from James. James, did you want to jump in really fast before I go to public comment?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. I just wanted to weigh in on the data issue, because it seems concerning that we're at a place where there's discussions happening and our partners don't have the data they need to sort of provide leadership with the right tools to make decisions. And I think, want to commit to working with Chief Westrop and his staff to ensure that they've got access to the kinds of data that they feel they need to PRA to get. Things like compliance with response times by the ambulance service provider. That should be available to them. It's not a problem to get it. Certainly all the response times from any unit that's dispatched by Redcom, whether that's AMR, Santa Rosa Fire, any other entity that's being dispatched, that is public record and should be available through Redcom. So I think we do have some numbers that are there. We have numbers that can be looked at for the current franchisees staffing in terms of what they schedule and then what they actually put up. I don't think that's information that should be withheld from you. We just need to ask for it and make sure that we get it.
All right, thank you. Chief, piggybacking up on that, I hear a commitment from the county to help us to get that data. Have we requested that data before, and did we request that be a requirement of the RFP?
We have requested the data many times, both through AMR and through Redcom. Redcom is managed by AMR, and they have the current contract with it. So we run into the same problems there where it becomes proprietary information. I'm happy to work with James on a different route to make sure that we're getting what we need. But again, it's the raw data that we're looking for. There's no numbers that are skewed, and we can actually provide a fair and equitable analysis of the system. So we have it, we do all the time, and so it's just something that is commonplace for us, is to not be able to extract data. And but very happy to work with Coastal Valleys on trying to resolve that, no matter what the case. And to my knowledge, it was not requested to be part of the RFP.
Okay. And would you feel fairly confident, as the RFP is written now, that we'd have access to that information, or we could build that in as a requirement to have access to that information?
I'm fairly confident that whoever the new provider is, when we sit down to have the contract for first response ALS, that would be my number one goal and priority, is to make sure that data was shared both ways equally as part of the process.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment then on the item. So for folks who would like to provide comment here in the chambers, go ahead. We'll have you one at a time at the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Councilman. Good morning, council members. My name is John Ray Hassan, and I'm the
Hold on, one second. Let's get your microphone turned on.
The mic is turned on.
Okay.
You just need to raise the podium up a little bit so that it's closer to you. You pretty much have to eat the microphone.
There we go. Technology.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is John Ray Hassan, and I'm the regional director for American Medical Response here in Sonoma County. AMR is a company which is deeply committed to providing quality, responsive, and transparent patient care services to all residents and visitors of Sonoma County and within the city of Santa Rosa. I first want to thank Chief Westrop for taking my call yesterday when I called to express that AMR had some pretty significant concerns about the accuracy of some of the information that was just presented in the presentation. Specifically with regards to what a public model really is as presented, this is really one public entity contracting with another public entity who is in turn still contracting with a private company to actually provide and operate the service. The only difference is that second public entity is now fully at risk for the success or failure financially of that model, which really places the taxpayers in the situation of being at risk for a fire department's experimenting and running an ambulance service. Second is to some of the comments on slide 10. There were some numbers that the number of ambulances in the county is actually unknown and estimated to be at 6 to 8. In reality, that current number peaks at 18 ambulances per day. And this information is provided monthly as part of a System Status Compliance Committee meeting, of which the City of Santa Rosa Fire Department has representation on. Additionally, the City of Santa Rosa Fire Department and all agencies have access in real time to how many ambulances are on the road through both mobile data computers, the computer-aided dispatch terminals, and through PRA requests, which do go to Redcom, and this data is reported monthly to Coastal Valley's EMS agencies, and it is PRA-able and frequently does get PRA'd. Secondly, is the comment that response times are really unknown. Once again, this is simply not the case. Response times are reported to Coastal Valley's EMS monthly. They are subject to PRA requests. They are frequently PRA'd, and they're also reported quarterly at the Emergency Medical Care Committee meetings, as well as monthly at the System Status Committee meetings. And for the record, the average ambulance response time for a lights and sirens response in the City of Santa Rosa is 5 minutes and 55 seconds, and the requirement for AMR to be on the scene of the City of Santa Rosa for a lights and sirens call is 10 minutes and 59 seconds. As for the point about equity, we believe that we certainly want to make all decisions in a fair and equitable fashion, and the county has processes in place for the Emergency Medical Care Committee, the System Status Committee meeting, and multiple other avenues to ensure that decisions are made in a collaborative fashion. And at times that means that one provider doesn't always get their wish. So in conclusion, I'd like to ask that the City Council recognizes there's been a lot of time and energy and effort on the part of the county and on part of multiple stakeholders to develop a fair and equitable RFP process. And I respectfully request that in the interest of public safety and the interest of providing a good quality patient care center service, that the City Council allows the county process to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I suspect council members might have a couple of questions for you when we're done with public comment. Not at the moment, though. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to provide comment in the chambers? Go ahead.
Testing. Can you hear me?
I would ask that the people who are making public comment that you speak right into the microphone. It's very hard to hear if you don't, and our recording of the meeting is not as robust as it could be. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Rogers and members of the council, thank you. My name is Matt Coxon. I am the Assistant Chief Shop Steward for UEMSW Local 4911, and we represent the paramedics and EMTs of Sonoma Life Support, AMR, here in Santa Rosa and the surrounding area. We are your boots on the ground who are currently providing your 911 EMS services to Santa Rosa, Sebastopol, Runner Park, Cotati, Kenwood, and Oakmont. We come to you today to express our support for AMR and maintaining the current service model that's been in place for the past 30 years. We express this support for a number of reasons. AMR has been delivering excellent clinical care that is patient and community focused for decades. They've been very successful in this. We're proud to say that Sonoma Life Support has a well-known reputation for being a stable operation that's committed to providing excellent pre-hospital care. That reputation precedes us. We are well known in the EMS community. We also cannot support the bid by the Sonoma County Fire Department to take over the ambulance transport contract. After Sonoma County Fire released their RFQ to try and get an interested party to partner with them, we were approached by Chief Hine to talk about possibly endorsing their effort. One of the things we communicated in that meeting was that we could not support their partnership with another ambulance provider that was not patient-focused with the same commitment to clinical excellence. One operation that we named explicitly that we would not support was Medic Ambulance. They have a negative reputation that precedes them, just as we feel that we have a positive one that precedes us. They're well known in the EMS community for being a less desirable employer. People who've worked for them have advised people, others not to. After this meeting, Sonoma County Fire partnered with Medic Ambulance to be the subcontractor for them. And when we're talking about the public-private model, I want to echo the sentiments of John Ray. What we're talking about here is not a public model. It is a public-private partnership. And again, one of the risks of that partnership is that if they take a loss financially, the taxpayers are on the hook, whereas with the current model, if AMR takes a loss, it's on AMR and not the taxpayers. The attempt by Sonoma County Fire, as we see it as a union, is to purchase cheap unit hours to bill patients and then use the resulting profit not to improve the EMS system, certainly not to reinvest in the workforce, but to further the expansionist efforts of Sonoma County Fire District, which has been growing throughout the county. Again, we believe that they see this opportunity as a way to generate an additional revenue stream. And just to speak to the Contra Costa model being a crown jewel shining example of the public-private partnership, if I may just have just a moment longer.
Just wrap up really quickly, please.
Yes. The union leadership with Contra Costa, which is partnered with AMR, advised to stay away from the alliance model as it was detrimental to the entire workforce on the ground. It's our hope today that you do not endorse the public model, instead wait for the bid results. And in fact, we would actually ask that you endorse AMR in their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments from folks in the chamber? Okay, let's go to our attendees via Zoom. We had a hand and it disappeared. Let's see if it pops back up. Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council members. I don't see, or let's see if we have any pre-recorded voicemails.
We do not, Mayor.
Right. All right, then I will bring it back to council members for discussion. Are there any additional questions? Chief, I was hoping you could respond a little bit to some of the comments about accessible data, including we heard that there's a peak of 18 ambulances, that the data is available in real time. Could you respond to some of that for us?
Sure. So herein lies the problem. This comes down to a matter of opinion, and for us, the accessibility to data is not where we want to see it. We can call AMR on a daily basis and ask how many ambulances on the street, and we can't get a straight answer, so we have to count off of off CAD and off the AVL. So, a bit of it's a matter of opinion, and some of the information that is being transferred over to the county, it's a report, but the numbers have been not massaged or skewed, but we're looking for the raw data where we can come up with our own analysis, we can come up with our own data sets, and get a pure look at it. And so it's not where another entity has worked the numbers around. So to that end, we're not seeing the availability of the data. If it was, I would be coming to you with a data-driven decision here. So I'm not enjoying bringing you an anecdotal comparison by any means. If I had the data and the data was available in the form and fashion that suits this type of conversation, I'd be bringing it to you. So that's where I'm at on that.
All right, thanks, Chief. And if I could just ask a quick question, how often are there no ambulances running in Santa Rosa?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Is that go ahead, speak into the mic if you would.
I don't have that number off the top of my head. My apologies. It would be an extremely rare situation. Sonoma County runs a dynamic deployment ambulance system, meaning that as the calls move, our ambulances move as well. But given the tight response times in the city of Santa Rosa, and given the high number of calls here in the city of Santa Rosa, ensuring that Santa Rosa has prompt and responsive ambulances is always a top priority.
So you have a peak, you said, of 18.
Yes, sir.
Are there times then where the valley is zero?
There are times in any ambulance system across the country where the number of calls exceed the number of available resources. I don't know what that exact number here is off the top of my head, but it's incredibly low, and it's one of the reasons why we've consistently been response time compliant over our nearly 30 years.
Okay, and you mentioned that there is a requirement, I think you said 10 minutes, response time for 10 minutes.
10:59.
And what percentage of calls do the Santa Rosa Fire Department stop your clock versus your ambulance getting there to stop the clock?
Great question. So the Santa Rosa Fire Department doesn't actually stop the clock, it extends the clock. So without a first responder ALS contract in place, which we have with the City of Santa Rosa Fire, currently a little over $600,000 a year, that contract, we would be required to have an ambulance there in 6 minutes and 59 seconds. Because that contract is in place with the City of Santa Rosa Fire, we're required to have an ambulance on scene within 10 minutes and 59 seconds. We receive that extension on all calls.
Okay, so and your average, I think you said, was 555?
555.
So what percentage of your responses fall outside of the 659 or within the range of the extension as a result of the partnership with Santa Rosa?
I don't have the number off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and do some research, and I'm certainly glad to try and provide that.
Okay, and do you know what percentage of your calls extend beyond the 10 minutes, 59 seconds?
It's less than 10% of the calls.
Oh, okay, so under 10%?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council, are there any other questions? All right, let's go ahead and get some comments then. Councilmember Sawyer, will you kick us off?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not prepared to take any action this afternoon. I'm waiting for more information, which I expect in the future, but I'm not prepared to make a decision this evening.
All right, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Similar to Councilmember Sawyer, I'm looking at the bullet points here provided in the slides, but I'd like to take no action and receive those bid results so we have more of kind of a comprehensive look at what these proposals look like. I take a position of support for one model over the other. I lean towards private contracting. I just imagine that it's going to be more cost efficient. But again, that's something that I'd probably rather dive into further in the future. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also feel that that I will not be taking a position today. I do wish to wait for those bids to come back and see what direction the county takes. Thank you.
Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would want to just proceed with the county process, although I do have an interest in understanding a little bit more about the proposal review committee because these are subject matter experts. And I know recent history has shown us that the cities and counties are collaborating much more, and so I would want to have a voice in that selection. So I say take no action, but I would want some engagement in the selection process of the next service provider, because for me, both the public model and the private model can participate in this RFP. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Through the mayor, may I make my comments, or would you like me to hold them until after the vice mayor?
Go ahead, Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, I don't think that we have adequate data to make a decision today. However, I would lead toward, in the future, looking toward a Santa Rosa model. And I think that the investment would be well worth the returns. When we had our fire staffing study done, when I was new on council, I want to say in early 2019, the independent contractor, when I asked, is there anything we can do to reduce our costs? He said, get out of, as soon as you have an opportunity to get out of this system that you're in now, run. And he had no incentive to say that unprovoked. That was what he said to me. So I have great concerns about status quo, but I can see what direction the council's going today.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
I definitely think it's something that we should explore and look at. But I think that we need additional information. And like I stated earlier, I think that there is a full picture, and I really don't think as a council that we have the full picture. But I would like to see what's going on with the county. I just hope that we don't wait too late if we are going to do something, because we do have to give adequate time if we're going to make a move other than the county's move. So I just want everyone to keep that keep that in mind.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'll be, I guess, a little bit of the outlier. I think that there's a catch-22 that happens when council members are saying, I don't have enough data and I don't have enough information to make a decision. And then we're also hearing from our chief that we're not being provided the data, even though we're requesting it, that we would like. So my hope is that there's a sincere commitment from the county and from our potential partner in the future when this RFP goes forward to getting us that data to be able to make an informed decision. 'Cause in talking with council members in other jurisdictions that do have the public model, they are much happier with it than when they were with the private model. So I think that we're up against a tight timeline. I'm not going to ask staff to do a lot of extra work to beat their head against a wall if this is the direction that it's going. But I am disappointed that we haven't had more time to be able to have this conversation, because I do think that it is a better model from what I've been able to read and ascertain about it over the last couple of months. So Chief, sounds like the direction from council is keep providing information if you can, but let's see how the RFP process plays out with the county as they move forward.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, Mr. City Manager, our next study session, please.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, our second study session this afternoon is item 3.2 on one-time monies. At the October 26, 2021 study session, the Council received a presentation on potential programs using $34.4 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds and the remaining $7 million of PG&E settlement funds. The Council provided feedback to staff to either return with more information or to find ways to redirect funding to projects initially not receiving funding. Alan Alton, our acting Chief Financial Officer, is going to be sharing a presentation with the Council this afternoon, along with some recommendations for allocation of the remaining funding.
Mayor Rogers and members of the Council, we are here to present potential uses of the approximately $34 million of American Rescue Plan or ARPA funds and $7 million of the PG&E settlement fund. I've structured this presentation in the following way. I'll provide a brief background for context. Next, I'll highlight those PG&E settlement funded and ARPA funded programs and projects, pointing out those that had little to no comments from the Council at the last session and those requiring further discussion. Then I'll walk through some programs specifically called out for review and potential inclusion into the spending plans that you've seen before. Also including some identifying programs that could be reprogrammed. Based on some of the comments from the last presentation, staff has also provided new programs for consideration, especially through reprogrammed ARPA funds. And finally, I'll discuss next steps. I plan on moving through this presentation at a rather high level, but we have a number of the subject matter experts on the panel who will be able to answer more in-depth questions after the presentation. Next slide, please. So for background, we've had 4 previous study sessions discussing the use of one-time monies from the PG&E settlement and from the American Rescue Plan Act. Those 4 study sessions, we had 2 in November, or November and December, and those primarily focused on the PG&E settlement funded projects. And then we had one on July 13th and then October 26th of this year, and those included ARPA funded programs as well. Council has committed $88 million of the $95 million PG&E settlement funds. Staff has a working group that was available or that worked from, let's say, August to the current time on reviewing the programs under criteria that included sustainability economic and equity lenses, ranking those programs, and then coming up with the programs that you saw on the 26th and we'll see today. Next slide, please. And the next one. So these are the PG&E settlement fund programs that we presented to you at the last meeting. I've included in green those programs that received little or no discussion from the council. And then those in yellow are those that either would serve as a source of funds for reprogramming or required further discussion. The ones that were in green came up to about $4.8 million, and we're looking at about $2,175,000 of programs that we think would require further discussion. The next slide, please. And for the same thing for the ARPA programs, we have about 23 million of those that were in the green that seem to have very few questions, if any, and then those in the yellow that had more questions or that required some further in-depth look through this presentation. So next slide. So as I said, the working group got together after the October session, reviewed our notes, and then tried to come up with a way over the next few slides to address some of the questions that came up, whether they were just purely informational or if we needed to go into a larger or a longer discussion over how the program would actually work or its their availability of funding. So next slide. So the youth immigration attorney, this was under ARPA funding request for 2 years, the total of $100,000. So we were looking at $50,000 for each year. It would be for an immigration attorney specializing in assisting children navigating through the immigration system, ensuring due process for unaccompanied children. The question that came up from council was why it was we were calling it a youth immigration attorney, and this is exactly why the attorney would specialize in youth issues with immigration. And just to be clear, the funding would go to the Secure Families Collaborative, who would then work with legal aid, and legal aid would hire the part-time attorney. Next slide, please. So there are two programs that are related to children and childcare that are in our proposed ARPA spending plan. The Child Care Facility Fund and the Children's Savings Account, which was, we called it baby bonds as we were going through, but we further refined it as the Children's Savings Account. And then there's one new proposed program that I'll discuss later. But one of the things that we tried to do is to combine those programs just for understanding, ease of understanding, those that had to deal with children and child care support issues. So next slide, please. So the Children's Savings Account, the funding request is $1,575,000 with $1.5 million program funds, and the remaining amount would be admin costs. We would partner with First Five to administer the program, and what it essentially is not essentially, what it is a 529 program. So it would allow for savings for post-secondary educational expenses which could be college or junior college or vocational school or trade school. Basically, any where if the institution is recognized for federal student aid, it generally is recognized to be eligible for 529 funding. The 529 plans pay for tuition, supplies, room and board, etc. It's transferable to another family member for those similar educational expenses. So if there's money left over, it can be used by another family member. Next slide, please. The child care facility fund. So this is to provide assistance to improve child care facilities through tenant improvement grants. Again, we're looking at $2.9 million. Of that, about $2.8 million would be program funds. Again, we would partner with First 5 Sonoma County. It would allow new facility shell build out, including fixtures and finishes, existing facility preservation. The administrative fees cover a portion of previously funded $1.4 million of tenant improvement program, revolving loan program that is funded through another source of funds. Next slide. The guaranteed basic income, this is a partnership with Sonoma County. The proposed county program has monthly income payments of $500 per adult plus $100 per child for 500 adults and 1,000 children for 24 months. Our city proposed program is for $400 per family times 100 families, equaling about $960. There's some admin fees that would be added to it. I think the final program costs approximately, I think it's just a little over $1 million. This would, we would work with the Human Services Department in the county's guaranteed basic income program to increase the number of Santa Rosa residents that benefiting from their program. It would ensure return to source and considerations for those who move out Santa Rosa city limits. Next slide, please. So this just kind of illustrates the guaranteed basic income partnership that we would have with the county. So the program costs of $960,000 plus $48,000. The admin costs of about $1 million, a little over $1 million. So we would start up contracts with criteria and procedures, the outreach through the first half of the 2022 calendar year, from July to June 2024. We would have the eligibility, the enrollment, payments, and then evaluation of the program and the final report at the end of calendar year 2024. So there were some specific programs on the next slide that required or requested further review. And that was the California Tiger Salamander Mitigation, the Down Payment Assistance Program, Vegetation Management, and the HOT EOC Operations Center. Next slide. The Habitat Conservation Plan through the county, what we would do is partner with the county. The benefits of this would be a federally permitted habitat conservation plan to update the existing Santa Rosa Plain conservation strategy. The predictable mitigation costs for covered activities, reduced project level mitigation costs, streamline the resource agency permitting and programmatic EIRs, and conservation fund pooling to implement larger scale high priority actions. So pulling together a number of different jurisdictions into this one large pool. The Board of Supervisors are meeting in February of 2022 to define project scope. It's a minimum of 3 years until the full project is completed, projected within the 2025 to 2026 range. So the cost of $300,000 is a partnership contribution from Santa Rosa. Would be there would be a multi-jurisdictional effort and future contributions may be necessary from the city. The county is still developing the scope of the project, so as that gets further refined, we'll have more information on cost and that for next year. So next slide, please. Down payment assistance program. So the down payment assistance program, we were looking at $2 million to assist approximately 25 households. It would be moderate income, first-time home buyers within the city limits, 30-year deferred payment loans administered by Housing and Community Services staff, and we would be able to initiate the program in 2022. We would require the applicants to complete a home buyer education course. The funds would be first come, first served. Approved applicants will have the funds reserved for up to 6 months to purchase a home. And it would be a revolving program with payments, repayments becoming available for future loans. So part of the issue with this was whether it would be ARPA funding eligible. And while the program itself, at least most of the program, would be ARPA funding eligible, the part that moves it, or that we currently do not have guidance from Treasury on is the revolving loan part. As you recall, ARPA funds must be fully spent by December 31st of 2026. That would not work with the revolving loan program. Even if we were able to move the money to a subrecipient, say the Housing Authority or some other entity, the subrecipient would be under the same ARPA rules as we would be. So again, the program would not be able to perpetuate past 2026. That way, I think for the revolving loan part of this, it would need to be funded out of the PG&E funds. That would be the guidance that we currently have. It's possible that Treasury could provide additional guidance. We do have questions into them regarding this, not only from us, but also other agencies have asked this question. We just don't have the guidance yet. Next slide. Vegetation management in the HADIO Emergency Operations Center, or EOC. So both of these were not on the initial list for PG&E funding. And the request came from council to add that. It would be almost $1.3 million of PG&E funds that would represent a local match for additional vegetation management grants going forward. There is the potential to partner with an employment program to work on that. Those funds would need to come from other areas within the PG&E list that we have for reprogramming in order to do that if we were to use the PG&E funds. And with the high EOC, I need to clarify some information on this slide. We are requesting $1.4 million of the PG&E settlement funds. It would convert and allow us to construct at the site a fully operational hot 24/7 EOC. We believe the project is scalable and would be able to work under $1 million or within $1 million, which is requested in some federal legislation. The part I need to clear up is where it says that where I've stated that the funding is included in the recently signed federal infrastructure bill. It is not in that bill. I misstated that. So what it is included is in the Homeland Security appropriations bills, both in the House and Senate, and has been championed by our legislative partners. With that, however, the funding for it is while moving forward, and we feel that we're well positioned for that funding to be approved with those bills. Right now, it is not currently funded. So, next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, potential funding reprogramming. So, one of the things that was brought up during the last meeting was city COVID-19 testing. We have programmed $1.2 million for that. We have developed a project for our city testing using FEMA public assistance reimbursement. Through the end of the calendar year, FEMA will reimburse 100% of the cost for our city employee COVID-19 testing. And then we could, so what the plan would be is to take $1 million from the program, or from what we currently have programmed, leave $200,000 of ARPA to cover any local match that would happen after January. So we anticipate, we yet to hear from FEMA that they will extend their 100% reimbursement. So we expect starting January 1st for the reimbursement from FEMA to go down to 75%. So the $200,000 would be used to pick up that 25% local match until our testing program is done. The fiber backbone of the west side was $8.6 million. This program is not fully developed, so it made sense. So while it could be a worthwhile endeavor, we simply don't have even a proposal to move forward in that direction. So this seems to be an easily reprogrammable source of funds. Also, we have some local grant funds coming in that would help offset some of the costs of the in response program. So we may be able to lower that initial ask by about $400,000. So all those combined, we come up with about $10 million of funding that could be reprogrammed out of our ARPA proposed spending plan. On the PG&E slide, on the next slide, two areas were mentioned, which was the specific plan at $600,000, and then the Roseland Creek Park of $1.5 million. And again, worthwhile programs, but I think it came down to the ability to free up funds. Again, looking at these funds going toward, say, the downtown or the down payment assistance program. So just a different priority that we have thought we heard coming from the council. I would also state that I looked at, or I highlighted in yellow on the PG&E funding plan slide, $75,000 for board and council members stipend. What we had heard, I think, from the council, although those $75,000 could be reprogrammed or at least tightened up to only be used for child care expenses for the board and commission. That was a discussion from council, and we may want further clarity on that moving forward. So there are some new programs on the next slide that we, in light of the $10 million of potential ARPA funds for reprogramming staff and one outside agency, we have some ideas that could be a use for those funds. So the Child and or Family Child Care Shared Services Alliance, that would provide a third element to the programs designed to support child care and children. Those other two that I talked about earlier. There was a request for the Boys and Girls Club to create a club center in Roseland. That came right about at the time of the October study session. The city also is looking at or put forward the idea of a city community center at Southwest Community Park that would include a pool, the community center, and also the library that could go into that same complex. Or there could be the creation of outreach programs through the community engagement and park and recreation departments that could target the Roseland community. So next slide. So the Family Child Care Shared Services Alliance, this would provide a pathway for business ownership, focusing on bilingual and bicultural home-based infant to toddler child care. So again, like I mentioned, the three kind of stool or legs of the child care and children-related funding. The request would be $1 million program funds plus about $50,000 in admin costs. Again, we would partner with First 5 Sonoma. The program would be $50,000 per business to assist them in developing home-based infant to toddler care businesses. Each business would create approximately 4 slots for infant and toddler child care. The goal is to create a yearly cohort of 10 new micro-business startups for 2 years, creating a minimum of 80 new child care slots. The cohort would operate as part of a collective and shared services across the cohort to maximize purchasing power, affordability, and promote professional networking and mutual support. Next slide. So this sort of illustrates where we are looking at the 3 programs for childcare and children services. So looking at a facility fund of $2.9 million, as I mentioned before, and the children's savings account of a little over $1.5 million. And then this new shared Service Alliance of a little over $1 million. Again, we would look at the first half of 2022 to develop a model and program fine-tuning. And then beginning in July, running through June of 2024, implement the program and provide, do some ongoing evaluations of it, and then provide a final evaluation report during the last half of calendar year 2024. Next slide. As I mentioned before, there was a funding request from the Boys and Girls Club. The request happened right before the October 26th study session, and they're requesting $10 million of ARPA funds to construct the facility in Roseland. The funds would be, from what I can tell, the funds would be pooled along with other fundraising contributions. I should note that the Boys and Girls Club were not the only community organization requesting funds through the process. So if we were to go that route, we should probably go through a formal process to allow a more equitable access to and transparency of the allocations of funds, just to kind of even the playing field as we go through. Then on the next slide, we have the Roseland Community Center. So we looked at what resources city could put forward this program. So looking at the community needs that we're aware of is culturally safe spaces of belonging, community-driven and available public spaces, and then providing the infrastructure, space for both the youth and elderly and vulnerable populations, and providing not only the community space, but also working with, including a library and a pool area. Next slide. So the library would be the funds for that. The council has committed $10 million for the Roseland Library. We have reached out to the Sonoma County Library if they would be willing to locate that at Southwest Community Park, and right now that they're open to that. What we have here as a match from them is merely a placeholder. There's a lot more discussion that needs to take place, and it's possible that there could be an additional ask from the city relative to that match. What we would do with this is program the $10 million toward that. So combine it with the PG&E $10 million for the library. We have the ARPA funds. We feel that $35 million would be able to get us to a facility. Again, preliminary numbers, still work to be done. And then whatever the match would come from the library, we may need to fill in that gap with city funds. Then finally, on the next slide, if looking at if none of those would work, what are some alternate options that could happen? And one of the things that staff came up with was a collaborative community outreach. And so it would provide an alternative approach to a Roseland Community Center, collaborating between the Violence Prevention Partnership, recreation, and local nonprofits to provide street outreach and community bridge building, programming, and looking at things through the diversity and equity planning for underinvested youth communities. So we're looking at about $7.5 million, part of which would be the outreach team, and the other part would be community grant support. I would note on this is that while the grants may be of a limited duration, the idea would be to create a team that would be new positions, and that would be an ongoing cost of the $4.5 million. So once the ARPA funding is used up, the city would need to find another funding source for this program. Next slide. So one of the other things that we're looking at is a business support program. This would be about $2.4 million of ARPA funds. Program is not ongoing. The work would be performed mainly by contractors and existing staff. We would look at, in the qualified census tracts, micro entrepreneurial business support, consisting of data analysis and development for tracking platform to help understand Black, Indigenous, people of color, or BIPOC-owned business needs, opportunities, and challenges, including immigrant and undocumented entrepreneurs. Real estate support to relocate, grow, and model the Mercadito with the goal of encouraging micro entrepreneurial business ownership for BIPOC and immigrant communities. Provide business literacy programs and QCT-focused startup grants in partnership with the Small Business Development Center and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Then finally, QCT Place marketing facade improvement programs coordinated through the city public arts start program. So in summary, on the next slide, again, looking at $10 million of ARPA funding identified as potential reprogramming, we have several programs that could be funded through those funds, just not all of them. So again, you have the Family Child Care Support Alliance, which would develop the home-based infant and toddler care businesses at $1,050,000. You have the request from the Boys and Girls Club at $10 million. We have the potential of using ARPA funds in conjunction with the Roseland Library Committed Fund and potential support from the Sonoma County Library District to build a Roseland Community Center. So the $10 million would fit that part of that, only part of the funding, but part of it. Create a community outreach team of about to provide that outreach out on the street for underinvested youth. Again, this would be an ongoing program, but it's one that would at least be able to operate as a pilot under this scenario. And then the business support program to help micro businesses at $2.4 million. Next slide, please. So our next steps, a lot of information. Again, like I tried to do was to, I think in the last meeting, I mentioned that we had, I believe it was 67 programs. So I tried to put together those that were that seemed to have approval to move forward, and then let us kind of dive into those where there needed to be more discussion. We're hoping to receive direction on what programs may be able to move forward. We would still need to come back and actually formally adopt the program through a report item. And at that time, we would appropriate the funds for those programs that we're moving over. Not all of the programs that we've talked about now need to move forward at this point. We can have more discussion. We need to obligate ARPA-funded programs by December 31st of 2024. So we have some time to have this additional discussion, future study sessions, if you so choose, or go through a formal proposal process for some of the things that were mentioned. And again, like I said, if we do move forward, we would come back as a report item and actually establish the spending accounts and the spending plan for that. So like I said before, we have a number of subject matter experts that can help answer questions. I'm also available for questions should the council have it.
All right, thank you so much, Alan. Who wants to start? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got a laundry list of questions here, so I hope you all bear with me. I guess my first question has to do with the broadband. Alan, Jeff, anybody who might be tracking it, one of the things I noticed that was listed in Biden's Build Back Better legislation was significant investment in broadband at the city. Do we know much about that? Do we know if that funding is guaranteed? The reason why I'm asking here, and I'll also listen to comments from Victoria who brought this forward because I don't want to step on her toes, but is there robust opportunities for broadband funding from that program at that time? Do we know? Does anybody have any information there? Because I agree that broadband's a good investment. I want to make it. I'm just wondering if we don't have a plan now, would it make sense to kind of expect funds to be forthcoming?
Alan, would you like me to try and hop in since I've been tracking this more? Councilmember Tibbetts, there are two significant initiatives that are moving forward, one at the federal level under Biden's plan and also one at the state level under Newsom's plan. Both have substantial investment in broadband. Both are anticipating significant broadband deployment, especially in underserved populations throughout the state and the country. So there's definitely going to be financial opportunity moving forward. What we don't know right now is how are those funds going to be distributed. We don't know what the local match component is going to be, if any is required. It was our hope that we would have a partnership with Sonoma County. They are actively soliciting for a vendor to assist them in the development of what looks like a municipal broadband program. When they did an RFP, they were not successful in getting any proposals back. And that was unfortunately what I had to report out when we did this presentation back in October, that what we had hoped would actually have something in front of us that would give a path of attack. We really don't right now. And so we're still working with the county to try to get that process underway and to better understand where they're going. But we are also going to be scheduling a meeting with both our lobbyists at the state and federal level to better understand both Biden and Newsom's plans for broadband financing as well. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, it does. Thanks. And Councilmember Fleming, I'll be listening to your comments on that. The other, I guess this is more of a comment having to do with the youth attorney. You know, I'm glad that we're considering doing this. This was one of the things that I was a big proponent of when I was elected in 2016, and Trump was also being elected at the same time, and there were tremendous fear around deportation. I do want to pose a question to the council, and that is, should we actually be looking at 4 years instead of 2? The thought being that there would be overlap with potentially a new presidential administration, and recognizing why we brought this youth attorney forward in the past might be a reason to make sure that we have a youth attorney available in the future at the most appropriate time. So I would support adding another 100,000 of the reprogrammed ARPA money towards this, and this would all be spent before December 31st, 2026. So it should be an eligible use. So I'm just posing that question to the council. I, for one, would support doing that. When it comes to the college, the baby bonds, the 529 plan, you know, how did we come to choose the organization that we did? I didn't, at the last study session, I didn't give a lot of thought to all these organizations we were listing as essentially sole source providers for these services. And what I'm realizing now is, with more information today, I saw a 5% administration fee associated with the baby bonds. And I might be oversimplifying things, but you know, vetting applications and essentially buying a 529 plan and then releasing it 18 years later, I'm trying to figure out, you know, is 5% a reasonable amount? And which then makes me think, should this be going out to bid? And I think it should. We talked about bids during the kind of Boys and Girls Club Center discussion. And I think it's something that we need to be in the practice of when it comes to things like this. Let's see. Data collection for universal basic income. At the last study session, I had asked kind of what data points we were going to be collecting. I support the mayor's direction here with UBI, but my support was qualified based on providing the data points to the federal government about the successes and failures of UBI, since this is going to be one-time funding and there's not an ongoing funding source. So when you were working with the county, did the county give any indication or direction about what data points they'd be collecting and how?
Good afternoon, Rosa, Rosa, Economic Development. So a couple of things to clarify in the guaranteed basic income partnership with the county. I did speak with Deputy Director Chavez yesterday and clarified a number of things. Part of which is that the amounts that were in the county proposal are not set. We would, if council chooses to move ahead with this, we would work with the county, with Human Services Department to come up with the right amount, but also to set the parameters, the focus, the criteria, the data that the city is interested in collecting. So there are a number of reports out. There are some good models for what has been tracked, and we would look to those and then come back to council with the proposal that we would move forward with probably in July, should you choose to fund it.
Okay, so what we'd be doing today is just kind of cutting up the pie, so to speak, setting aside the money for UBI and then do further program development and final approval at a later date.
That's correct, because we would have to also get into a MOU or an agreement with the county to have Human Services Department, the Human Services Department run the program.
Awesome. Well, thank you. This question has to do with the staff, or is for the staff person knowledgeable about the down payment assistance program. One of the things listed there was the education course about home ownership. I'm not in disagreement with it. I think it's a cool thing to go with that program. But one of the concerns that I heard from staff about this program was just the impact on staff time for essentially underwriting loans for home acquisition. So I'm kind of just wondering, is this actually something that's a necessity or something that we could get rid of and just focus on the loan part? Can
we get Megan promoted, please?
And I'm listening, but I'm going to plug in my computer because my my sleep thing came on. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Megan Bassinger, Interim Director of Housing and Community Services. And the incorporation of homebuyer counseling was one of the items that I heard from council at the October study session as an interest. If this is to be incorporated into the final program, I would anticipate we would reach out to a nonprofit provider to provide these services. So it would be provided outside of city staff. I'd be happy to answer any other questions related to this.
No, that's fine, Megan. I think that's great. I just was kind of worried that one of you would be essentially chaperoning some kind of educational video in a corner of one of our offices, and I thought that might not be a good use of time. So thank you. On the Family Child Care Collaborative Program, did I understand this right from the presentation that $50,000 in child care business supports would result in 4 slots for 4 children?
Yes. Yeah, this is Socorro. So yes, that is the cost to build the business, right? So it would be the creation of the business, the certification of the business owner, both in child care and in new business, small startup business development, and the facility funds for making sure that their home-based center does meet the necessary qualifications and restrictions for home-based childcare.
Thanks, Socorro. So is this something like the baby bonds that will come back to the council with a fully fleshed out program, a budget showing everything that you just said before ratification? Terrific, thanks.
And I wanted to follow up, if you don't mind, on the baby bonds, just so because I didn't jump in at that time, so I apologize. Sure. But First Five is an independent public agency through a statewide initiative, and so they are carrying at the statewide level the Child Care Savings Program, and in partnership with student federal aid. So it's an already existing program at the state level, and we would be partnering with them to make sure we're targeting Santa Rosa families in need, just so you know.
That's great. And I like that they're a public agency, but I'm still, and this is something that I guess will come back so I can ask my questions at that time, but I'd really like to understand the logic behind the 5% administrative fee. You know, being a nonprofit provider myself, I know that a lot of times that admin fee is just a number we pull out of the air to line our pockets at nonprofits. But since I'm sitting on this side of the table today, I feel like it's important that we really drill down on that percentage and potentially open it up to other nonprofit providers. Because when I really think about, okay, if I was implementing that program, and again, I'm not trying to sound like a know-it-all, I probably am coming up way short on what it would take to actually implement a program like that. But, you know, basically investing in a Vanguard 529 account or whichever one you choose, and then vetting the necessary applications, I don't think is a $78,000 a year job. Once the money is put in the 529 accounts for 18 years, the only reporting required is just, you know, a line item on your tax forms as a nonprofit. So I'm kind of like, I'd want to drill into that a little bit further.
Certainly, I appreciate your stewardship. The one little clarification I want to make is that they're not a nonprofit for First Five. I certainly understand, and I see your logic with the assignment of how much for the administrative costs, certainly, and we would certainly make that transparent and open. But I just want to make it clear that that's not a nonprofit, that they're a government agency.
Yeah, again, that's why I'm thinking maybe that kind of request for proposals would help, but I'll be more nitpicky when the appropriate time comes.
Thank you.
But I do support this program, Socorro, so thanks. And then I think my last question might be a comment and just a general thought that I have. If we are going to end up reprogramming $10 million of ARPA funds, I'm not as supportive of just saying, hey, let's give that to the Boys and Girls Club. That's, in my opinion, way too much money to be giving away to anybody without any kind of a process for, is this the best use of the money for organizations? Somebody brought up that there's a lot of other organizational requests, and I think that those need to be studied closely by the council. I would be supportive of making some form of a contribution to the B&G Club to help them continue their fundraising efforts for what I do see as a meanwhile program. But I wouldn't be supportive of doing $10 million today. The other thing that I'm thinking is that, the one thing being on this council for 5 years has taught me is that about every 6 months we have a new crisis that requires money, and that's a long timeline. Sometimes it's 90 days. And if we don't have to commit this ARPA money until December, I think it was, of 2024, I think it would probably really be wise of us to say, you know what, we're going to set $5 million of this aside, either into our reserve or earmark it for future uses, just to be ready for whatever those kind of public needs are in the next 2 years. I would be more supportive of that than anything else in terms of some of the other alternatives that I saw pop up. So I'll just air that thought out there for the council, and those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm feeling quite overwhelmed. There's a lot of information that has been presented, and I very much appreciate further detail that we have received today, and it had to come with a great deal of staff work to come up with these options, of which there are many. We have probably spent more time on these funds, these one-time dollars, than we do normally on an entire city budget. And we take at least a couple of days when we're dealing with priorities and budgets. And I know probably no one's going to want to hear this. There's a part of me that would like to dedicate half a day to making decisions that are very, very important to some of these organizations and these concepts. I have lots of questions. I'm in reviewing the presentation and then getting at times completely lost in the staff report because there's so much detail, and it's important that the detail be there, but being able to come up with recommendations given the number of slides that were presented today. I'm feeling conflicted. And it's hard for me to, it's like what Jack just said, $10 million for the Boys and Girls Club. And who doesn't want to support the Boys and Girls Club? I do have a problem with $10 million. And I'm looking at a possibility of, have we considered the concept of a community center and a library and a Boys and Girls Club on the same site? Does the Boys and Girls Club have to buy a site to put their building and their programs on? Could they be combined? Has that concept been floated? Is keeping them separate? Is that really necessary? Is it the best way to go forward? Could they combine? Could they work together to create a center? A youth center and a community center that deals with many aspects of the community, not unlike our Finley Center, which grew into which also added the senior center ultimately, which was not, as far as I know, not in the original plan. So I'm just feeling overwhelmed with these decisions at this time, especially given the amount of freedom that we have. And that 2 years can go by really fast. I understand that. But I am having a little difficulty in making what I consider a fully informed decision on how to spend these really important one-time dollars that we have never had before. It just doesn't happen. This is a rare and unique situation that I have to believe is going to require more time than I have, and more energy and thoughtfulness and consideration than I have today. So, but I do have one question, and this is because it goes back to the conversation that we've had in the past, and that had to do with the baby bonds. It's the one thing that I kind of zeroed in on. I'm still wondering how the money, and if I'm not mistaken, the 529 plan takes care of this. If my memory serves, that the investment of these dollars, given that they were not going to be given out until the recipient is of age and in going to college, how are they invested? How does that, and this is just one of the many questions that I developed in looking at these slides. How are those monies invested? And I do have another couple of questions, but could someone just tell me how that works, how the investments work, and how they grow over time to continue that program and to expand the program?
Yeah, there's a statewide program called ScholarShare, and they're all run, California funds and the 529 are run through that program. And so they administer them at a statewide level. The intricacies of how they invest, I mean, it's kind of like retirement systems. I'm not quite sure, but it is part of the program that they have. I don't know, Alan, if you have more information.
Yeah, so Councilmember Sawyer, I actually have a 529 plan for my daughter. It operates a lot like a mutual fund in that I set up the risk level that I wanted with the dollars that I initially invested in there and continue to invest in. And then, so the way I would imagine this would go, since it's a one-time investment in there, those dollars would go in, and then the returns would just continue to move that forward and would either hopefully grow the amount. It just depends on what you set your risk factor at. So that's how it worked with mine. I would imagine that it would be very similar to that for this.
I appreciate that. And if she decided that she did not want to go to college at the end of the day, what happens?
Well, that's the thing. The funds do need to be used for educational expenses. However, you can transfer that to another person in the family. So let's say she had a brother that decided that they were going to go. You could, I think it's through changing the beneficiary to have that go to that person. So in other words, the high level of it is transferable, can only be used for those types of expenses. So you couldn't roll it into any other type of a mutual fund. You couldn't just, it needs to go within those types of expenditures, but you can transfer it within the family.
And I don't mean to belabor this concept, but if a family with an only child, and the child decides not to go to college and this money is sitting here, does it go back to the parents or does it go back into the fund, or what happens to the money? I mean, and maybe you can't answer that today. This is part of my concern is not having a full picture of some of these allotments.
It is for all, just a nuanced clarification, it is for all post-secondary education. So you do not have to go to college. You could go to trade school. You could go to a lot of different post-secondary learning opportunities. And it not only applies to tuition, but also food and housing and all of those things that are required to support a person through that post-secondary period of their life. But it does require post-secondary enrollment of something somewhere.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. And then regarding the down payment assistance program, person A receives, the family receives money for a down payment on a home. Is there any requirement that they keep that home for any period of time, or does it just become like any other assistance where they buy the home, they got some assistance on the down payment, 2 years later they move out of the area and they want to sell the home? Is there any requirement that they keep the home for any period of time, or does it just become a grant?
So the way we have structured similar loans in the past, and then also what I've learned from other surrounding communities, is we would secure these with a deed of trust. So the funds would be secured against the property. They would be accruing interest. In the event the homeowner sells the property, they would repay the principal and accrued interest, and then that could be relent to another homebuyer in Santa Rosa. We also, as part of our compliance process here in Housing and Community Services, verify annual owner occupancy. So we want to make sure that the properties are actually being inhabited by the individuals that we lent the funds to.
Okay, that's excellent. I'm pleased to hear that. Has there, going back to the concept of the Roseland Community Center and the variety of services, not services, but programs that may be included in that community center, has there been conversation about co-joining several of these concepts to take advantage, to kind of parlay these multi-million-dollar investments from the city into a different model that I'm not seeing represented here today? Has that conversation taken place? In other words, have they thought about having the community center and the Boys and Girls Club and the library in one site as opposed to two different sites, for instance? Has a conversation taken place about that use, that kind of use of these millions?
Councilmember, let me start, and then I see Socorro and Jeff are also have also been talking about this. The initial conversations really in the partnerships have been between the city and the library district. That is the organization that we are working closest with to try to find them a home. We've looked at a number of different sites as we've kept council appraised of over the course of the last several months. We feel that the partnership is a good one, and given the opportunity to combine all of those activities into a larger community center, could be hugely beneficial, not only to the library, but to the staff that run the city operation, as well as the community. We have not specifically reached out to the Boys and Girls Club. To some extent, I believe they would show interest, but it's all going to be conditioned upon the nature of the license agreement that we would enter into with them that allows them to utilize the facility. I think what Jeff is likely going to say, and I'll leave this to him to elaborate on, is more than likely the city's programming would want to take precedent and would likely utilize a majority of the facility a majority of the time. But I'll leave the programming aspects to Jeff to talk about how we might collaborate if we're asked to.
And if I could just clarify one thing, the issue with the Boys and Girls Club is they have purchased their land. They're looking to now build on that land. So I think they're further down the process. So this is a new concept that was not a part of their initial Boys and Girls Club's initial conception.
Sure, I appreciate that because it's kind of a little late in the game to be looking at changing that particular model. So thanks for that clarification.
Good afternoon, Jeff Tibbetts, Interim Deputy Director for Recreation. And I think, a little too late, but I would say not a little too late. If we invest in it as a city amenity, city-owned and operated amenity, is we can always look at who we're collaborating with and who we're working with. To Jason's point, I'm in recreation. Obviously, I'd be interested in programming a recreation facility like that. But how we program that when we own the facility is something that we then own how we program it. I can tell you from experience of other agreements where we have not been the owner, the city usually ends up on the short end of that stick of a use agreement where we help to create gym space for schools, and then we get use when they're not using it. And that's a Tuesday at 10 o'clock at night, and we can't run our youth programs because they've been using it for all their youth sports and those types of things. So having a facility where we would be the primary user, and then we can decide, and that could change in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, what that use is and how we're serving the community and who we partner with.
Yeah, thank you for that. It kind of supports my concern about drilling down into more information that helps me make a decision going in one direction or another. I'll just ask this one last question because I know we have other council members that have, I'm sure, lots of questions. The collaborative community outreach and the ongoing, I believe it's the 4.5 million that we would need to find on an annual basis after the initial, is it a couple of years? Correct me if I'm wrong. Alan, is that what it is? We would need to find additional funds that are not necessarily available, that we don't have a source for at this time?
Yeah, and I can speak directly to the funding part of it. I know Magali knows that program a lot better than I do, or at least the concept of it. But the why I said that it was a finite source of funds, these are ARPA dollars, right? So ARPA dollars run out at 2026 at the very latest, 2024 essentially. So if the program continued beyond the ARPA period, then that is where we would have to, that's when we would have to find the additional source.
And that is one of those details, an important detail that concerns me, is taking one-time dollars that obligates us to the future. And as great as a program as this is, to have in a couple of years or a few years to have a conversation about, well, the money's gone and we don't have it anymore, and then we lose a real beneficial program because we can't afford it anymore. That kind of conversation, this kind of recommendation concerns me for that reason, because there will be an expectation, I would expect, that this program, because of its importance, would continue, and future councils would have to be looking at finding money that we in 2021 are committing them to in the future, and that kind of commitment does concern me. I'll stop there. I could go on and on. I mean, there's so much information here and so many really important and vital decisions to be made. I am frankly feeling a little overwhelmed.
Can I just answer that question super quick? So part of the essentially 4.2, that would be part of staff and operating budget. So part of the staff plan would be to have somebody who would help identify grant opportunities, right? So that would be part of the mechanism, is to find outside funding to keep it going, because we do recognize that we wouldn't want to put that sort of responsibility on the city, because we have no idea what the budget will look like by then. But that would be integrated in the plan, is to find other outside resources to help keep it going.
Thanks, Magali. Really appreciate that.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. It is quite a lot of information to take in, and yet I feel like we've been sitting here for how many study sessions trying to get this money out the door. So it is a tension between trying to figure out how to do this thoughtfully and also how to do it expeditiously, as we are sitting on a fair amount of money that while we probably should wait on some of it, I do have concerns about waiting on all of it, because some of these things, I was talking with somebody who recently had a baby who told me that he and his wife were looking at infant childcare and had been looking for quite a while, and were hoping, if they were lucky, to get 1 day a week come the new year or April or sometime in the spring. And so my concern is that we don't wait too long to make sure that we solve some of our most pressing problems. There's these big visions, pie in the sky, and I'll save some of my comments for later. But what I did want to ask to that end about some of these things, we do have emergencies around infant care. And I was curious to know if Ms. De La Rosa or Ms. Shields or Ms. Tejas had done any analysis and were able to provide us with anything that might speak to the equity impacts and the economic impacts that some of these initiatives might have relative to one another.
Yeah, I can start with this. I'm sure Socorro has some additional information, but this very issue is why we're trying to bundle some of the children and child care support programs. So, it's really a three-legged stool that we're trying to address. It's accessibility and affordability for the parents. It's the facilities, the actual structures that are needed, but it's also the wages and resources of the providers. So we're lacking in all three legs of the stool. And so the Child Care Facility Fund, which I think is one of the ones that we're hoping will just simply move forward, will address one piece of it. But the Family Child Care Shared Services Alliance, this one, because it's home-based and it's really targeted to smaller home-based, usually minority-owned businesses, is the area where we see the greatest potential for entry in not just infant toddler childcare, which we have so little of, and it's in peril in part because during the pandemic, people have not put their infants in, and so even those programs that we have are not seeing the slots that they have being taken, and so the positions that do exist currently are in peril through the pandemic or as a result partly of that. But what this would do is not just provide those infant toddler care slots, but we're also looking for alternative hour slots to accommodate the workforce that is not standard 9 to 5 kind of thing, or 7 to 6, I guess is what it is these days. So it provides the opportunity for swing shift and nighttime service providers for infant and child care, as well as the older ages. So that's one thing. The other thing that we're seeing in some of the research that we've done, just cursory research on guaranteed basic income, for example, is that that income also supports childcare and the parents' ability to afford childcare and re-enter the workforce. And so again, in that bundling, I hope this is answering your question, those types of programs, the things that you see in the Children's Child Care Support Program slide are the things that we're bundling to address that very question.
Yeah, thank you. And I think therein lies the 1-2 punch between the mayor's initiative around the universal basic income and my passion around this infrastructure. Ms. Shields, it looked like you were interested in commenting.
Well, I was just going to share, and this is probably already known knowledge, and while we don't have specific city data, the data around who the pandemic has had the most impact on is clearly women. Women in the workforce have left in high numbers. We know that is in part to childcare issues and other issues. And I think to strengthen Raisa's point, we were looking at all sides of that equation, not simply just the slots, but also the economic development in qualified census tract areas, in areas that have been hit the hardest by the pandemic. Again, key components of the ARPA investment dollars are that they go to where people have been the hardest hit. And so the twofold approach really we saw as a powerful opportunity to change the economic trajectory of families, like we're doing with the proposal for the guaranteed income and the children's savings bond. I mean, those are trajectory changing investments, as is the small business ownership, not only having the slot, but having the businesses in parts of the community that have business scarcity, that are owned by members of the community. So that, again, multi-pronged approach. Raisa mentioned the stool with all of those things, thinking about wages, thinking about childcare options, and again, really honing in on, we heard from the Economic Development Board and Dr. Marlene Orozco, the power of building the economy in communities of color, particularly women of color, that will have it will have an incredible impact on the economic vitality of this region.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I do have a question for staff and just for the council to ponder, which is as far as like a 24-hour facility, which some communities do have, and our Sonoma County is sorely lacking, which would benefit both women in the workforce as well as men, in addition to employers who need people to work evenings and swing shifts and graveyard shifts. Have we considered doing this this macro or sort of monster Roseland Community Center and having a shell that we could contract with an operator to do various types of childcare, something like a Finley, but that would also include the library, a childcare facility, for 24 hours, but also after school care. So I'd be looking for something like that potentially coming forward as a long-range investment in our most underserved. And frankly, it's not even about being underserved. This is the community where we have the greatest opportunity for growth and the greatest opportunity to see the people who can have the most to offer. And all that is really needed in this situation is the conditions to be appropriate and beneficial for those offerings to come forward. So I think that if we consider something like that, we would really be looking at a long-term financial stability, not just for our families, but for our community. Thank you for your analysis. I do appreciate it.
Any other questions, Council? Councilmember Sweatholm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First with raises, some of the things that Councilmember Tibbetts brought up about the guaranteed basic income, it may just be another data point unless you have it now. What would the metrics for success be for this? In other words, what needle are we trying to move that we can show this investment? Here's our return on that investment.
I don't have the data points off the top of my head. I know that there were a number of things that were put into the Human Services Department's proposal to the Board of Supervisors, and I can share that proposal because it outlines a lot of the research and data that they've tracked nationwide, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Great, yeah, and that's the information I want. I mean, if we're trying to remove the poverty line, fewer people in poverty, whatever that is, that would be very helpful for me to support this idea. And I know, Alan, you had mentioned stipends, and I know it was discussed at the 26th meeting. Sorry I wasn't there. I am supportive of the stipends for boards and commissions, except not just for childcare. Treat them all equally, more of an inclusive policy. So that's just my feedback on that one. Regarding the childcare support programs, one of the things that's, I don't want to say missing for me, but maybe another opportunity, something that I know of an existing program similar to a parent choice vouchers. So we heard from another council member about some people can only afford 1 day of childcare a month. What if we modeled a program that is currently in existence now where, again, it is a parent choice voucher. You've got the voucher to find the childcare provider of your choice at the time that's convenient for you. I know we were talking a little bit about, I'm working graveyard anywhere in the city. It's tough to find childcare, especially if we're only doing these brick and mortar things, which are great. But I just think a more comprehensive approach might include a parent choice voucher program that I believe is currently in existence. I don't. Have you heard about that, Raisa, or has that been considered?
Yes. We considered it. For this, it would be difficult. What we were looking to do is from more of a as an entry point to reduce the cost to the provider so the provider could pass those savings on. So that's one way we were looking at it. We were not able to consider a voucher program for this at this time, but it's continues to be in conversation because there are additional funding sources that are being discussed at the federal and state level, and we might have some opportunities to sort of integrate that program in a next phase.
Thank you for that, because I would be very supportive of that type of program. And I also, I really appreciate the partnership with different organizations, specifically in the child care area. And I really ask that 4Cs is engaged in every conversation, because I know First Five has got a role in the community. We're partnering with them, as is 4Cs, and we partner with them. I would just ask, again, making sure that we're not missing any other perspectives. And I think 4Cs might have a little bit better parent feedback about what their clients' needs are. So were you going to say something? Okay.
Well, no, I was just going to say they have been historically part of the conversation in putting this together. We were focused on our ability to work with First Five for the implementation of the program, and we actually mentioned this to Melanie Dodson. that we're modeling some of the programs that we're proposing off of the programs that she runs. And so it would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Symbiotic to, they will be, continue to be a part of the conversation should it get funded.
Great, because my expectation would be complementary programs. We're not duplicating what someone else is doing.
Right.
So efficiency and
Right.
effectiveness, and I know we're all in front of our minds. And with some of Councilmember Sawyer's comments, specifically about baby bonds, I share them. Is what's the return of investment to Santa Rosa's? And just as a thought, I'm all for this education, secondary education. If we actually put that as the geographic thing, whether it be scholarships to any local post-secondary education opportunity from anyone currently living in a qualified census tract, that might be, for me, a little bit easier way rather than give someone, from the baby bond, they move away. And I don't know how the state of California does that, but, I'm imagining some of it needs to stay in the state of California. They've got a little bit bigger territory than us in Santa Rosa. But I would be very supportive of something like that for that post-secondary education anywhere in our region. So just some feedback on that. And lastly, one of the things that I'm really was looking for regarding all this funding opportunities are transformational investments. And the one that really stands out for me as a transformational investment is the Roseland Community Center. We could really move the needle on so many different areas with that. So very supportive of it. And the collaboration as is outlined in this presentation, getting a lot of those key stakeholders there, I'd be very supportive of that. Thanks.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank staff for taking account the lack of services and how ARPA funds can help lift the most marginalized community of Santa Rosa. So thank you. In regards to Tibbetts, Councilman Tibbetts' comment regarding the $100,000 additional to youth attorney, I think that's very forward thinking, and I would absolutely support such an investment. In regards to Councilman Sawyer's comment regarding how much information we have to process and how important it is to achieve the most from our investments, I definitely see why that is so important. And in saying so, it's because I'm seeing the Southwest community stepping forward, whether it be the library, whether it be the speaking of the need for a community center. And I would love to see the community get the most out of that investment. But it's obvious to me that, well, as I know that we're committed to seeing things through an equity lens, that whether it be the community center, a youth organization such as the Boys and Girls, as an example, and community-based child care. Those are definitely services that I know that the community needs. And if we're looking at working closely with the Sonoma County Library, I see sites that can serve more than just District 1. I know that there's potential sites that are mere 100 feet away from District 5, our mayor's district, or from the Joe Rodota Trail, District 7. But I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say is this is a great opportunity for us to produce an upstream investment. And I would love to hear people phone in and call in and state their position and their wants, as I know that we've been receiving the letters from our community stating the wants and needs of the community. And I can't wait to hear from them. But in short, I definitely do appreciate staff for having recognized the need of Southwest Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, any questions? Nope. All right, we'll go to public comment on this item. If you're interested, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom, or go ahead and approach the microphone. We'll start here in the chambers. Make sure to get right up against the microphone so that way people can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Emmanuel Morales. I actually grew up in Roseland, and I've devoted my professional career to working with youth in Roseland. I'm here to voice the demands of the Roseland community. With me, I have the signatures. We are actively collecting to demand that the Santa Rosa City Council reject the proposed cannabis dispensary at the former RUP campus. That's at 100 Sebastopol Road.
And so, sir, we're actually talking about a specific item on use of one-time funds. There'll be an opportunity to talk about non-agenda items later in the meeting, so I'll ask you to hold your comments until
I
then.
understand, but this is related to the ARPA funds, the allocation of the funds.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have with me the signatures that we've been actively collecting to reject the cannabis dispensary at the former RUP campus, and instead fund the creation of a permanent public library, a multicultural center, community center, or resiliency hub. Your staff report states that you have earmarked $10 million to go towards a community library in Roseland. We know that the funds are at your disposal, and the students and the community urge you to do Roseland justice by meeting these long-awaited demands. We don't need another dispensary in Roseland, at least not at the former Learning Center for Young People. We need resources for the community, not further gentrification. We want Roseland for Roseland, Roseland para Roseland. With that, I forfeit my time, and I thank you for your time, and I also urge your consideration.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and see on Zoom. We'll start with Angie, followed by Gregory.
Thank you. My name is Angie Dillon Shore. I'm the Executive Director of First 5 Sonoma County. First, I want to emphasize how critical it is that the county spend the ARPA funds through an authentic equity lens in a manner that addresses the disparate negative impacts of the pandemic on communities of color and historically disenfranchised communities. And as you know, this is a federal requirement for expending ARPA funds, and in my opinion, a moral imperative. Although these are one-time funds, the city does have an awesome opportunity to strategically direct the ARPA funding to both mitigate the impacts of the pandemic and lay the foundation for a more equitable future for individuals, families, and children in the city of Santa Rosa by leveraging other funding streams, including the ARPA funds coming to the county, and leveraging the existing infrastructure of local nonprofit orgs who are our trusted providers in Roseland and other neighborhoods. The city can maximize the ARPA funds to get the greatest possible impact into the future long after the ARPA dollars are spent. Specifically, I strongly support the proposals to build on the city's upstream investments in children and childcare. You're all well aware of the impact of the pandemic on the childcare industry, a sector that's been historically undervalued, primarily operated by women, especially women of color, and thus has always been chronically underfunded. I encourage the council to act on all of the excellent staff recommendations to dedicate funds for childcare facilities and to invest in building and strengthening culturally responsive small family childcare businesses for infants and toddlers. These are all critical needs for working families, and our local economy just cannot recover from the impacts of COVID-19 without deeper investments in the childcare sector. As you heard, there is the recommendation to fund 529 child savings accounts for 3,000 2, 3, and 4-year-olds. This is an amazing opportunity for the council to literally shift the trajectory for many young children. And research is bearing this out, not only to increase their readiness to succeed in school based on changed parental expectations for the future, but assuring that they have the opportunity to enroll in post-secondary education. This is the most powerful tool to disrupt intergenerational poverty that I'm aware of. I want to also express my support for dedicating $10 million for the Roseland Community Center, ensuring that that process of selecting providers reflects the voices of the Roseland community. This has been an ongoing, unfulfilled promise and the need for the Roseland community for many years, a culturally reflective, safe, neighborhood-based space where community groups and families can gather, convene, celebrate, educate, empower, and connect residents with the resources that they themselves have prioritized and strengthen an overall sense of belonging. Thanks so much for listening, and thank you for your public service.
Thank you, Angie. We'll go to Gregory, followed by Peter.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I am honored to double down. My name is Gregory Farron. I'm honored to double down on what Angie just said. As some of you know, I serve on the county community board, which has spent a month and a half, almost 2 months, trying to figure out how to spend the county money. And I honestly, in the beginning of this, thought none of you ever read the bill or the final rule from the Treasury. It's all about trying to figure out remedying the impact of the coronavirus and providing equity. And I didn't think you used that kind of a filter on most of the things that you're trying to fund. Now, having said that, I want to raise above all the individual requests. I have served on the board and am on the board of most of the agencies asking for money. So I am not here to say that any of them don't deserve the money. What I am here to say is that you're going to miss a big opportunity if you don't try to collaborate with the county. The county has a lot more money than you've got and is trying to do some of the same things you're trying to do and is heavily emphasizing data and evaluation and all the things you want to do. So I admire your getting out in front of this, but I think you ought to wait a little bit and try to figure out a way of getting your staff and their staff to work together to include the community as much as possible, even more than right now. We're going to do a whole lot more, and we're going to try and make it so that this is a different way of spending money, a different approach to how you decide to do it, and that we change the institutions that we, the county, and you at the city have to make decisions about equity and about trying to help, in my mind, alleviate some issues of poverty, issues of inequity. And if you don't use that in ARPA, you're going to miss out entirely on Build Back Better, because it's got 4 times as much money and it's coming down the chute. And if you don't get good at being able to spend the ARPA money in ways that do what you're trying to do, then when Build Back Better comes down and says to the county especially, here's a whole lot more money, you're going to be left out. And I don't want my city left out. All right. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Gregory. We'll go to Peter, followed by April.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Peter Rumble from the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce, and I want to thank you for taking up such important issues in your decision-making process on ARPA and other resources. There are some really amazing investment opportunities before you today and as you go forward and develop all of the program details. We all hear from the community, be it from our friends and from our neighbors or from stakeholders, from constituents in your case, from members and small businesses and mine, and I'm sure we all hear consistent themes over the last couple of years, and that people are struggling through the pandemic and in many cases working desperately to keep their personal dreams alive and a lifetime of work alive. And my colleagues from the Chamber have provided input to date, and we've provided letters, and I certainly echo those general themes today about the desperate need of supporting our small business community to further ease the process of building housing and to support innovative investments in kids and childcare capacity and in childcare quality. And I want to call out something today, one specific proposal that we haven't spoken to directly, and not at the expense of or as opposed to some of the other quality areas of investment, but in addition to them. And one of the reasons for calling it out now is that it's among the few proposals that isn't time limited, and it's among the few that have proven generational impact. And that's the development of a down payment assistance program that's focused on connecting individuals and families in our community who have been historically disconnected from home ownership opportunities and access to housing capital. The development of such a program both begins to correct injustices as well as sets up current and future generations with one of the strongest financial safety nets we have in our country. And just as much as we continue to urge you to provide support for small businesses, for kids, and our childcare community, for housing development, we urge you to help families stay in Santa Rosa and build intergenerational wealth for their own benefit as well as our collective benefit. So I really encourage you to move forward with that program and look forward to seeing the details at a future meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. We'll go to April, followed by Daisy.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I just want to say thank you for having this meeting and for being open and present to hearing public comment. I do have a question. My question is if the presentation that was given earlier, if that is available to the public and if the council can provide how we can access that presentation. I also want to add to my comment that the fact that Emmanuel spoke earlier about the cannabis dispensary in Roseland. I think, we're talking about being equitable and we're talking about getting community input, and it's important that we practice what we're talking about. So making space for people to give their comments in a respectful way is very important. And I would like to add that if these ARPA funds are focused on doing that, then we have to listen to what the public says. The public is saying they do not want this dispensary. And actually what Roseland has been saying since 2016, according to the Roseland final specific report, is that they do want a public library. They want a cultural center. And in 2016, in that report, the library was estimated at $2 million. A cultural center was estimated at $5 million. So that is definitely within the reach of the reprogrammed funds. And it's something that can be done. I also want to add that it is important to take in community input. I think if more time was spent gathering this input, these funds would actually find a way to reach the actual needs that the community has in more creative ways. For example, there are things such as a tanda that already exist amongst the community, and that is a form of sharing funds over a course of time. It's very similar to the idea of time banking, except it's done with funds. There's also the concept of a tianguis, which is a micro business model, and it's something that is very relative to the community of Roseland, and all they would need is just a space. So I would just suggest, before making any final decisions, set aside some more time to be able to approach the community in an equitable and a respectful way to listen to their input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, April. We'll move on to Daisy.
Sí. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Daisy. Soy residente de Roseland y madre activa en la comunidad. Para empezar, rechazo totalmente que se haga el dispensario en la comunidad de Roseland, ya que Roseland necesita crecer de manera cultural y educacional. Creo que los fondos de ARPA deben ser usados para ayudar a los impactos del COVID-19, y eso quiere decir que nuestros hijos no necesitan un lugar como un dispensario, sino un centro comunitario que encierre lo que se ha mencionado, como programas de cuidado de niños, programas de educación, programas culturales. Como madre de adolescentes, mis hijas se graduaron en el Roseland University Prep, y ese edificio sería un lugar perfecto para un centro comunitario, si es que están buscando un lugar, para así dejar ese edificio como algo representativo que ayude a los jóvenes a salir adelante. Sé que esto es un reto muy difícil, pero pero ustedes como representantes lo que deben de hacer es buscar encuestas en nuestra comunidad para saber cuáles son las necesidades que realmente tenemos. Como impactos de COVID, hemos sido dañados mucho emocionalmente y necesitamos que nuestros hijos salgan de estas depresiones que tienen, y una de las formas que haría es tenerlos activos en formas y programas. No necesitan estar metidos en un centro de un dispensario tan cerca. Les pido por favor que escuchen a la comunidad realmente de Roseland y hagan una encuesta en la comunidad de Roseland con las personas que viven en Roseland, y así sea una forma en la que ustedes pueden decidir cómo usar esos fondos. Creo que para decidir cómo se deben de usar los fondos, hay que vivir dentro de la comunidad de Roseland para saber cuáles son las necesidades que realmente tenemos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Charles, would you please be able to restate that in Spanish or in English? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daisy. I'm a resident of Roseland, and as an active mother in the community, I just wanted to begin by saying that I reject completely the idea of the dispensary in the Roseland community. The community needs to be one of education and educational programs, and I think that ARPA should be used in the areas that are impacted most by COVID-19. The kids do not need a dispensary nearby, but instead a community center, something that contains everything that was spoken of already, including educational programs, childcare programs, cultural programs, and as I'm under the teenagers, my daughters graduated from or went to Roseland University Prep, and I think that would be a perfect location for a community center if you are looking for one. I think that we need to make this, as representatives for our communities, I think it is up to you guys to create a place for our kids to get ahead in life. And while I do understand this is a difficult challenge, you as representatives should look for information from the community, feedback from the community, maybe through community polls to know what we really do need and to see what kind of emotional impact COVID has had. We need help to getting our kids out of the depression that they're in. And one of these ways is through programs. We do not need a dispensary so close by. And it's important to listen to Roseland to see how we really feel you should use the funds. And I think that you must live in Roseland to truly understand the real needs of the community.
Thank you so much, Charles. Raphael?
Thank you. My name is Rafael Vasquez. I am here to represent MECHA, the SRJC, that is MECHA of Santa Rosa Junior College. And we are here 100% to support the movement to stop the cannabis center that nobody asked for in the Roseland area. It is the job of the city and it is the job of the community to provide for the community. And as a result of that, the community has been asking for over a decade now for a cultural center. Among the many plans that have existed for the last about 10 to 15 years in the Roseland area is where now they're building where the old Albertsons center used to be, shopping center used to be. Santa Rosa Junior College was to have some classroom space. Sonoma State was to have classroom space. And then there was supposed to be an opportunity and a space for a cultural center. And when it was no longer convenient for the county, that idea went away. Santa Rosa Junior College now is located at the end of Sebastopol Road, and there is almost nothing available for the community of Roseland to call their own. In the Latinx community, and I come to you now as a professor in the Latinx community, in the Latinx community, the most important thing that we have is a cultural center. What we need is a cultural center where we can educate our children about language and cultural history. If we don't have that, then we are going to end up with children that unfortunately end up in the streets because they don't know their culture and their language and their history. As a result of that, a cultural center is what is necessary now more than ever in order to be able to provide a healthy and welcoming space for a community where we can teach anything from cultural dances and again, language training in multiple indigenous languages. That is what is needed. When we talk about fires now in Sonoma County, one of the things that is necessary is a cultural center where people can go and receive support in their own language, which at this moment, the county and the city of Santa Rosa have failed since 2017 to provide to this community. With that, it is important to, again, remember that the area of Roseland, which is now part of the city of Santa Rosa, never asked for a cannabis dispensary that is going to benefit outsiders economically. Many of the individuals in this community have been found guilty of possession of marijuana in the past. Now that it's legal, right? Outsiders are coming in to extract the funding that this community doesn't even have. So once again, no to the cannabis center, yes to the cultural center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor. It's the last hand that I see. Let's go on to pre-recorded voicemail public comments.
Study session, item 3.2, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. regarding one-time monies, it would be best if you folks would reach out to the community and have some community forums in person where the taxpayers could talk about what would help their neighborhoods best. Having a top-down, bureaucrat-driven approach is going to end up having that money go towards things the bureaucrats like, but not necessarily making the neighborhoods better. It's especially important for disadvantaged, underserved, and overburdened areas such as Roseland that funds go in to perhaps just providing the basics, sidewalks, curbs and gutters on land that was supposed to have been improved 25 years ago next to Southwest Community Park with the rebuilding of Hearn Avenue. Many other streets, South Avenue, Boyd, they need help too. We need you folks to look to where the people want to see this funding spent, not just the bureaucrats. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Jennifer Weiss, the CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of Sonoma Marin. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I just wanted to really urge you to support our project to bring a full-scale child care center to Roseland. It'll be the only one of its kind, and we've got thousands of kids outside with their nose on the glass waiting to get into the Boys and Girls Club. Not only will we be able to help their parents go to work to make life better for their families, but we'll also be able to bring hope and opportunity and a bright future to those kids. And we all know that if we get to do that, we all in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa specifically will be better off for that. This couldn't be a better use for the ARPA funds, in our opinion. If you give us $10 million, we will turn it into many, many millions of dollars in prosperity for the whole community. Thank you for your consideration. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Carson Amro. I'm calling about the 3.2 one-time money. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with the ARPA funds. It's been a very hard year for this community who lacks support, and the Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help kids thrive. I'm a parent, and I know how hard it is to find childcare in Santa Rosa. This $10 million will change thousands of lives over a generation, and this is exactly what ARP monies are for. Please invest in kids.
Hello, my name is Courtney Bateman, and I'm calling in regards to the item number 3.2, one-time monies. I live in Santa Rosa, and I am a parent of kids that go to Santa Rosa City Schools, and I am urging the City Council to please, please, please fully fund the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with the ARPA funds. This would mean so much to my kids and the kids in our community. We would really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Isabella, and I live in the Santa Rosa, well, actually in the city of Santa Rosa, not just the Santa Rosa area. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. As has been made very evident, this has been a very hard year for those in our community who lack support and need help finding childcare. And the Boys and Girls Club will provide that support for them. The Boys and Girls Club is the spot where kids can thrive, and this $10 million will change the lives of thousands of kids in the Roseland area over the course of a generation. This is exactly what ARPA monies are intended for, and I urge you to invest in our children and in our future. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dana McCune, and I live in Santa Rosa, and I'm calling on to comment on the 3.2 one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funded the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with the ARPA funds. As you guys know, that this has been a very tough year trying to find quality care, and as a single parent, I can only imagine that there's a large population of us that need this this clubhouse. So please go ahead and support the Boys and Girls Club and the Roseland kids. Thank you.
My name is Alicia Morales. I live in Santa Rosa, and I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, on-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. I am a parent in Santa Rosa, and I also have worked for after school for a while, and I know that our kids really, really need a club in Roseland. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Katie, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. This has been a very, very hard year for those in our community who lack support, and the Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help kids thrive. This $10 million will change thousands of lives over a generation. This is exactly what ARPA monies are for. Please invest in our kids. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Grace Amaral, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the City Council to support fully funding the new Roseland's Boys and Girls Club with the ARPA funds. This has been a very hard year for those in our community who lack support, and the Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help the kids thrive. This $10 million will change thousands of lives over a generation. This is exactly what our community needs and what these monies are meant for. Please invest in the children.
Hello, my name is Frankie Montes, and I live here in Santa Rosa, California. I'm calling to comment on action item 3.2, one-time monies, and I'm calling to urge the council to fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. I've lived here in this community for a long time, and I know the Boys and Girls Club does amazing work to fund and keep our kids in after-school programs learning and thriving. Please invest in them.
Hello, my name is Diego Leon, and I'm leaving a comment on a non-agenda item related to Santa Rosa ARPA funds. I urge the council to support funding the Roseland Boys and Girls Club, and here's why. This project is important to me because I was once a child in need of an environment after school in the Roseland area. Luckily, I was able to attend Shepherd Elementary Boys and Girls Club and Roseland Accelerated Middle School Boys and Girls Club, which these clubs allowed me to have the opportunity to build a greater future for myself. As a former foster care youth, ward of the court, and a low-income Roseland community member, the odds of a greater future were against me. Boys and Girls Club has provided me with the skills, support, and comfort I needed in order to discover my full potential. Easy to say, I would not be here without the Roseland clubs I grew up in. As a former struggling adolescent to a now after-school program director at Boys and Girls Club, I cannot thank Boys and Girls Club enough for everything they have taught me along the years. With this in mind, I was the few Roseland members who was privileged enough to receive the benefits Boys and Girls Club brings to many other kids. I know without a doubt this new child care center in Roseland will allow every child to have the same opportunity as I myself did. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Katrina Durkee, and I work in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. This has been a very hard year for those in our community who lack support, and a Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help kids thrive. This $10 million will change thousands of lives over a generation, and this is exactly what ARPA monies are for. Please help us and help invest in kids. Thank you so much.
Hi there, my name is Jason Weiss, and I work in Santa Rosa and specifically work in the Roseland area as well. And I'm just calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies, and just calling in support of and hopefully urging the council to fully support the funding of the new Roseland Boys and Girls Clubs with ARPA funds. As we all know, this has been a challenging year, but it's always been a challenging year for people living in the Roseland area, and I think the Boys and Girls Club facility and location will be a much needed resource in a community that has had a lack of resources for many years, and the kids deserve it, the families deserve it, and the community deserves it. So once again, in full support of the Roseland Boys and Girls Club, being a recipient of ARPA funds. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miguel Figueroa. I'm leaving a comment on a non-agenda item related to Santa Rosa ARPA funds. I urge the council to support funding the Roseland Boys and Girls Clubs. When I had nowhere to go after school, the Roseland Village was always an option. It was the place where I felt most at home, and I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way. Thank you.
My name is Diana, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. This has been a very hard year for those in our community who lack support, and a Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help kids thrive. This $10 million would change thousands of lives over a generation. This is exactly what ARPA monies are for. Please invest in the kids. Thank you.
Hello, I am calling in regarding the funding for the ARPA monies, and I am for those monies going to Boys and Girls Clubs of Sonoma Marin and their Roseland campaign project that they have going on to build a new facility, a new club in the Roseland community, which for so many in that community is needed and lacks so much support. And to be able to have the money to be able to build this new club is exactly where those monies should go, and am in full support of that as a Santa Rosa resident, and hoping that the City Council passes to approve this funding and be able to allow so many lives to be changed, and just to be able to support, especially after a year where so many people lost their jobs in childcare, and so many families didn't have anywhere for their kids to go, and to be able to build a new facility where kids have a safe place to continue to learn and grow would be absolutely perfect use of the monies. So definitely in for that project, and hopefully that will get passed. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Abby, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on the 3.2 one-time monies. And I'm calling because I urge the council to support the Roseland Boys and Girls Club with the ARPA funds. I think throughout COVID, it's been really hard on the community in Santa Rosa as a whole, but especially Roseland. And this money would benefit the kids so much by, giving them the opportunity to have support after school and just overall having support in general. It would be amazing to give these struggling families that opportunity. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hola, mi nombre es Sandra y yo vivo en Santa Rosa. Llamo para comentar sobre el artículo 3.2 One-Time Monies. Hago una llamada para aconsejar que apoyen la financiación completa del nuevo Roseland Boys and Girls Club con fondos ARPA. Este ha sido un año muy difícil para familias en nuestra comunidad, y un club absolutamente ayudará a los niños a prosperar adelante. Estos 10 millones cambiarán miles de vidas durante una generación. Esto es exactamente para lo que están los fondos ARPA. Inviertan en los niños. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Sandra, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to advise that you support the complete funding of a new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. This has been a very difficult year for families in our community, and a club would absolutely help the children prosper moving forward. Those $10 million would change thousands of lives throughout a generation. This is exactly what the ARPA funds are for. Invest in the children. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Evelyn, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.0 one-time monies, and I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding for the new Rosa Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. I believe this Roseland community will be really helpful for everyone, as Boys and Girls Club already provides me and my kids support, safety, and I feel really safe knowing that my kids are at Boys and Girls Club after school, and having that opportunity for more people with a bigger facility. It will be a really awesome thing to have. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vanya, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm just calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. This has been a very hard year for these in our community who lack support, and the Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help kids thrive. This $10 million will change thousands of lives over a generation. This is exactly what ARPA monies are for. Please invest in the kids. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diana Roman, and I'm leaving a comment on a non-agenda ARP fund. I urge the council to support the fundings of the Roseland Boys and Girls Club, and these are the reasons why. My child has been a part of the Boys and Girls Clubs for 2 years now, and one of the things that I really enjoy about the program is that he gets extra support with his homework, and also enriching activities are provided at the club, such as sports, arts, and the opportunity to socialize with other children. It's important. Your support is very important to the community as well. As a teacher of the Roseland District, I have students that are part of the program, and it's great to know that when they are there, they're able to get support with their homework, with extracurricular activities, and they also get different life skills and social skills. I also feel that it's important to the community, such as parents. Parents benefit from the program. There's a lot of parents who work late at night or in the evenings, and they rely on the Boys and Girls Clubs for these reasons. Parents know that their children are in a safe environment. Overall, the Roseland community will benefit from having a center in which our young kids will have a place to learn, make friends, and be somewhere safe while not in school. Please support our neighborhood by funding this club.
Hi, I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. And my name is Danny, and I'm calling to just call in support of the Roseland Boys and Girls Club project with the ARPA funds. As someone with a young child, I know how difficult finding childcare can be. And I just think it's a major hurdle for getting people back to their workforce and setting people up for success, to be able to contribute to their community and provide for their families. And I think the Boys and Girls Club does a great job of making that possible for families. And that's really what I think funds like this should be used for, is for uplifting the community and building a nice community building. Thank you. Bye.
I'm leaving a comment on a non-agenda item related to Santa Rosa ARPA funds. I urge the council to support funding to Roseland Boys and Girls Club. Here is why. My kids have gone to the Roseland Club for 5 years.
My name is Chris Sachin, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. This has been a very hard year for those in our community who lack support, and a Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help kids thrive. This $10 million will change thousands of lives over a generation. This is exactly what ARPA monies are for. Please invest in kids.
Hi, my name is Scott, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. This has been a very hard year for those in our community who lack support, and Boys and Girls Club will absolutely help kids thrive. This $10 million will change thousands of our lives over a generation. This is exactly what ARPA monies are for. Please invest in kids.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on the 3.2 one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. And this has been a very hard year for this community who lack support, and the Boys and Girls Clubs will absolutely help those kids thrive. This $10 million will change thousands of lives over a generation. This is exactly what ARPA monies are for. Please invest in our kids. They mean the world, and I know that having the opportunity to be in a new club and have opportunities that aren't usually offered to them would be amazing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Busset, and I live in Santa Rosa, and I'm calling about agenda item 3.2, one-time monies. I am calling to plead with the council to fully support funding the new Boys and Girls Club in Roseland with ARPA funds. I've been involved in this organization for quite some time and certainly recognize how much need we have in our community, in particular in the Roseland community. And I think this year has been hard for many, but particularly those who don't have a Boys and Girls Club and who would thrive in this environment. This money will truly change the lives of so many of those in need, and that's what we need now, and that's what the money is for. So please, please invest in our kids and the Boys and Girls Club in Roseland. Thank you.
My name is Carly, and I've lived in the Roseland area my entire life. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2, one-time monies. I'm calling to urge the council to support fully funding the new Roseland Boys and Girls Club with ARPA funds. I am a parent in the Roseland district and have struggled to find childcare in Santa Rosa for many years. This Roseland-based community center, this club, is going to help families like mine, which I know is a priority for the city. Please fund the Boys and Girls Club and help Roseland kids. It's going to mean a lot to them, and we just know it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Welch, and I'm calling to comment on 3.2 one-time monies. I'm calling because Boys and Girls Club is such a valuable experience for our kids. Any kind of childcare in Sonoma County right now is so needed. There are so many families struggling, and I know firsthand from talking with many, many parents, including myself as a parent, if we didn't have Boys and Girls Club, I don't know what we would do. And we need to make this available to as many people as possible as fast as we can. If there's any hesitation, please just go ahead and vote to allow childcare in general. Of course, I'm a fan of Boys and Girls Clubs, but any support we can do for working families right now, please, we're counting on you to make it happen. Thank you so much.
Mayor, that concludes voice message public comments.
All right, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and bring it back. Now, Alan or Jeff, could either of you sort of just frame for us what kind of direction coming out of council today would be helpful as we move this forward and what the timeline looks like from here?
Mayor Rogers, I'd be happy to take a first stab at that. I guess the first question that we'd like you to address is, are you comfortable with slides 4 and 5, the PG&E settlement funds programs and the ARPA programs slides, with the programs that are shaded in green? Are you comfortable with us moving forward with those programs. And by moving forward, what I mean is we would bring those back in a future agenda item and recommend appropriation of the funding for those programs. And Alan's put up the PG&E settlement program slides, and so those are the green shaded ones at the top area of the slide. Similarly, we've recommended some programs under the ARPA program, shown on this slide. And we would like to know if you're comfortable in us moving to the next step in returning with a follow-up agenda item to appropriate those funds. You'll also note that on one of the PG&E slides, I believe the Asawa Fountain is recommended for funding. We have an agenda item on tonight's agenda to move forward with that contract, since there's some timing related to the cost of the bronzing for the project and getting it completed in time to be installed with the other work on the fountain. So that's the first question. The second is that under the PG&E settlement funds, we've identified reprogramming opportunities for the Mendocino Avenue South Santa Rosa Specific Plan project, the Roseland Creek Park project, and the board and committee stipend programs. We've suggested that those could be applied to the down payment assistance program and a revolving loan fund in the amount of, I think it was $2 million or $2.1 million. We'd like feedback on whether you agree with that option and recommendation, and if so, we would move forward with that. The part where I think we have much less clarity is on the reprogramming of the ARPA funds. That totals approximately $10 million. Staff has outlined a number of different approaches and proposals, as has the community, that far out total the $10 million available. And so if you can just give us some collective guidance as to which way or what process you want to pursue to determine how to allocate that final $10 million, that would be helpful tonight as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. So I'll actually kick things off on this one. And I hear the concern from some council members about wanting more information, wanting more data, wanting to understand better the process. What I would just say is that this is our fourth study session, and we know who is impacted by the pandemic, and we know how we can make a difference in the community that we serve based on not just this conversation, but every year's conversation we have around Santa Rosa's biggest issues. So I'm going to ask council, try to, if you can, get to a place on some of this where we can get to yes so that staff can start working on those specifics. Because even if it's, for example, the targeted basic income project, giving staff an opportunity to start crafting that policy to bring back to us is going to take time. And the intent of the ARPA funds is to have an immediate impact in your community addressing the issues around the pandemic. So that's going to be sort of what you're going to hear from me. Starting with the PG&E settlement funds, I am supportive of everything that's in green. That does leave room then within those funds for us to do the down payment assistance program, with obviously some of the specifics coming back. And I would prefer to have the down payment assistance come from the PG&E funds as opposed to ARPA funds, for the reason that was stated last time and was confirmed again this time by Alan, that if it is intended to be a revolving fund, and I think that that is how we should have it, then that needs to be from PG&E as opposed to ARPA, because at the end of the ARPA cycle, 4 years in, we'd have to give that money back. And so I think creating that space with those yellow programs that you have at the bottom of slide 4 creates more than $2 million worth of room for us to be able to do the down payment assistance program. I also want to make sure, whether it's from some ARPA sourcing or from some PG&E sourcing, that we do still have that 5th year for vegetation management, And I know that I've been harping on it a little bit, but I think that everybody has expressed an interest in making sure that the community feels safe going into every fire season from here on out. And I would not want to see us shortchange our vegetation management program and our 5-year plan around wildfire preparedness by not funding the 5th year. So I want to make sure that that's included as well. Moving on to page 5 with the ARPA programs, I am supportive of everything that's in green. I'm supportive of the Secure Family Fund and the baby bonds. And I do think that the fiber backbone and the COVID, the portion of the COVID testing that we can be repurposed for other more immediate and impactful needs across our city. The Child Care Facility Fund, I've been very supportive of, and I do like this conversation around enhancing the program and doing partnerships. The Family Child Care Shared Services Alliance. I would also just ask that we make sure that we are working hand in hand with 4Cs who have been doing this work through the pandemic and have innovative programs that are similar to what is being proposed here. I don't want them to just be symbiotic. I want them to actually be enhancing one another. And so I'd ask that we make sure that they are a listed or named partner for that program for us. One of the things that I brought up last time, and I think that the council needs to, even if we don't end up repurposing or determining tonight how we're going to repurpose this potentially 10 million, I think one of the things that we need to keep in the back of our minds and have in the discussion is the investment in our infrastructure that we have so long talked about. And in particular, I'm talking about our parking district. As we did negotiations with the county, one of the things that we agreed to do was to fund some of the parking assets or make available some of those parking assets for free for 3 years. The council also talked about how that would inevitably mean that we were underperforming that asset, that perhaps we would be discussing backfilling those funds with some of our economic development dollars or some of our ARPA funds. We also will be hearing a request here later this year as the free parking downtown that we have previously assigned runs out. And talking with business owners downtown, the pandemic is obviously not over, and they're going to be coming back to us with a request to continue our parking alleviation, if we'll call it that, the free parking in the garages, particularly at night and on the weekends, to try to support them economically. I think that the council should continue to consider whether to set aside some of that 10 million in room that we've made with ARPA to be able to support economic development with those businesses through the parking district while also not losing ground on the infrastructure that we need long term in the parking department. We also have talked about programming throughout our community in Roseland, in downtown, giving people a reason to get together safely and act as that economic driver. I think we need to continue to have that conversation as well. And then absent that, we know what our priorities are in this community when we talk with an equity lens and when we talk where the need is. I am absolutely supportive of us moving forward with some of the additional funds and perhaps not all 10 million, given that there's some other priorities as well. But I do think that the council needs to walk its talk, and I'm supportive of a community center in Roseland, that concept that staff is bringing forward, particularly if there's partnerships to be had there with the library, with the Boys and Girls Club, with other organizations that are doing good work in that community already. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I have one question for staff, and I'm sorry I didn't ask it earlier, but what is the seed amount that we're putting into the baby bonds in the 529, or do we not know that yet?
Good afternoon. I don't have it right in front of me. I believe it was in the item. If not, I'll get it to you. It is an initial amount of several $100s, and then there are incremental incentives to do different things. Because remember, it's not only the money, but it is also the parents' engagement and education, and about changing the culture of the home to be college going, to think about post-secondary options. And so there are incentives along the way. I'm sorry, $100 per child, with incentive payments that max out at $400. And those incentives, $50, $100 to attend different trainings and events that really are meant to, again, change the culture in the house about thinking about what will happen after school, and then the money will follow.
Okay, I mean, I'm definitely eager to learn more about that. That's not very clear to me yet, but I'm sure it will be in due time. So thank you, Socorro. I guess where I'm at is similar to the mayor, in that I think that we have to move this conversation on to the next step. I am fine with the proposals from staff listing the items in green as well as the items in yellow. I'm sure it comes as no surprise. I'm really supportive of repurposing the PG&E funds for down payment assistance. To me, that just, you know, when we talk about equity, I've heard a lot of great stuff about childcare tonight, but I don't think anything is going to be more economically powerful for a family or for a child than helping them discontinue being a renter and becoming a homeowner. You know, I was just running preliminary numbers, but after 18 years, if somebody buys a $500,000 house with $100,000 down, just counting the principal pay down, not the appreciating value of real estate in Santa Rosa, they could do an 80% loan to value line of credit worth $240,000, which they could, you know, use for any number of things: starting a business, buying another property, putting both kids through school. So I'm, you know, happy. I'm really grateful to staff that they had identified some funds to repurpose so that we can explore that possibility. I'm also supportive of repurposing funds for the California Tiger Salamander conversation. I just feel that if this is going at the county level, for us not to participate and include Santa Rosa in a lot of our key development areas would just be a really big missed opportunity for us and for the future of housing in Santa Rosa. The last thing I will say is I am, you know, I guess, awaiting more information on broadband and future funding sources. I am supportive of repurposing those funds if we're confident that there will be future funding opportunities down the road. And specifically using, well, I'd like to actually set that money aside and just explore it further as kind of, I think, what John was alluding to earlier, and maybe making that part of a broader conversation of what needs are. But I think where I'm really supportive of is supporting kind of the Library Coalition's vision of a shared library and community center space. And to kind of address the elephant in the room, you heard me at the last meeting be supportive of making about $1 million contribution to the Boys and Girls Club. And I would probably stand by that tonight. However, I just feel like any amount above that, we're doing a disservice to the taxpayers by not putting that through a notice of funding availability process or some sort of process where we're exploring all the needs of all the worthy organizations out there in the community. That said, however, if we want to invest that $10 million into a city-owned space, whereas the other Mr. Tibbetts, Jeff Tibbetts said earlier, where we have the ability to program various nonprofits to use that space to fulfill the needs of Southwest Santa Rosa and the broader cultural community, that's really where our money should go. I'm a little bit less enthused about taking on more property, knowing our growing deferred maintenance needs, but in this situation, that is obviously, I think, us putting our best foot forward for the city and the future of programming, whether it's childcare today or something else tomorrow or a bunch of shared space that week. It's important that the city owns that asset and doesn't just give that $10 million value away. Vegetation management also, I would like to see vegetation management move forward because that's going to obviously be an ongoing need. So many thanks to the staff who've obviously spent an extraordinary amount of time on this.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to list off a few things, and I didn't put the numbers next to them, so I'm just going to throw these out and see if they get majority reaction ultimately. I am in favor of the universal basic income program, although I'm sure that we'll be getting more detail about how that works. The Family Child Care Shared Services Alliance. I don't believe there's anything more upstream investment than investing in our infants and in those very early ages. It is the epitome of upstream investment. Baby bonds, yes. Vegetation management program, yes. Down payment assistance fund, yes. The board and committee stipend, I think is something in the right direction. It doesn't seem to be getting a lot of support, but we are asking our people to volunteer a lot of time on some very important issues, and I think they deserve at least some nod in the way of a stipend to not only to those that are already giving of their time, but also to encourage those that may want to give of their time so that they don't have to make difficult choices to volunteer. A Roseland Community Center, I love the idea. It is I think of it as very broad-based and can affect people of all ages in the Roseland community, and I think that's really important. I mentioned the Child Care Facility Fund, and Jack mentioned holding back some cash, $5 million. Now, I actually am in favor of holding back some funding for a rainy day. Unfortunately, it does have a time limit, and what concerns me about it, the positive is that we would have a bit of a slush fund for those unexpected expenses and programs that people come to us and say, hey, this is a great program, and then we oftentimes have to say yes, but we don't have any money. It could allow us not to have to say that. On the downside is as we approach the deadline for spending it, we could conceivably end up having to find ways to spend it. So I like the idea. I'm not sure how it would work, but I think that holding back some funding would not be. I think it would be prudent. I'm just not sure how it would work if we were to approach our deadline. And I will leave it at that. Let me go back to the original question that Jeff asked about the green. I think I may have already answered it. On slide 4, I think I touched on those. On slide 5, yes, two of the two top yellow lines and the rest of the green, I'm good with. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. We'll go on to Council Member Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question. On slide 4, the Rosen Creek Park, I believe I've asked this question before, just for clarification. The $1.5 million would not stop the removal of concrete or the path that traverses the property. Is that correct?
Councilmember Alvarez, this is Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. Currently, the Rosen Creek Community Park has only enough funding to construct the pathway that will connect McMinn and Burbank, as well as remediate and eliminate the remaining features from the 3 homes that were on the property. Outside of that, there's no additional funding specifically designated, which includes the restoration of the creek itself. The $1.5 million request that was here was to construct additional pathways as designed or as outlined in the master plan and begin to do creek restoration. It likely wouldn't complete the creek restoration, but it might get us to the start.
Thank you, sir. And that does clarify and reinforces what I believed was the situation. And speaking with my constituents, they believe that, and something that we've all heard, is that nature and preserving, restoring nature was the #1 priority. So this definitely is aligned with the wants of the community. In regards to the greens, I am fine with that. And the yellows as well, especially after clarification in regards to the Roseland Creek project. On slide 5, anything to, and actually 4 as well, anything to do with youth, babies, as correctly stated by one of my colleagues, it should and be at the top of our list. So I'm very happy to see that that continues to be the focus. I did want to point out that since 2020, and really since 2017, since district elections, since the district map was presented, we've seen an increase of participation from Southwest Santa Rosa. I believe this is due to the investments that we're making. I believe that we have momentum on our side, and I would love for us to continue the momentum and continue to give the voiceless a voice. And I think we're on the right path. And I really want to commend not only this council, but past council for putting us on that trajectory. In regards to vegetation management, we don't want to see that happen again. We're having discussions over funds, and we know where those funds, some of those funds came from, and it was through the PG&E funds. And we owe it to the community to make sure that they don't have to relive what they experienced in the last fires. I would like to see focus on the tiger salamander as it affects Southwest Santa Rosa. This would open a lot of investment, a lot of opportunity for an area that when it comes to taxes, home ownership, we could definitely see something great happen in the area. In regards to the fiber, the broadband, I believe one of the callers stated that we should pay attention, observe what the county is doing with their funds. I'm hoping that we're doing that and we continue to do that. In regards to the money that we heard, a lot of our callers state for the Boys and Girls Club. I would love to see an RFP put out and something that would incorporate a community center that spoke of youth services, senior services, and daycare services. And you know, it's also the luxury, but we've spoken and I've seen a swimming pool or pool center. You know, not a must, especially during a drought, but nonetheless, I would like to see something that, for transparency, for those who watch how we spend our money, and I believe it's proper and respectful that we do have a process in order to award those monies. Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. And I'm in agreement with the mayor that we need to work on getting these dollars out the door. And I also agree with the caller who said that there's likely more money coming and we need to collaborate with the county and not sit on this, especially when sitting on it means that we're depriving our residents of investments that are really vital to them. There are so many questions asked and so many proposals on the table. I will endeavor to answer as many questions as I can. The way that I conceptualize this is it's a balance between direct investment to individuals, children, and families, and structural investments in the physical infrastructure of the community. Both are essential in that the investments, for example, the baby bonds, allow a family to dream bigger and plan and expect great things out of their children. And that's what differentiates a baby bond from, per se, a scholarship. And so that's one aspect of this. And then the other is the physical infrastructure that allows our most disinvested areas to flourish. And so those are the things like the investment in a community center in Southwest Santa Rosa, specifically in Roseland. And so that's the lens that I look at these things from. So if you hear me tweak a couple of the things from what my colleagues said, it's not so much that I disagree with them. In fact, I agree with 95% of what I've heard. It's more that I think that we need to be really thoughtful about managing the physical infrastructure and then the financial and social infrastructure, and make sure that we do our utmost to achieve an effective balance for the economic and social determinants of health that will come from these initiatives. So starting with slide 4, I agree with everything in green. However, when it came forward that we had been considering a Mendocino Avenue specific plan, something that would be very important to my district, I didn't say anything when it went off the table during our last meeting, because from my perspective as a social worker and a social justice advocate, the South Santa Rosa Avenue specific plan was of greater importance. And to see that fall off, I find greatly disappointing, and I'd like to see us add that on. That's a particular area that would not just add to the benefit of South Santa Rosa, but also be part of completing our downtown specific plan, even if it may lie just outside of it, but it's essential to the functioning of our downtown and the overall economic well-being of our city. And I think it would be a major missed opportunity. And I think that our down payment assistance plan is really essential and important, but I think that that's one area that we could maybe be flexible with and see a compromise there. So moving on to slide 5, I support everything there, and with the addition of the baby bonds, that with the universal basic income will allow families to start to feel like they can plan for their future rather than survive the day. And I think that's really what's guiding this council today. And then let me move to my notes here. I liked also, one thing that I haven't heard too much from my colleagues is the investment in small business and the qualified census tracts. I know that we can't do it all, and so I'm trying to figure out today if we're going to go forward with an investment in a facility in Roseland. If it's the case that we don't, I would like to see an emphasis in the small business assistance plan. The Child Care Alliance, to me, is a non-negotiable. This is a service that will provide business owners with employees, parents with childcare, and then the ability to provide for their families. Vegetation management, we can't live without vegetation management in this community. We actually have evidence that it's deadly to neglect that. So that's a hard yes right there. I think that we need to be, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, we need to be doing all of this in conjunction with the county. Back to the Child Care Alliance, 4Cs did reach out, and I do agree that they are an essential partner. I'd like them to be a named partner in these efforts. We worked hand in glove with them in First Five. So that to me is really, really important. And then, did I miss any? I probably did miss something here. This is one of those where at the end of the day, I'm going to be laying down and I'm going to be thinking about all the extra things that I want. But I'm going to take a moment to share one thing that did not make it on the list, but I hope that one day we consider as a council, and maybe it'll be a budget session. And then I'll end with how I hope the community center looks, because I do dream about that one frequently. I think it would be well worth our council's time and consideration to one day fund a planner dedicated to affordable housing and housing that's specifically transit oriented. I think that could accelerate some of those projects and move things forward. I know our planning department does a great job of moving our priorities forward, but I think that if we had resources dedicated to that, we would achieve some of our equity goals, our housing goals, our climate goals, all of the goals that we have would be really helpful and not for too much of an investment. And then for what I imagine for Roseland would be a center where people can come for both things that they need and things that they want and things that they enjoy. A vibrant center for people who live in Roseland, but other people as well, to come and enjoy all of the wonderful culture, art, and music that comes out of this really special part of our community. A place for children to play. I don't see a pool as a luxury. I see it as a necessity. If children can't exercise in ways that are healthful, we know the things that happen and they're not good, and we would I would never consider a healthy exercise as anything but absolutely essential. And so I imagine a pool, a library, a place to get tutoring, a place to get babysitting. And there's this wonderful center in Bend, Oregon called the Juniper Center, where you can go in and they have two separate pools, one for lane swimming and another one for small children and another splash pad connected with that. They have childcare available so that adults, both seniors and other adults, can access computers, but also can work out in their gym or take a yoga class. I'd like to see a place like that. And if we can work with the Boys and Girls Club, that would be wonderful. But I want to leave you with this thought that our Park and Recreation Department has worked so hard throughout this pandemic alongside with every employee of this city. And when it comes to investments in our future in this city, when we do have these one-time monies and these windfalls, I want our employees to know how much we value them and how much we believe in them. And so I think it's essential that we spend this money in partnerships, but also in partnerships that resource our city employees and let them know that we believe that they're the best at what they do and we believe in them. So thank you so much for all the work that you put into this. I love giving away money, but I hope that we don't have to do too many more study sessions. All right, thanks.
Councilmember Swedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo a lot of the comments from my colleagues, and we really appreciate staff hanging there with us because although it does seem, I also like providing different funding opportunities to community members. It's making some difficult decisions about a variety of wonderful programs. So in response to Mr. Colin's question, I am supportive of on page 4, the PG&E funds all in green. I would like to keep the board committee member stipend program. It seems like a relatively minor amount of money, and it would send a huge message for those community members that we ask so much for. I'm also in agreement for the down payment assistance program to come out of the PG&E funds because I think that can be transformational, and that should be the funding source for it because of the questions of ARPA funding. On the ARPA slide 5, I am supportive of all that in green. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm really looking forward to an opportunity for transformational investment. And for me, that is the Roseland Community Center as outlined by the staff presentation. Thanks.
And Vice Mayor, last word.
Okay, bear with me. When you don't let me talk for 5 hours, I have notes everywhere and I have like 5 pages. Yeah, I do, so just bear with me. First, I would like to thank the staff for all their hard work and dedication in trying to figure out what we want when I think sometimes we don't know what we want. So thank you very much for your hard work. Everyone knows how much I love the Boys and Girls Club, but I do believe that a formal request for proposal is the best process. And it shouldn't, it's a necessity to ensure equity, to access and transparency. So that is something that we have to do. It's not something that we should do if we're going to do what we say is important, and that is to be equitable and transparent. But I do love the Boys and Girls Club. Woo, woo. Okay, so in the name of equity, everything does not need to be named Roseland. I understand that everyone loves Roseland, but District 7 does not have a swimming pool either, and I don't hear you guys naming anything D7 or Natalie or anything else. So Southwest Santa Rosa, there's a community in Southwest Santa Rosa. It is not all Roseland. Everything does not have to be named Roseland. Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. For the guaranteed basic income, I kind of feel like, and this is a reoccurring theme throughout my notes, but I know it was kind of like the county's idea, but a stipend program for like jobs that we need done throughout the city, work experience, training, getting people back out there, like That way they're establishing daycare that we're providing. They're already connected to appropriate services that they may need. They're back in the workforce. They're working on their resumes. I am such a big proponent of teaching a man how to fish and not just giving them fish. Because I feel like we give stuff away, which is great. But at the end of the day, when these programs are over, where does it leave? I'll say, where does it leave my people? Like, where does it leave people when these programs are over? When the handout is over, where does it leave the people? When the $400 or the $500 or $600 or the federal government is giving people $750 a month now, right? When that is over and they're dependent on the $750, where are these people left that are now dependent on the $750? So I just think that when we look at this, we need to start thinking of ways that is mutually beneficial, but definitely beneficial to people working on their resumes and getting training and establishing things that we know that they're going to need for a longer term success than just the 24 months. So I would much rather have my child care established and all that stuff done, because I know that I'm getting a stipend from working with the city, and then my resume is up to par and already done, and I can go out and find a job in the community, than just being at home and not all that stuff done and I'm getting cash. But that's just me. In addition to the youth immigration attorney, just for clarification, if I recall correctly, that was they needed help with the funding for a couple more years, and then once they were able to show that they could get that funding for a few years, that they would actually be able to get funding elsewhere. And so I think that they already had like 1 or 2 years under their belt, and they only needed like 1 or 2 years left. And then once they were able to show that they had that funding, then they would be able to sustain that program, which is a really good program, especially within our community. And I think when we're looking at like sideshows and things like that, and we're trying to get youth off the street and get them to work, and this is a way that we do that, right? We want them to legally be able to work and do this and that. So definitely just like investing in that way, because I've heard far too much where it's like I get through high school, I do all this, and then what? Like, then what do I do? And just feeling hopeless or not able to continue, and not knowing like why to continue. And this gives them an out, right? And they have someone to support them and somewhere to go. And that is so very important. The 529 plan, I think, is great, but I kind of like the scholarship idea, honestly, because my son has a 529, but I have 8 kids. So, and the oldest has the 529. So if he doesn't go, then it can kind of trickle down, right? But if someone doesn't go and they only have a limited number of children, and there's so many different means to now provide a living. So we are strong proponents of union, right? And labor. And so there's different ways of making a living. So then what does happen to those funds? So my understanding of the 529 is that you lose those funds. Well, I wouldn't want the city to invest in funds that then the family loses because they don't have someone to then take over the funds. And I know someone in the family can get it, but does it have to be a brother or sister? Can it be a cousin? Can it be a great cousin? Or like, where does it stop as far as family is concerned? That would be a question that I have with the 529. And then Megan spoke about the down payment assistance plan, and that my question was who must reside in the home. So to me, when you own a home, if I move out of the home or I want to upgrade, which a lot of people do, they start off with the smaller home, then who exactly must reside in the home? If it's one of my children that reside in the home, is that okay to maintain the down payment assistance and not have to repay that? Or do I myself have to reside in the home? Because culturally, that does happen a lot, where the parent may move out, but the children themselves will stay in the home, maybe with their children. And that's why it's important to have the home ownership, to have that staple and that stability within the family. So that would be a question that I would have. And also, speaking about the down payment assistance, and it probably is in response to Jack's question about the education. To me, if you don't have education, it's not equitable and it's not inclusive. So different families have different things, and I'll speak for myself, is that I had to teach myself a lot about home ownership, and some people don't have that experience or they're not able to do that. So that is why education is so important for me, because people need to be taught. And so if you come from a family where you're taught about money and you're taught about home ownership and you're taught about business and you're taught about all these things, that is great. But if you're not, and the city is handing out money and we're talking about equity, inclusion, and diversity, then yes, it is up to us to teach people if that's a program that we're gonna have. So education is a must, not just handing out money, because I can give you, again, money all day long, but how is that gonna help you to keep that home that I'm helping you to get in? The idea is to help people to keep the home, not just to get in the home. I told you guys I have 5 pages. I'm almost done. I'm on like page 4. Okay. And then also the collaborative community outreach. It seems to me that our Office of Community Engagement does a lot of the things that were outlined in that slide. So I'm wondering why we cannot incorporate or expand our Office of Community Engagement and give some of that money instead of creating a whole nother, what is it, department? Or what would that be, Jeff? Is that another department? Collaborative Community Outreach?
No, I think this is a program proposal from Community Engagement where they would add this program to their scope of services.
So that is them. Oh, great. Because I was like, it seems like that's like what they do, just a very buffed up budget. Like, so that's great, because I feel like that's what they do. They just don't have a budget for it. So that would be awesome. And then the Family Child Care Shared Service Alliance. I don't think that can wait. I know that a lot of us want to sit and wait and not make decisions, but that need is now. I mean, not even now. It probably was yesterday or the day before or like 5 months ago. 80 new child care slots can make such a difference in our community. And I think that if we can, I heard someone mention it, but if we can possibly create an incentive to expand the hours to non-traditional hours, if we could have something for these home providers to expand their hours to non-traditional, like nurses get an incentive for working off-peak hours, but do something to incentivize childcare providers to expand their hours, that would be great, even if it's temporary, just to see how that works out. And then when people were talking about like 4Cs and different programs, I love 4Cs. It helped me to establish myself. The only caveat I have with that is when I made I won't say $1, I'll say $10 over the threshold. I went from making $10 over the threshold to paying $1,000 more in daycare. I had a problem with that. That means I was not allowed to better myself without feeling like I was being punished for wanting to be better. So I was either I stay down here or I pay way more. And so I hope that if we do have a program, it does not punish people for wanting better for their families and for themselves. That to me is not a program that wants people to excel and to do better. That is a program that punishes people for wanting to do better to get out of the system. And that is not a program that I can get behind. So almost done. Let me see. Business support program. I would like to add North Bay Black Chamber of Commerce. I know that we specifically have Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I understand that blacks are only less than 2%, but yet we are still a minority here in Sonoma County. So I would like to add the North Bay Black Chamber of Commerce in the business support program. That is important to me. Children's savings account. I like that we have the educational component, and I already did down payment assistance. Oh, vegetation management. Definitely think it's important. The hot spot, the hot emergency fire mitigation, and making sure that we do what we need to do, because we don't know when we're going to have monies like this again in order to do that. And slide number 4, City Manager Collins. For the interns, only if council members get an intern will I back up that intern thing right there. There was a thing that said, do you want me to read it to you? 1, 2, 3, 4. It said, intern program. It looks very nice. It says $80,000. And I think since we don't get staff, but we get a lot of emails and we have a lot of stuff we have to do, I think, Eddie, quit laughing. I think we should get an intern, Jeff. And then I also, and lastly, I also want to point out that I did see the planner for a year, and maybe it's my reading, but I'm hoping that we not only have the planner, but the planner in conjunction with the fire, that they get the support that they need to get our timely building, our permits and stuff in a timely manner, since that is one of the council's goals, is to build. And thank you guys for humoring me, but that's what you get when the mayor calls on me last.
All right, thanks, Vice Mayor. And the Vice Mayor triggered for me when I mentioned the vegetation management and my previous support on that. That also included the EOC that I was hammering on last time. So I just wanted to make sure that for staff who are counting votes, that was included. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I actually just wanted to lend my support for something that Natalie brought up, and that had to do with, and I think we actually, Mayor, to your credit, one of your initial rollouts was kind of a ready to work or back to work program where we could provide hiring opportunities for particularly folks who are homeless. And I know at one point too, Assistant City Manager Nutt was working on developing a program to that effect. And so, you know, I know that they're counting votes and they may only be hearing 2 at this point, but I think it would be great that when we bring back the UBI proposal that it includes what would it cost to, and what would it take to put people to work as well. I'm not talking about necessarily in lieu of UBI, but maybe it could, you know, some of those funds could be cut up to try to achieve both, because I agree with everything Natalie said. I support UBI right now, but I'm I'm kind of justifying it in my own mind that it's providing the greater government with important data points. But when it really comes down to it, when I look at it from my constituents and what they would probably think, I'm sure I've got a handful that would say, yeah, sure, let's give away money, no questions asked, to people who need it. But then I'm gonna have others that are gonna be scratching their heads going, what are you doing? But I think all of those people would collectively agree that if there are people who need money, if there are people who can do some part-time type work, cleaning up our parks and beautifying our city, I think that would be pretty universally agreed upon. So I like that idea.
All right, thanks, Council Member. Mr. City Manager, do you have enough direction?
I think I do. There seems to be strong consensus for moving forward with the items in green on both slides 4 and 5. And additionally, on the ARPA slide, including the Children's Savings Account Program and the Secure Family Fund Youth Immigration Attorney. Where I think we're going to need to come back is on the reprogramming of the COVID testing resources and a fiber backbone. That's the $10 million. There's still quite a list of proposed programs. And in some cases, some of those I don't believe are going to be ARPA eligible. And so I think when we come back to you next time, we'll try to identify those that are and aren't. And if they are high enough priority, we'll need to look at general fund funding sources for some of those additional projects and programs.
All right, thank you. And I think for our next discussion, I think that was really the only intent, was to move most of these items that we could, that after 4 study sessions we have consensus around, move those forward. And then obviously some of the reprogrammed, I wasn't expecting us to get there tonight on them, but it is good that we have been able to sort of filter them a little bit for our next discussion. Okay, so Council, I know we've been at it for a while. I'm going to ask you to keep at it for a little bit. We have now hit where we're supposed to be 4 o'clock on our agenda, which is when we go into our normal regular session. I'm going to ask us to push through most of our procedural things up until we get to our report items. I think that the auditor report item 14.1 is of particular significance for the community. And so what I'd like to do is have us push through the procedural aspects until we get to item 14.1, take a dinner break because I know we have been going for a long time, and then come back with fresh eyes for item 14.1 if that works for folks. With that, Madam City Clerk, can you call the roll so that we can officially move into our regular session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, I don't think we need a report on our study sessions. We just moved into it, but we did have a closed session earlier. So Madam City Attorney, can you give a brief report out?
Yes, council met in closed session on item 2.1, a conference with labor negotiators. They heard from the negotiation team, got update on some of the matters, gave direction to the negotiation team, and took no final action. Thank you.
All right, let's go on to our staff briefing, item 7.1. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council. Our COVID-19 update. The county has reported 1,080 active COVID-19 cases and a total of 412 deaths since the start of the pandemic. Federal, state, and local officials are closely monitoring the rapidly evolving situation related to the new variant of concern, Omicron, as labeled by the World Health Organization. Health officials are still learning about the new variant, including how it spreads and infects individuals, as well as how it responds to vaccines. There are currently no cases in the United States or California. However, based on other variants, it is only a matter of time before Omicron is detected in the United States. The new variants will continue to evolve as long as there are large proportions of unvaccinated people. It is not yet known if this new variant causes more severe COVID-19 illness than other variants or how it might impact response to treatment. Public health officials remind the public that vaccines continue to be the best way through the pandemic by safely protecting against severe illness from COVID-19 and its variants. As a reminder, all California residents age 5 and older are eligible for vaccination against COVID-19. Additionally, anyone 18 years and older can receive a Pfizer or Moderna booster 6 months after their last dose. Those who got the single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine can receive a booster 2 months after the dose. The pediatric vaccine campaign is off to an encouraging start. 23% of the eligible children ages 5 to 11 in Sonoma County have received their first dose since vaccines became available in early November. Second doses will begin by the end of this week. Vaccine clinic information is available at sonomacountyemergency.org/vaccine. We also encourage everyone to continue to wear vaccines when they're in groups of people, particularly indoors, and to practice social distancing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, are there any questions? Let's see if there's any public comment on item 7.1. I see no hands raised on Zoom. Go ahead. You have a switch on your right-hand side that'll help lower the podium. So this is public comment for the staff briefing on COVID-19.
Okay. Good evening, all city staff and the people of the Zoom world. My name is Anna Diaz, and for somebody that's always lived in the same area code, the 9507, I strongly have to disagree with you, Vice Mayor. This is the first time Roseland's ever been acknowledged and actually brought forward as an importance. So I strongly have to disagree with you. And
so we're taking public comment on the COVID-19 update. If you'd like, there is a section on the agenda in just a little bit for items that are not on the current agenda.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Can we come back to you in just a little bit? Let's do the public comments on COVID-19 first.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Go ahead.
Well, nice to see everybody here again. Cactus Pete, often bitter, sometimes sweet. You want to fix, you want those living cactus fences in there. So regarding COVID, you know, I believe that the last president we really had was John F. Kennedy. And he was taken out. So was his brother. So were one or two different sons and other relatives. And now Robert Kennedy, who has spent the last 3 years discussing and disclosing the reality of vaccines with hundreds of doctors in Europe and hundreds of doctors in this country, have been completely muted from the, what's that called, CIA Mockingbird media press that controls this entire thing. This is the same group of people that run Agenda 21 that control your situation, which I'm going to set you free from. So Robert Kennedy, StopTheCrime.net, Dr. Deagle, there's so many, for every one of these doctors that's telling you to take a vaccine, they can't seem to fix the common cold. And just for fun, I will tell you that the anagram for Omicron, make sure you spell it out, is moronic, okay? We have turned into bullies that are bullying our own children with this ridiculous situation. And it is also a retrovirus, just like AIDS. AIDS was a retrovirus, so there were thousands of varieties of it, but they did not need to inject people with it because it was dispersed through sexual activities, mosquitoes, and other bloodborne arenas. So what they're doing with these vaccines is you're actually weaponizing yourself and the community against each other. And that'll create more and more variable mutations that will not be able to be controlled by any former vaccines, so they'll continue doing more and more vaccines. So the bottom line is we're being pushed around with an insane agenda. That's Agenda 21, run by the United Nations, which are the biggest child traffickers in the world and protect all this stuff. And I'm a patriot and I am a constitutionalist. And so I say to you to honor yourselves, honor your higher power, and embrace common sense, and permission is granted to remove that mask of Mephistocles or the face diaper as you please. I mean, please look around. We all know that what I'm saying is true. You all know it. All it is a virus that's been weaponized, that all it does is like a regular flu with a 40% more problem to the respiratory.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Cactus Peak. Good to see you. Do we have any voicemail public comments for item 7.1?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, we'll keep moving. We'll go on to item 8. That's our city manager and city attorney reports. Mr. City Manager?
No report this evening.
And Madam City Attorney?
Also no report this evening.
Great. We'll keep moving then. Do we have any statements of abstention from council members? Okay, seeing none. How about mayors and council member reports? Who wants to start? Go for it, Vice Mayor. I'll have you go first this time.
It's not long. Okay, so first things first. This Saturday, December 4th, we have our, we have our drive-through food drive. We are partnering with Redwood Empire Food Bank, and that is at a place to play, and it is from 10 to 2. Very, very excited. We have a little competition going between the council members, and council members also have links for a fun drive. So that is pretty exciting to see who can raise the most money for the food bank. And whoever raises the least amount of money will be getting a pie in the face. And that will be broadcasted on our city site. So I'm pretty excited about that. I am trying to raise the most amount of money so I do not get that pie in the face. In addition to, I was able to spend some time with Councilman Alvarez this past weekend with the project that we have, giving away some trees, some Christmas trees. So it's nice to see Councilman Alvarez out in the community, and thank you very much for your community service, Councilman Alvarez, and I look forward to working with you again in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alvarez?
For Southwest Santa Rosa, whatever we need. I did want to report something that happened a few weeks ago on Russell Avenue in Santa Rosa, where our fire department went well above and beyond the call of duty. I own a business there on Russell Avenue, and I've gotten to know a lot of the residents personally. We had an individual who was involved in a home invasion, as well as stabbing anyone within close proximity of him, allegedly, of course. And I want to commend the crew of Engine 3B from the Santa Rosa Fire Department. And the crew that forms Engine 3B are Captain Scott Byrne, Engineer Teddy Day, Firefighter, Paramedic Matt Stoba. It's thanks to their heroic actions that they were able to stop not only a home invasion in progress, but also what I believe saved countless lives in the process. So a big round of applause and beyond for their heroic actions on that day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweatell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to share that I attended the Winter Nights Festival in downtown Santa Rosa on Friday, a fabulous event. Mr. Cohen, please thanks to all the city staff that helped present that, and also special thanks to the Metro Chamber. Visit Santa Rosa in the downtown district. They've got the Gleiss Ice Arena there, and it was just a wonderful community event, which again, it just pays dividends of reuniting the square when you see hundreds of local community members enjoying the space together. It was just a wonderful evening. Thanks.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to notify all of you, the clerk, and the public that unfortunately in about 20 minutes I have to jump to the Sebastopol City Council meeting for a work-related item, but I will return as quickly as I can.
Okay. Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to take this opportunity to share my love of Christmaka with everybody. I too was able to join council members Schwedhelm and Sawyer at Winter Lights, where my daughter got to sit on Santa's lap. Apparently Santa is, he's 6? A member of District 6 and very active in the Coffee Strong movement, where she said that it's embarrassing. She said that she wants more time with her family for Christmas, which is a little sad, but adorable at the same time. But I wanted to share that tonight is the 6th night of Hanukkah, holiday that's near and dear to my family. For those of you who don't know, it's a symbol of resistance of cultural and social pressures on the Jewish people. And, the miracle is that the oil lasted for eight days. And so I invite anybody who's interested to look up more information and to join in solidarity with the Jewish people of the North Bay. You can look at iamhere.org and the Jewish Cultural Resource Center. I can post some links on my Facebook page. Additionally, the Public Safety Subcommittee of the City of Santa Rosa will be meeting on the 8th of December at 9 a.m. And I invite anybody who's interested in making our community a safer and better place to live, work, and play to join us then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have one very brief update. Yesterday we had our Sonoma County Transportation Authority ad hoc committee that is focused on consolidation and better coordination between our transit agencies. It's our Future of Transit Agency ad hoc, and it was reported by one of our staff members that at this point we're at about 85% of our service levels for Santa Rosa City Bus and about 61% of our ridership numbers and about 100% of the students who pre-pandemic rode the bus have returned to riding the bus since then. So obviously trying to continue to grow that number and trying to make sure that we get our ridership numbers back up here in the future. Also, more is coming on that front. This council received a study session update from Rachel and Yuri and everybody else at the team who's been working so hard on this project. And it really is paying dividends. And the coordination that's going on between Santa Rosa City Bus, Petaluma Transit, and Sonoma County Transit has just been great to watch. So we'll continue to monitor that as we move on. With that, we'll see if there's any public comment on council member staff reports. And seeing none, we'll keep moving through our agenda. Move on to, we have no minutes to approve tonight. Mr. City Manager, can you please do the consent calendar?
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, we have 3 items on the consent calendar this evening, beginning with item 12.1, a resolution for adoption of a memorandum of understanding for Unit 14, the Police Civilian Technical Unit, represented by SEIU Local 1021, effective July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. Item 12.2, also a resolution approving a waiver of competitive bid, allocation and appropriation of funds for the Ruth Asawa art panels, and approval of a professional services agreement with Artworks Foundry, LLC for bronze casting and installation of art panels. Item 12.3, an ordinance adoption, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending sections 14-04.010 and 14-04.140 of Title 14 of the Santa Rosa City Code to modify definitions related to monthly water and sewer bills and eliminating the requirement the city issue 12 bills per year.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the consent calendar? Seeing none from council members, we'll go to public comment on those items. If you're interested, go ahead and approach the podium or hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. This is the consent calendar. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back. Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
I move items 12.1 through 12.3 and waive for the reading of the text.
I'll second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Alvarez. Let's call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Great. We'll go on to item 13. That's public comment for non-agenda items. If you're interested, go ahead, approach the podium or hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. And thank you for your patience with us.
Okay. Hi, Anna Diaz again. So as somebody who's always lived in the 9507 area code, this is Roseland's first time ever being acknowledged. So I really want to thank all you guys from the bottom of my heart, and all my people from my area town can honestly strongly agree with this. I also do want to bring this up again. The people from the Southwest area, I live off of Wild Bill, which is off of Hearn Avenue. I wasn't able to vote for Mr. Eddie Alvarez, even though me and my neighbors all really like to, because we are from the Roseland area and we prefer to say that we're from the Roseland area. So I also wanted to bring that up as a major factor. I do acknowledge the fact that bringing up a swimming pool would be extremely beneficial for our area. However, if you guys have ever sat on Elroy's or just El Favorito or just any taco truck, if you're sitting there and you're just looking around, you see a bunch of kids on their bikes. I honestly think living in Roseland and being a part of Boys and Girls Club staff for 5 years, these kids desperately want a skate park. And as somebody who grew up in the system, I can honestly say with pride is that our area very much lacks on our youth, meaning our teens. So by that, I'm saying there's not a lot of programs for our teens. So most of the teams that we have, they're up and down, running up and down the streets, and I would really like to see more investment in our teens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I can honestly say Elroy's is one of my favorite places to meet with constituents. Cactus Pete?
Don't start that clock. So the 40-day freedom strike has already begun. All manner of rainbow warriors uniting as one, yet in most every group there be the deceivers who by lies and stealth undermine true believers. The Stone Temple Pilots be America's Air Force, every deceiver identified by those upon Almighty's horse. Long-standing rainbow warriors in the audience find it funny how certain corporate religio-political vermin think they remain protected by connections and money. Specifically, addressing those in Northern California region comes now your appointment with Nemesis, the Furies, and the Angels of Legion. The reckoning that's been beckoning has arrived as mainstream media continues vomiting deceptions quite contrived. Such a beautiful day as we have witnessed sufficient facts. All warriors arisen, deploying artistic acts. A shout out to our military, veterans, and cops, united yet unseen with American Ronin clubs and gangs now pulling out all the stops. 'Twas the usurious bankers that sunk the Titanic, as surely as the anagram for Omicron be moronic. The final battle between light and dark forces from out of the shadows upon almighty horses. I am Peter, I am asking, tasking, I am commanding, Join me in this prayer with flair as you dare, yes, as you care, to put forth all my strength and love, supported from beyond and above, supporting the veterans, longshoremen, and truckers who have frozen American ports, airlines, and unions to fulfill the freedom prophecy, releasing Leonard Peltier and our U.S. Constitution into the promise of America, freeing the earth, the animals, our children, and ourselves into the promise of America. I am binding all corruptions and abuses of the innocent with ferocity, as I am releasing Almighty's love and power to freeze the economy, fulfilling the prophecy as all true warriors now off the fence. As of this moment, pay no mortgages, no rents, no water, no utilities, no cable, internet, or cell phone bills. This righteous action as an almighty faction requiring more than faith, yes, the personal elbow grease, all mammon to cease, unto the promised peace. And I will say also that these swabs that they put up next to your children's brain are coated with nanotechnology. There's a lot of information out there that's true, and for everybody that's on TV that's allowed to say that they got to take a vaccine or a swab, there's probably 400 doctors that will tell you otherwise. They're just not allowed to speak. Most of you listening know that this is true. I say it, you hear it, so be it, so mote it be. Amen, amen, aho.
Thank you, Pete. Do we have any pre-recorded voicemail public comments?
We do, Mayor.
Item 13, public comment on non-agenda matters. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Thank you to Council Member Natalie Rogers and Eddie Alvarez for speaking up during a hearing on November 16th about the needs for Roseland and the West, the right neighborhoods off of Stony Point Road, where the infrastructure is not keeping up with all the housing that's being pushed in. Thank goodness they didn't just go along to get along, and they actually spoke up about what the neighborhood people are talking about. It's really important that one of the highly paid city planners didn't know the number of housing units that were in the works right now. And this is after hundreds of housing units have been built in the Roseland and Western area since after the Tubbs fire. So it's almost like a shell game with you folks. Not Ms. Rogers or Mr. Alvarez, but the staff and the development-driven majority on the council who say that, oh, we can't look a gift horse of affordable housing in the mouth. Actually, you folks have torn down housing, demolished 17 units to widen Stony Point Road, recently demolished 4 units in Roseland just because you could do it, while not demolishing a unit at Howard Park that had been moved there. So this whole thing seems to be a bit disingenuous is the way to put it. And thank goodness that Ms. Rogers and Mr. Alvarez are paying attention, because the infrastructure is definitely needed. And we need you to fix the roads, improve with sidewalks, gutters. This is something that was talked about 25 years ago when you formed the Roseland County Island, part of the poorest planning anyone could ever imagine. But you did it on purpose. You inflicted your pain on Roseland, and now you continue to do it. Please help us in the future by slowing up these housing projects until you actually have the infrastructure.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on non-agenda matters.
Great. Thank you so much. So as I mentioned a little bit ago, item 14.1 is of high public importance and interest. So we're going to take a dinner break first because council has been going since 1 o'clock. And we'll come back at 6:30 with item 14.1 before we get into our public hearings. All right, Madam Clerk, I recognize a quorum of the council. Can we please call the roll and reestablish quorum?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Oh. There we go. Huh? Mayor, can you please restate that? I had the mics muted, so thank you. So we're calling the meeting to order?
Oh, yeah, I apologize.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Mr. City Manager, let's do item 14.1.
Mayor Rogers and members of the council, item 14.1 is a report item. The matter before the council is a professional service agreement with OIR Group, LLC, for independent auditor to review the police department. I will be presenting this item along with Michael Giannacco and Brian Corr of the OIR Group. Next slide, please. The City of Santa Rosa desires to retain a qualified firm to conduct police auditor services. The request for proposals for the independent police auditor was issued on June 17th, 2021 and closed on July 12th, 2021. 2 proposals were received and were scored independently by a selection committee who determined that both proposers move forward to an interview process to provide additional information. The selection committee determined unanimously to move forward with the OIR Group due to their expertise and past performance. Next slide, please. As you may recall, the city previously contracted with the OIR Group in 2020 to provide an independent report on the Santa Rosa Police Department's internal investigations related to protest activities that occurred in May and June of 2020. The city found the firm to be professional and thorough in the final report that was presented to the City Council in May of 2021. The OIR Group has 15 years of experience evaluating police shootings, in-custody deaths, and other critical incidents. OIR Group has conducted high-profile internal investigations, including the Kelly Thomas Internal Affairs investigation in Fullerton, California, and several internal investigations of the Oakland Police Department in which the subject officers were supervisors and or members of command staff. The OIR Group consists of a team of 5 principals. The team is led by a former federal rights civil prosecutor, Michael Giannacco, who is a nationally recognized expert on law enforcement reform and accountability systems. He was the chief attorney of the Office of Independent Review for Los Angeles County and is a founding principal of the OIR Group. Teresa Magula began her work in oversight with the Inspector General's Office of the Los Angeles Police Department and has been with the OIR Group since 2017. Samara Marion recently joined the OIR Group after retiring from a career with the San Francisco Department of Police Accountability, the oversight entity for the San Francisco Police Department. Stephen Connolly has been a principal with the OIR Group since 2001 and was an original member of the Los Angeles County Office of Independent Review. Julie Rulin has been a principal with the OIR Group since 2006 and was a deputy chief attorney for the Los Angeles County Office of Independent Review. The scope of work proposed for the OIR Group includes reviewing Santa Rosa Police Department internal investigations and citizen complaints, which includes a review of participation in all administrative investigations and officer-involved shootings, auditing Santa Rosa Police Department misconduct complaints, discipline process and policies, procedures, and training. The audit is designed to ensure the best equitable policing environment. It also includes producing an annual written report summarizing the independent police auditor's evaluation of internal investigations and suggestions for improvements to policies, procedures, and training. Next slide, please. The scope of work also includes conducting community outreach with various city and community stakeholders, community meetings twice a year that will be facilitated by the Chief's Community Ambassador team. They also will be required to contract with an equity consultant to demonstrate understanding in the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. OIR Group has worked closely with Brian Corr in community engagement projects in San Jose and San Leandro as an equity consultant and community engagement facilitator. The OIR Group, under this contract, will be reporting to the city manager regularly regarding any recommendations for improvement. And they'll be presenting their annual auditor's report to the Public Safety Committee and the City Council for discussion. The city will also provide Spanish language translation for these meetings. It is recommended by the City Manager's Office that the Council by resolution approve the professional services agreement with the OIR Group LLC in an amount not to exceed $270,000 total, not to exceed $90,000 per year for a period of 3 years. I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have, and Mr. Giannacco and Mr. Corr are also available and may wish to address the council as well.
All right, thank you. Council, who wants to start with questions? Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm seeing that in this presentation, the only area where I see community involvement is a report out to them, and that's done through the chief's task force. Is that correct?
It will be through the Chiefs Community Advisory Task Force, but Brian Corr with the OIR Group will also be in attendance, and these will be kind of a town hall process. And I can have Chief Navarro and Mr. Corr address that a little bit further if you'd like, Council Member.
Yes, please.
So if you could promote Chief Navarro as well.
It's coming up.
Will Mr. Michael Giannacco be here as well?
Yes.
Very well.
And while we're waiting for the chief to be promoted, Mr. Giannacco, why don't you give a little bit of introductory comments and a little bit on your background as well?
Of course. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the introductory presentation. We are pleased to be here this evening, at least with you virtually, which is unfortunately the story of much of my life the past 2 years and probably yours. We are in the business of oversight, and I'm pleased to have with me this evening one of our individuals that we love to partner with, and Brian can talk about his background. But he has a national background as a result of his position as head of the National Oversight Group for a couple of years as president. But we're the independent police auditor for a number of cities and counties in Northern California. We currently have a responsibility to provide that service to the cities of Palo Alto, Davis, Santa Clara County, and Santa Cruz. We're the interim independent police auditor for the city of Vallejo, and we are currently doing an audit for the city of Vacaville. So we are very familiar with the area. As your city manager indicated, we were heavily involved in the investigation and review of the force incidents that occurred in conjunction with the protests after some of the protesters engaged in inappropriate activity. There were some issues, though, with that use of force, and we set those out in our public report that was presented to you earlier this year. I will turn this over to Brian just so he can say hello to you, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Please do.
Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council, and thank you, Mike. I am Brian Corr. I am zooming into from Cambridge, Massachusetts, where I work and have lived in and around Cambridge since 1987. I am originally from Detroit, Michigan, grew up there, went to school in Ann Arbor, and as I said, came out to Cambridge in the late 80s. My background for probably about 25 years was really in nonprofits working on social justice. And my last job before I started working in municipal government here in Cambridge was at the ACLU of Massachusetts as its first organizer. Part of my work included work on police misconduct in the city of Lawrence, Massachusetts, heavily Latino, primarily Dominican community where there were serious issues of police misconduct. And after that, came to work for the city of Cambridge, where I still work for my day job. And in that role, I do two things. I'm director of the city's Peace Commission, which is broadly around community building, response to traumatic events, and building community and resiliency. And I also am responsible for civilian oversight of our police department. So through that work, I got involved in NACOL, the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, served on the board from 2010 until just a couple of months ago when I basically turned out. 3 of those years, I was elected each year as president. And so in that work, I've done work with communities across the country, as well as some work up in Canada and also down in Mexico. So I'll just say quickly, because I'll probably have a chance to say a bit more. I really do work with this lens of social justice and equity, deep inclusion. I see my work as both a public servant and as a volunteer, and in other work I do really as one of servant leadership. So I've had the opportunity to work with the OIR group this year in San Leandro and San Jose, as you heard. And also in the past year, I've done similar community engagement sessions all via Zoom in places as varied as Bennington, Vermont, and Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and of course, right here where I am in my city of Cambridge. So I can say more later, but just wanted to give you a sense of who I am and the lens I bring to this work. And I'm very excited to be part of this meeting today because what you're doing is deeply important. So thank you for the opportunity.
And Councilmember Alvarez, the scope of work in paragraph 9 explains the community outreach provisions within the contract, requires IPA to be responsible for meeting with various city and community stakeholders in an effort to seek input on policing issues that may arise. They'll be available to receive, respond, and assist with complaints from community members. They'll have a publicly available email address and telephone number where members of the public can reach IPA to address their concerns. We recommend, or IPA should complete ride-alongs with the police department staff to increase police department awareness and promote engagement with the community and city staff members. And this is in addition to the work that they would do with the chief's community ambassador team at least twice a year.
Allow me to take one step back. In regards to, actually this would be more of a question. What obstacles, impediments is there for having community involved in the process to work with an auditor opposed to receiving reports from a member of our agency? And the reason I asked the question, I remember that when we had a discussion in regards to police auditor, we were presented with different options, a hybrid. I remember the word being used, where it was a community-based structure that reported and worked with the auditor, who did work with the police department because of union as well as privacy issues. And I'm not seeing that aspect or that option in the presentation.
Your observation is correct. There is not a formal community policing advisory board or commission recommended. The approach recommended here is to employ a professional firm that has extensive experience in conducting police audits and reviews of internal investigations, police procedures and policies. In that way, they have much greater access to body-worn camera footage. I think during their work with the city in 2020 in May and June, they built up the ability to have interactions with police. The police department really shared fully and gave them full access to both the individuals, the interviews, the internal investigation records, et cetera. And we felt this approach was demonstrated to be successful, not only in our prior experience with them, but also in our review and investigation of their work in other communities.
Who forms the selection committee that elected the present firm?
That was made up of our two assistant city managers, Jason Nutt and Claire Hartman, as well as our captain in the police department, and Magali Tellis.
And if I could ask Brian, you stated the word inclusion and equity. What is your perception of how we could use an OIR firm to increase inclusion and equity without having the community directly involved in the process?
Well, thank you for that question, Council Member. I guess what I would say is I think that it has to involve community in that process in some way. And part of my task as part of this team will be to help the broader OIR group and really the city of Santa Rosa figure out how to do that within the scope of this work. So community outreach with different stakeholders, community meetings twice a year, those are important steps that you have to do, but they're not sufficient, I would say. And it's also very important how you do those. It's really necessary that a process like this, where you don't have, say, a civilian oversight board of some type, but you do have this community engagement process, you have to make sure that you are reaching all stakeholders. And you really have to make sure that in those meetings, you are doing everything you can to hear all voices. I often go back to the principles of procedural justice. It comes up a lot in policing, but for me, it's really what any government entity, or really an entity that has institutional power, has to be doing. You have to make sure that people in the community have a voice, that they're treated with and perceived they're treated with dignity and respect, that you, the people doing that process, whether it's the city broadly or just this team, are neutral and transparent in our work, and that we're trustworthy, that people believe that we have their interests at heart, and we're doing this for the right reasons, for the benefit of the entire community. So I won't say that it's always easy. I think that in my own day work, my day job in government, we are constantly trying to figure out better ways and working on new approaches to really engage the entire community. And so as the work of the auditor proceeds, as reports come out, as trends appear, and also as we hear feedback directly from the community, that all has to feed into those sessions. And then those sessions, you have to present what you've been hearing, present your work, but then stop and really listen. Make sure that people know what you're doing, but then stop and listen and let people know that they're heard. Make sure that we're reflecting back to the community what they're saying, make sure that the reports that we are issuing reflect those community thoughts, needs, and perceptions. And there are two pieces to it. There are the facts, there are the things that you have to do around what happened, what were the violations of policy, if there were any, what are the training needs that will improve things. But then there's also the human side. What are people feeling? What's their perception? What's their lived experience? And so it's a complicated task, but again, it's a kind of a long-winded answer. But to your question, Councilmember Alvarez, I would say that we have to include the community, and whatever structure Santa Rosa presents and decides on, it will be our task as we implement it to make sure that community voice and community presence is there all through the process.
Thank you. Now, one of the things is the community being heard and involved in the process. I take great pride in our current council, because not only do we hear the community, but if you were present for our early deliberations, you see that there's action that follows it. My question to you once again, sir, is what are you going to do with that information that you are hearing from the community? How will it be implemented where it goes beyond just hearing?
All right. Well, I'm going to turn this part of this answer over to Mike, because Mike is really the principal on this. I'm working with them and with him, but I will say that part of my commitment is to make sure that the OIR group is actually doing that, that we are listing that information, that we're figuring out how does it fit in with recommendations, how does it fit in with the things that we're seeing in the community, and how do we make sure that whatever happens around policing is leading to more legitimacy, is leading to more trust. And again, I don't want to pretend I'm an expert on Santa Rosa. You know, I've been reviewing materials. I've read the various reports from, of course, the OIR group, Hillard Hines, from the Sonoma County Human Rights Commission. And also I've been very impressed with what I've seen from the city's community engagement plan and their work. So in the end, it would be partnering with the city staff, with the community engagement folks, making sure that we know what their approach is. And again, it seems very positive. And again, I just have to make sure that the work I'm doing, both externally in your community and internally in the OI group, is, you know, kind of holding our own feet to the fire to make sure that we are doing that. And I don't want to come up with saying it's going to be these 5 things or it's going to look like this, because it's really going to depend on what I and we discover as this work unfolds. But I can tell you that I'm deeply committed to ensuring that it is real, it's meaningful, and it's actionable, that it doesn't just go into a report, but it actually helps to transform policing and ultimately, I think, open hearts and minds to transformational change. Again, not an easy thing to do. It's, you know, easy to say, but that's clearly what needs to happen in the city of Santa Rosa.
I do appreciate that, Brian.
You're very welcome, Councilmember.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, my question has to do with the report out to the Chiefs Community Advisory Team. And it's my understanding, Chief, that these members are selected by yourself and advise you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Fleming. So the Chiefs Community Ambassador Team it has been set up. They were selected by myself and one of my lieutenants. We did set up a process where we requested people throughout the community to be a part of the community ambassador team. We utilized the Office of Community Engagement to make sure that we were pushing that information out to networks and groups that don't normally speak with the police department. We've chosen what I believe and what others have told me is a very diverse group of people to be part of that team. And so as they work with the independent auditor with these 2 community meetings, at least 2 community meetings throughout the year, they're really going to be helping with facilitating the process. And it's not just going to be the community ambassador team. These, we'll work with the Office of Community Engagement for the city to push out this information. And so it's not just 15 individuals hearing from the police auditor. It's going to be, again, like the city manager said, a town hall meeting where our community ambassador team will be involved, and they'll be part of that process.
And to me, that sounds wonderful. What I was wondering is if you would consider also presenting this information to the Community Advisory Board, as a key differential is that our Community Advisory Board, while it sounds like you've gone to great lengths to ensure that this is fair and balanced and all that, at the end of the day, they serve at your pleasure. Whereas the Community Advisory Board could offer an additional level of community engagement and an opportunity for the community to feel like there's an independent group of people who are receiving the information. Would you be open to that?
Yes, I would. In fact, in the past, we have provided updates to the Community Advisory Board on several different topics from our department. So that's something that is very normal for us, and I don't mind providing information to additional groups.
Thank you for your openness.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Sweato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. City Manager, for this report. I have a couple of questions on the scope of service. And let me just start with Mr. Cullen. You made a comment about doing the ride-alongs, and I know the model that our previous auditor was doing, it seemed like that was a big thing. He wanted to build a relationship between himself and the officers. On page 16 of the scope of work, it says the independent police auditor should complete ride-alongs. I'm a little uncomfortable with should. I'm in a world of shall versus should. Can you explain a little bit more why that word was chosen? If it's our expectation they will do ride-alongs?
I think we wanted to communicate the importance of it while giving them some flexibility. There may be periods of time where they're focusing on other activities, but to allow the flexibility. I think the team probably is willing to consider that language change if that's something that's important to the council to have that incorporated.
Or I'd be interested to hear what they think those words mean and what the interest is. And I don't know what previously ORI has done with the other communities that they've already mentioned regarding ride-alongs with officers to understand the culture of the organization.
Council member, Mr. Mayor, if I can respond to the council member's question, I'd be happy to do that.
Please do.
So yeah, I mean, should, shall, I mean, we're going to do ride-alongs. We find that they're helpful. We find that, spending, a few hours with line officers or sergeants, first level supervisors is highly important and educational. And we do learn a lot about the culture of any particular police department through that activity. But we're not going to stop at that. Hopefully when, travel is easier and even when it's not, we'll figure out a way to get up there and take a look at the training that's being conducted, take a look at other aspects of all the police officers do. But focusing on training, I think, is also an important piece. In another city in which we were engaged, we just spent a day watching them on use of force training and running through scenarios and being part of that process. So that's not foreign to us, and it's something that we would be we think it's an important part of our work and responsibilities.
Great, thank you for that, because I share your concerns and comments on that topic. So also on the regarding citizen complaints, when it talks about an independent investigation, if the independent police auditor believes that either an investigation should be done or additional needs to be done, who would conduct that independent investigation? And I know Section 8 also talks about an independent investigation. Does ORI actually do that, or do they contract with someone else, or do you recommend the city manager contract with another independent investigator? How does that work?
I think it could be sliced and diced a couple ways, but we certainly have the investigative chops to do that. So we were, in the protest uses of force that occurred over the protest activity after the George Floyd murder, one of the ORI group members was heavily involved in that investigation, was actually involved in being part of the interviewing team because of the interest in having an independent individual part of that investigative team. So we paired up with the police department on that one. But I think that what is contemplated here is if there's a conflict or it's highly controversial or if it involves a high-ranking member of the department, there's a whole lot of reasons why you may want to have an investigation done outside of the police department itself for certain unique cases, that we would have the ability to do that. And we would work with, obviously, the chief and the city manager before we even ventured there, but we would certainly be available to do that. And we have a lot of investigative ability and experience on the team.
Great, thank you for that. And in the world of the OIR, if we talk about an independent investigation, would that potentially also include another local law enforcement agency? Would that agency be considered an independent investigation from your perspective or the ORI perspective?
I know there are times in which agencies have asked sister agencies to help and do an investigation for them. I think that has gone a bit out of vogue, although the way in which investigations are done is a continually changing and evolving situation. So, for example, as a result of state law, council member, if there are officer-involved shootings in the state, no matter who gets involved in them, and it turns out that the individual who was shot ended up not having a weapon, under state law, the Attorney General now takes over those investigations. So there are all kinds of permutations that are going on, and we'll continue with that trend. But I think the idea of the scope of work was to provide some flexibility, and in cases in which there is a potential conflict, we'd be available to fill in that gap.
Okay. And then in regards section D there, it talks about the access to information. And I know previous iterations that someone outside the chief of police doesn't have access to all the personnel records. But in reading the scope of work, it sounds like you have access to all that information. Is that a correct interpretation?
Not only is it a correct interpretation, council member, but it is an essential part of our work. Without the access to the information, our reports would not have the same meaning. So that's one of the things we insist on in order to engage effectively with the department, and also provide the transparency to your public, to your community, to your constituents that we believe is critical in our role.
Great. And does ORI participate in the Skelly hearings? And is that your choice or the chief of police choice?
I've actually been a Skelly officer in other concepts, but ordinarily no, but we certainly would be reviewing what happens in the Skelly hearings and commenting about them if we found that there was something wanting.
Okay. Thank you. And then the last question I had was on page 14, annual audits. In subsection C said SRPD enforcement action with regards to bias. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Could you share a little bit more information as to the intent behind that? Enforcement actions with regards to bias.
Sure. State law also requires, or it depends on the size of the agency, but it's starting to require agencies to report to the Attorney General the racial breakdown of stops, of searches, of seizures, and by that information, one can determine whether there's disparate treatment. So that would be something that the IPA would be looking at as well and commenting about. But if there are allegations or complaints of bias, those are some things that we would be reviewing and making sure that the police department did a thorough and fair, objective investigation into those complaints, and that the outcomes were based on the evidence and were principled. And we'd, go so far, if it was a pedestrian stop or a vehicle stop, go so far as to be reviewing those body camera footage, which is a game changer for us as auditors, because now we have an independent, unvarnished record of what occurred based on that body camera interaction.
So I'm trying to get my arms around, will this be a complaint-driven action? I get the bigger assessment of the demographics with the new state law tracking the demographics of who have been stopped in contact by SRPD. But I'm still a little bit unclear about the enforcement actions with regard to bias, because some people might argue every stop has got some bias involved with it. So I'm trying to see what the scope of your review would be and what would be the product from that evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, so the audit, could look into enforcement actions apart from the RIPA data, but maybe using the RIPA data as a start to see whether there is more going on there. The stats only get you so far, the data only gets you so far. You have to really dig into the individual cases and interactions. But for example, what we've done in other jurisdictions is we will look at not necessarily a complaint-driven incident or sets of incidents, but just look at 10 stops by one officer and see whether or not there's any indicia of any kind of racial bias or bias going on with regard to who the officer's stopping, who the officer's searching, and doing an audit-based sort of examination that way.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I had a question. So when a police officer makes a stop, what is the vehicle stop? What is the initial question that they ask? Do either of you know? What's the question?
Yes, council member, there's no script. I think every officer sort of develops a way of doing business, a way of approaching individuals, but that is something that is really important when we look at the way in which interactions are begun by police officers who are detaining an individual in a vehicle stop. So, for example, there are some jurisdictions in which we have seen some officers, particularly officers who have been on the department for a long period of time, whose first question out of the box is, are you on probation or parole? And if you want to find a way to off-put an individual by asking that question, along with driver license and registration, that's a good way of doing it. And so those are the kinds of things that we get into the weeds about to see whether or not there is a pattern of doing that. I'm not suggesting that Santa Rosa patrol officers do that. All I'm suggesting is that I've seen that in other jurisdictions. So those are the kinds of things we'll be examining.
So in your examination of that, would that be an example of bias in your opinion?
Not in and of itself, but it's certainly, if in fact those questions are only being asked of people of color or disproportionately asked of people of color, now we're starting to get somewhere with regard to concerns, right? So I think the question in and of itself is not really a great question, at least not a question that one would ask right off the bat if you're trying to develop a positive relationship with the individual being detained, who is not going to be happy about being detained, obviously. But if it appears to be that is a pattern that is more heavily focusing on individuals who are Black or Latino or of color, then that's a problem. And those are the kinds of things we, through our auditing, would detect and uncover.
And when you look at officers, and like you said, you'll look at an officer in the 10 stops. If an officer has a certain beat, depending on that beat, they may encounter a certain group or the same type of people if they're in the same, a neighborhood, right? So wouldn't you kind of see the same type of way that they stop people? Like you wouldn't really see it change so much, right?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right in you have to compare apples and apples as opposed to apples and oranges. So what we generally do is we look at a squad or a shift and see whether or not there are any outliers with regard to that kind of activity, right? So while you would expect to see the same kind of interactions by officers, that are working that shift, working that beat, sometimes you don't. And so if you have an officer that is conducting him or herself in a way in which people are unhappy with the way in which the interactions begun, and often with the way in which the interactions ended, or that officer gets an inordinate number of complaints compared to the rest of his colleagues or her colleagues on the shift, then you do have an outlier. And that's when, some sort of remediation needs to be done.
And do you see the same number of complaints per se from communities of color as you do from communities that are not of color?
To generalize, unfortunately, for a whole lot of reasons, cities or neighborhoods or communities of color, you tend to generate fewer complaints in my experience, than neighborhoods that are white or more affluent. Some of that, I think, particularly for our Latino communities, some of that has to do with a language issue or hurdle or challenge, but I think more that's going on there council member, is that in some communities, there is some lost confidence and lost faith in the process, right? And so people give up. They don't think that making a complaint is going to do any good. And that's where, Brian comes in his outreach component. But that's also where we come in to sort of indicate, now we have an independent police auditor that's not affiliated with the police department and is going to be reviewing these things and going to take a look at the body camera independent of the police department and make an independent assessment and tell the community what we're finding. So that's the value of this auditing program, in my view, and in a sense that, and this has been our experience. So we've been working with Palo Alto for a dozen years, and I think that now there is a greater confidence in that intake process because they've had an auditor as long as they've had. And quite frankly, if complaints go up, that's not necessarily a bad thing. If complaints go up, that suggests that there's more confidence in the process and that something appropriate will be done when an officer has stepped over the line.
And Vice Mayor, this is also part of our community engagement program as well. That will continue and complement the efforts of the OIR group with their outreach efforts and community engagement and involvement activities. So there will be a lot of collaboration and cooperation between those two elements.
So you said that you've been doing this for quite some time. In my experience is that when people do something for quite some time, things begin to be normalized. So as a mother of 8 beautiful brown children, what makes you different, your group? What makes you guys different? Why should the community entrust you to be different from everyone else in the past to complete this task and to see right from right and wrong from wrong and to actually say something about it?
If I were a community member, I would say the jury would be out and show us your work and show us what you're finding and show us our reports. That I think will be the first test for us is the kind of reporting we do. But I have been a lawyer for quite a while now. All of my legal career, before that I was a school teacher for a few years and really appreciated that. All of my legal career has been devoted to civil rights enforcement. So I prosecuted police officers when I was a federal prosecutor. I have been working in misconduct and oversight field for 20 more years after my years as a prosecutor of police officers. So, and if people look at our reports, which I'm sure your selection committee did and your city did, they're hard-hitting reports. We don't, if something is a problem or something needs to be addressed or remedied or fixed or something needs to be identified, we're not shy about talking about it because it's all we have is our credibility and we want to continue with that.
And if I may add a little bit, Council Member, to your question, I do think that from my experience, having known the OIR group since I got involved in NACOL in 2012 and seen their continued presence, part of what we have in sort of the NACOL family is a very broad range of stakeholders. We have people with backgrounds like Mike and the rest of the OIR team. We have community activists. We have people who have come directly out of policing, who've worked on issues of police misconduct. We have journalists and academics. And so NACOL really helps us to constantly be thinking about how do we do things differently? What are effective practices? And I would say that seeing how the OIR group over the years has continued to bring in new people. If it were stuck in the past, it would probably be a group of attorneys that are looking at how to prosecute misconduct. But over the years, they've brought in different people, now including myself, who have different perspectives. I'm not an attorney. I really come out of peace and justice organizing and have that perspective. So again, I think the jury is out to an extent for what the community will see, but for the purposes of your city council making this decision, please just know that I am committed to this and I really see this work with the OIR group as an extension of work I've done before. So I am very committed to ensuring that those different lenses are present and that all of those voices that aren't normally heard are part of the discussion and that their needs are met to the extent possible. Again, not an easy task, but it's what I'm deeply committed to.
Thank you guys for taking the time to answer the questions, although they may not be the normal conventional questions that you would normally get. I think that they needed to be answered and the community needed to hear the answers to the questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you. The principal, sir, how are you, Michael? I believe we spoke a little bit back when we were discussing the protests that we had here in the city of Santa Rosa. And one of my questions to you was how long had you been involved in the process, but you just went over your experience in regards with prosecution and the school teacher as well. So thank you for both of those services. In regards to the process that happened during the protests, were you able to communicate with the Human Rights Commission when you gave your report, when you created your report?
We were certainly, council member, we were certainly aware of the report that they had done, and we certainly used the information that they had produced in the report that they had prepared prior to our report, and it informed some of the findings that we looked at. So while we didn't, while our scope didn't give us the opportunity to address them as a body, we certainly learned from what they had uncovered in their own independent process.
Were you able to interview any of the protesters who brought about litigation?
Yeah, there was an attempt to reach out to those individuals, but because of the litigation piece, my recollection is that they were not interested in pursuing interviews through the internal affairs investigation. But they still have their own, litigation that they ended up settling. But we did reach out to them and attempt to interview them, yes.
Very well. And I hope you understand that this is going back to my original question of how can we get the public's trust to assure them not only of transparency, but that the reports are actually thorough when we say that they're being thorough. And if we falter and we fall a little bit short of that line, I feel that we are losing the progress that is made thus far. And I'm definitely being tough with my questions because I'm coming from the citizen aspect of it. And I'm trying to get to a yes, which I really want to get to, especially after hearing how committed you are to the process. So I'm extremely happy to hear about that. And this is a city of Santa Rosa that has a police chief that knelt with its people when someone else knelt on a neck. That's the pride that I take in Santa Rosa. With that being said, I definitely want to see inclusion. I want to see participation. I want to see transparency. And I'm hoping that you can provide that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. And that's my commitment. And I think Brian would agree with us. With
Absolutely.
Me. That's our commitment.
All right. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to build a little bit off of some of the questions that Councilmember Alvarez asked, because what he's really asking is to what extent is the community going to be involved and to what extent is the community going to have oversight? And that's one of the ongoing and lingering conversations that is still out there. Hiring an independent auditor will further our goals of providing additional transparency and accountability within our existing structures. And yet we also then have a public safety subcommittee that will at some time have a conversation around civilian oversight board, or to what extent of civilian oversight would work or make sense for Santa Rosa, if that's a direction we even want to go. We have a charter review committee where one of the recommendations that could come out is a civilian oversight Measure P type measure that was supported in Santa Rosa. What's your experience working in communities that either have these types of structures or have been in the process of figuring out whether they make sense for their community and how to move into them?
That's an excellent question. And we have worked as independent police auditors with cities that don't have a formal review board or accountability group different names for these bodies, but no community-facing group. But we have also worked with cities that do have a police accountability commission or a police review board, or some different names. For example, in the city of Davis, from our inception as the independent police auditor, which we've been for 3 years now, we have worked with the Police Accountability Commission. In the city of Santa Clara County, we have a community-facing County of Santa Clara. We have a community-facing group that we work with, and in cities that have decided to form those review boards or commissions, we have provided a role as a liaison to those individuals. So we attend the meetings, we present, we tell them what we're learning. They tell us they assign us projects at times. They assign us auditing projects to do. And it ends up being a pretty good symbiosis. So, and we have actually transitioned to cities that are going in that direction and have helped train the commissioners or the review board members with regard to police practices so that they can be equipped and be talking from a position of more knowledge in addition to their community experience that they bring to the table. So we are certainly, and we find that, in cities that have decided to go that way, that community board or group or commission can end up being helpful to our work as well, because they're the eyes and ears of the community. They live in the city, we don't, and so they bring that experience and knowledge to us as individuals who have that expertise and the accessibility to information, but we don't have that community component. So I know that's a longer-winded answer that you might ask for, but that is something that we have worked with and continue to do.
And if I may,
really appreciate the answer. Go ahead, Brian. My apologies.
I'm sorry. No, not at all. My apologies, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just say very quickly, and again, I'm very aware there's a specific scope of work in a contract that's being discussed, but just so you know, in my role at NACOL and just other work I've done, I have done lots of work with communities all over the United States that are looking at creating civilian oversight, whether it's counties looking at some sort of countywide mechanism, and that's every place from Fairfax, Virginia, to Arlington, Virginia, to places like, as I mentioned, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, places pretty much all over the United States, communities large and small that are in that process of thinking about oversight. So it's not totally clear to me how that will play out in this particular situation, but just know that that is a level of expertise that I have. And again, I enjoy doing that work. So to the extent it's appropriate, part of that outreach can be thinking about, listening to, hearing from the community about what they're looking for, what the needs of the community are, and then that ties in with what is being found in audits and investigations, the longer-term history, and not just in Santa Rosa, but really in Sonoma County, because I know there's a complicated interplay between the Sheriff's Department, the City Police Department, and things that happen in other communities like Roanoke Park still affect people in Santa Rosa. So I think that to the extent this comes up in outreach, I believe I can play a helpful role in facilitating those conversations and bringing to the surface needs and things that people are looking for as they might consider what type of civilian oversight would be appropriate for Santa Rosa going forward. And thank you.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate the thoughtful answers. Any other questions from council? All right, let's go to public comment on this item. I'll start with folks in the chamber. If anybody is interested in providing comment, go ahead and head to the podium. Not seeing anyone. We've got a couple of hands via Zoom. We'll start with Evan, and then we'll move to resident 0694.
Are you able to hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I appreciate very much the line of questioning from the council members, and I also very much appreciate the responses here from OIR. I find them both encouraging. But what we're talking about is not just efficacy, but also efficacy and credibility. And credibility means nothing without trust. So OIR is limited by the restrictions of their contract. And while I'm really encouraged to hear Brian and Michael speak, I hope you can hear me in saying that the community was severely disappointed in OIR's report, but we don't necessarily hold you accountable for that because an investigator is only as good as the information they have. And I'm letting you know that the trust is so fractured in this community between law enforcement and the civilians that there are so many people that did not come forward, even including in the Human Rights Commission report. So you can't look past that. So also the selection committee, I'm not suggesting that OIR is the wrong group to use as this auditor. It sounds like they could be a great, outstanding group for the community. But the fact that you have 2 unelecteds and the Santa Rosa Police Department representing the majority of a selection process, even though it's unanimous, is already creating more distrust in this community in a contractual status for a contract that's going to be held over their head. You know, both of those unelected assistant city managers work in conjunction with the police department, and you have the police department suggesting who should have oversight on the police department. That is inherently not oversight by definition. So the process has been flawed, even if we've arrived to the right group. And now you have, it sounds like this is an extension of the professional standards, which is what the police department would like, but that's not what it is. They can work that out internally. This is for the community. And it is critical to the credibility and trust of this community that not only do we have this auditor and that this contract provide true autonomy and independence for true oversight, which it seems like they're more than capable of doing if the scope of work is defined as such, but it has to work in conjunction with the civilian review board, which yet is still to be determined what that looks like, but it is totally critical. Right now, that scope of work is telling us that you're going to have 2 reports with the chief's ambassador committee that the police have chosen, which, you know, Mayor Fleming pointed out the oddity to that. I'll just tell you right now, as somebody who was attempted to be recruited for that, I'm not saying that they didn't land some good candidates. I'm telling you that most of the good candidates want nothing to do with that. And I'm not suggesting that it shouldn't work or that the police department's not trying their best to do something positive. But if you think that's the voices of the community for community outreach, you are greatly mistaken. And this is one of the inherent problems of using people who are not localized to the community, which is, again, not OIR's fault, but they don't understand the nuances, the concerns, the priorities of the community. So they might have the professional chops to do this, but you have to have people from the community who live in this community intimately involved in this process. And I have concerns about OIR's effectiveness when there could potentially be spread thin. Unless I misunderstood, it seems like there's only 5 of you and you have all these contracts, and you're going to give us an annual report.
Thank you, Evan. I need you to wrap up if you would.
Yeah, look, I'm saying OIR is totally required, but is insufficient. And I hope that City Council, you will do something that formally leaves the door open for a formal independent civilian review board to work in conjunction with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. We'll go to resident 0694, followed by Kathleen.
Mayor Roger, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Duffy. I'm a neighbor in Rohnert Park. I am a NACOL member and also a NACOL certified practitioner of oversight. And thank you for hearing my comments this evening. There's lots of really good sections in this contract that you're looking at, including the full and unfettered access to materials for complaint audits and the systemic audits of complaints and discipline, policies, procedures, and training. So I want to start off saying congratulations on being so thorough in those particular areas. There are some things that absolutely need to be fixed. First and foremost, the Chief's Community Ambassador Team, also called CCAT, is illegitimate, and you need to remove any language that refers to it from the contract. It violates the very first principle of effective independent oversight, as it lacks any sense of independence. All its members serve at the pleasure of the chief. Do not sully the great work that you did putting this contract together by including CCAT in this process. The chief can have it, you can do it, but it certainly should not be related to oversight. OIR should establish an alternative location independent of SRPD to accept complaints. SRPD likely has a wide discretion on classifying communications from the public as something other than an official complaint, which then triggers investigations, reporting, and tracking. And we need to close that loophole. So there needs to be a place for people to report a complaint that is not directly to SRPD. Lastly, just as we established, due to its lack of independence from SRPD, CCAT is an illegitimate body. So the City Council will need to eventually establish a legitimate community body to help you satisfy the stakeholder support and community engagement principles of effective civilian oversight. OIR and Brian Corr are more than qualified to help you accomplish that goal when you choose to finally and seriously pursue it. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Jim. We'll go to Kathleen, followed by Lee.
There we go. Good evening, everybody. I have two brilliant speakers as predecessors here. It's a pretty hard act to follow, and they've pretty much said everything that needs to be said. I would say that I welcome, at long last, that we're going to have an independent auditor, and I stress independent. The structure, I think, as has been pointed out, has some serious flaws. I think it's a problem to only have reports in from OIR twice a year. I think it should be monthly, or at least at minimum quarterly. OIR should report to the City Council as well as to the City Manager, not just to the City Manager. And then I think, the most important point I think has already been stressed, and let me stress it again. There is an inherent conflict built in to any kind of advisory body appointed by the chief of police. It's nothing personal. It is just a fact. It has to be changed. This kind of consulting team, body, whatever you want to call it, should be appointed by none other than the members of the City Council. So I assert you to use your powers to change this provision in the agreement, because it is unacceptable as it stands. It simply can't and does not represent any measure of independence. So let's not play that game. Let's really do it. Let's really have the independence with the community input with its diverse interests and really, really well represented. Then we have a real shot at having a great independent auditor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. We'll go to Lee, followed by Kelsey.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I just want to take a minute to say that I am in favor of a completely independent community review committee. I believe that it's important to have independent auditors that are not appointed by the police. I'm sorry, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm a former educator, and I can't imagine somebody coming into my classroom only when I unlocked the door. It really doesn't make sense. I don't think there's any other position. Are you hearing it? Anyway, I'm going to continue.
Try again. Yeah, we'll give you a couple extra seconds here.
Okay, no problem. Basically, what I'm really just saying is I want the council to establish an independent community review committee. It just has to be independent, and the time needs to be taken to make sure that the focus and the understanding by a community oversight committee, like it feels to me that it needs to be independent, and it also it takes time. So to establish such a thing, I am going to yield my time. But again, I don't understand how somebody who needs to be audited can say, but this is the guy I want to audit me. And I'm going to repeat it as a school teacher. If I were to say, I only want the people that I want to come in here to check to see if I'm doing a good job as a teacher. And I'm going to tell you exactly who they are. And I'm not going to unlock the door unless those are the people reviewing me. It just literally makes no sense. It feels gaslighting. It feels uncomfortable. And it just please consider that. Please consider that it needs to not be the person who needs to be audited to say who's going to do the auditing. Thank you for your time, and I yield mine.
Thank you, Lee. We'll go to Kelsey, followed by Michael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Vero, and been listening for hours, but we managed to nail the time I'm nursing a baby to sleep. So here we go. I absolutely agree with everything that's been said. Everyone who's been following this who looked immediately caught the Chiefs Advisory Board part. Really, that's all you need to know about it to know that that has to be changed. It has to be changed first. You cannot sign the contract and change it later. I don't know if you can do it in real time or it has to come back to the agenda to be changed, but the independent civilian body that we've been asking for is not optional. The discussion around creating something that is Measure P-like, maybe it takes more time, ways we can empower them with real things that they can do rather than even just advise. And that would take time, but I think it's entirely possible that we can make the body now from the beginning and work on how to empower them with more things over time or with the public safety subcommittee, that kind of thing. I just haven't heard it said yet necessarily that I was on the meeting listening in about the protests and the OIR report. I'd never heard of them before. So this isn't our first meeting with the community. We've met and it didn't go well. Many of us, including those who had been at those protests, who were injured, who had settlements later, felt extremely frustrated and angry and even traumatized in terms of listening to somebody talk about the injuries and the traumatic experiences they've had, as in such a sanitized way. And the contrast to the Human Rights Commission was extremely apparent. And so they've talked a good game in this meeting, and I like what I'm hearing, but it's a firm, and he said it's the business of oversight, and it's not local, and that's why that civilian body has to be empowered. There is no trust. We heard that report. We hated it at the time, basically. And I know there were limitations on the contract, and that's why we're looking at the contract now. We have to get it right from the beginning. And so those are the main things that I wanted to say. Please fix those things, and we will be very happy to move forward with the audit. Oh, I wanted to say the city manager absolutely cannot. The city manager can fire them for any reason, it says in the contract. And that's what happened last time, and it was empty for years. That cannot be left to stand. They have to talk to the council and give more often reports. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Michael.
Hey, everyone. Michael Tatone. So I'm glad that we're considering having the auditor position filled. But when I saw that OIR Group is the organization that was chosen to fill that position, I was very disappointed. It seems like it didn't, this position is, maybe to us, what we want is an accountable police force. That's what we want as a community. Maybe that's not necessarily the goals of everyone who is weighing in on this. But our experience from the protests in Santa Rosa was we saw that, from being on the street, there were a lot of police abuses. And, we heard many of those abuses in the Human Rights Commission report. And then it seemed that OIR only investigated the incidents that SRPD was in the scope of the SRPD's internal investigation. And the ones that were investigated, I don't think were particularly good. Now, if that was because individuals weren't reporting the facts, I think it kind of speaks to the problem with, just having a police auditor, which is that it's, part of they're perceived as being part of, the internal investigation of the police. And it's not sufficient for people to really trust the process and give information, which is why I think we do need independent police oversight. And that's something that we have to, it's not for consideration today. What I do want to say is, again, was that OIR's fault, or was that the city's fault, or was that the police chief's fault? I think that it largely falls on the city. And so what I want to say is, whether we have OIR or another group, I don't believe trust is going to be repaired from this particular choice. And I'm disappointed that we are going with OIR group. And just to point out, the previous auditor was fired from his position for criticizing the city's policies on homelessness, on homeless sweeps, which, should be criticized, especially at the time. I can see how that would have diminished diminished officer morale to be scooting homeless people around all the time and not really solving the problem. So, we're watching. If we end up having to fire another auditor for the same reason, I think that's going to be just, another huge problem.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have any voicemail public comments?
We do, Mayor.
Item 14.1, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Please do not hire this group OIR as the independent police auditor. We need to have something closer to home here in Santa Rosa, starting with a citizens oversight committee and getting people in our community who know the problems we've had for over 20 years. This is really important. And this group that you're talking about hiring is just another go along to get along crew. They basically haven't helped yet. I don't think they'll help at all. They're just about making the money and doing the same thing that the police union wants. It's really a sad time that so many tragedies are occurring. Did you know that most of the homicides in Santa Rosa this year have been over in Roseland? And the one police killing so far this year over in Roseland. So we have a vested interest that we get some honesty in this whole process. And I don't think this OIR group is going to bring that to the table. They're just another crew that's going to follow what the leader wants and take their money and laugh all the way to the bank. Please, Citizens Oversight Committee with a locally based auditor, someone that will stand up to the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allegra Wilson, and I am calling in on agenda item 14.1, the contract with the OIR group for police oversight services. I want to call to advocate for more community input before awarding this contract to the OIR group. The Santa Rosa City Council should know that this is a topic of strong interest in the community, and we want as much oversight and input from the people who are impacted by over-policing and police violence as possible. The OIR group submitted a report about the police violence against protesters in 2020 that was completely sanitized and had very little relationship to the actual atrocities that were committed, including human rights violations, as detailed by the Sonoma County Commission on Human Rights. I really urge the City Council to slow down this process, involve community voice in what goes into that contract, as well as in the selection of the right person or body to do this type of oversight. We need oversight. We needed it long before now, as we know that the police have killed yet another person just down the street from my house, as a matter of fact. It's harmful to the community. It's horrible, and oversight is needed. But more than that, community input and involvement on that oversight is needed, because more policing of the police by interests who don't care about the people is not going to help us. And having this body, this OIR group, run the show without any input from the community is unacceptable, as they've proven by their report that they submitted to the council in May. So again, please involve the community in these types of decisions. We need to have a voice. We deserve to have a voice, and we will not be ignored. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on item 14.1.
Great, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Mr. City Manager, there were two things in particular that I heard a couple of different times. One of them was a question about the city manager's authority to fire the independent contract here for oversight. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that actually stems from the city's charter, which says that council members only have authority over two employees of the city manager and the city attorney, and that we are not allowed to give hiring and firing direction in any other position.
That is correct, Mayor. The city's charter does outline that authority, and that is typical of council manager forms of government in the state of California.
Okay. The other question was about the CCAT doing the facilitation for the community meetings. How was it determined that the CCAT was the appropriate facilitator in that instance, as opposed to, for example, the mayor or the chair of the Public Safety Oversight Committee?
I think Chief Navarro may speak to this in more detail, but my understanding was that the chief formed this community ambassador team. It's not an advisory body, has no authority within the department or other function of oversight in the department, other than to encourage community involvement and engagement. And he may want to elaborate more on their role with the community engagement process associated with this contract.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Yes, Mayor. So they are an ambassador team that's set up to assist us with additional outreach to the public in the way that they would be, again, utilized in this particular contract would be to help conduct outreach to the public, and again, the advice is not coming from CCAT. They are providing input on where the community is positioned. They're going to be used to enhance community engagement and to bring more people to the table. And so we not only will use them, but again, we'll use the city's community engagement team or Office of Community Outreach. And all of that is an effort to try to enhance more community involvement. So they're not an advisory, it's an ambassador team for our community.
So Chief, would there be any objection then, section 9, page 16 of the scope of services, it says community meetings will be facilitated by the Chief's community ambassador team and held twice a year. Is there any objection then if we switch that to community meetings will be facilitated by the mayor or their designee?
Mayor, our biggest piece is to get community involvement. If that's the direction, we can definitely accommodate that. I do know that the members of the community ambassador team do want to get involved in some way, so I would hope that they're a part of it. But if it's under the direction of the mayor or another designee, then we can accommodate that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Councilor, are there any additional questions? Otherwise, I'll have Councilmember Fleming put a motion on the table. Go ahead.
In regards to the time that the reports are being brought out, I believe it's stated that it's only once a year when these reports are made available. And I'm wondering if City Council, if there's an opportunity for us to meet quarterly during the first year while we see this program being developed, and then after the first year on a yearly basis, unless a situation arises that demands a report to be made?
That would be a change in the scope of the contract. I would imagine that we would need to discuss that and any cost implications with the OIR group.
What we could do, council member, if it's appropriate, is if we choose to move forward with this tonight, we could potentially have those conversations, and then if a change in scope of service would require additional finances or something of that nature, we could bring that as a separate addendum for discussion, either in the budget or sooner, if that needs to take place.
I would appreciate that, Mayor, and that does make sense. We could take a look at the cost associated with. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Fleming?
Yes. Prior to putting a motion on the floor, City Attorney, do I need to do anything to incorporate the mayor and the chief's agreement to provide the reports to the mayor or the mayor's designee, or will that happen in the process after I put the motion on the floor?
No, it would be helpful for you to incorporate that into your motion, so that you would move to adopt the resolution, read the resolution title with the one change that, and I'm sorry, my computer just ran out of battery, so I don't have that section. I think it's on page.
No worries. I'll give it a good crack, and will you correct me if I don't get it right?
Yes,
All right.
actually, the city manager graciously just handed me his notes, so I'm good.
Okay, excellent. All right. I'm honored to bring a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the professional services agreement with OIR Group, LLC, to serve as the independent police department auditor, with the additional amendment to the contract that the reports will be given biannually to the mayor or the mayor's designee.
If I could correct, because I want to make sure we're clear with the community, it's the community meeting, the twice yearly community meeting, will be facilitated by the mayor or their designee. And just to explain, the designee part is because my thought is that the actual person who should facilitate the meeting is either the mayor or the chair of the committee that has oversight. And we don't know in the future what that committee will look like. So I just wanted to make sure that there was enough wiggle room within the scope of the contract to be able to have the right person facilitating that meeting. And so it's page 16, section 9, community meetings will be facilitated by the mayor or their designee and held twice a year.
Would you like me to do it again? Happy to do
Good with
so.
that, I think we can say with those changes.
Yes, you can just state with those changes.
As the mayor said.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
May I get a second?
I will second.
All right, so we have a motion from Councilmember Fleming and a second from Councilmember Alvarez. Are there any additional comments from council members? Let's go Councilmember Alvarez, and I'll work my way down.
I want to say that I'm proud to support this. I look forward to a transparent, inclusive process that makes our community feel that they are represented with respect and dignity. And I'm here at your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Today is a good day. It should not have taken as long as it has, but it is here now. And so I think that what we ought to do is I miss something? Okay. I think that given that it's taken us as long as it has to get here, we ought to consider moving forward how we're going to make sure that we don't end up in this situation again where we have 3 years without an independent auditor. And I know that council has previously given direction to the Charter Review Committee to take this up. It is my hope and my belief that we are hiring a group of talented individuals who will be able to execute on our vision of an independent and accountable auditor that's independent and provides accountability to our police force, and that this independent auditor will allow our community to feel some degree of engagement and comfort and trust. And that in turn that trust will in turn increase the ability of our peace officers to do the difficult jobs that they do with a greater degree of confidence and safety, and that in turn our community will be benefited all around.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very supportive of this. You know, it's how we got here is an interesting voyage, and I have heard not only tonight but from other members of the community, wouldn't it be great if we did have a local firm? But I think this is the third or fourth time the city has gone out, and as far as my understanding is they don't exist yet, right? And I do want to thank both Brian and Mike. Thank you for your feedback and answers to the question. The word trust has been mentioned here. I think you really have provided those first steps towards trust. I really am anxious to see the work that OIR is going to do, and we can really partner to build this relationship. So I really appreciate your interest and look forward to future collaborations.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor, you've got the last word.
Did someone mention about the process of complaints and how the complaints come in and that should be changed? No? Okay, just checking before we went through all this process. So I must say that I was one of the people that very strongly wanted this position filled, and I still feel that way. And it is not the dinner that we just had that was really good that has my stomach in knots. I think what has my stomach in knots is that I know that on paper and educationally and in experience, you guys check all the boxes. And I'm so done with checking boxes that it's driving me nuts. The fact that you guys did not talk to the people that did the Human Rights Commission report bugs me. It really gets me in so many places, and it disappoints me how you can check so many boxes and just be so close to, I know no one's perfect, but on paper, and just have the expertise and just be there and just be have all this experience and no, and you're saying, well, I couldn't get to the protesters, but you were so close to people that interviewed the protesters and had all this experience firsthand with protesters and people that were there, and you didn't take the opportunity to, I don't know, it just makes me feel some type of way. So I have reservations, and I hate feeling that way when I'm voting for something. But I have really I don't feel great. With that being said, I think that I think Michael said it, and that is, let us show you. Let us show you. And I said I have eight brown children, so I am, as a mother, not as a council member, as a resident, I'm asking you to, I know you don't live here, but I'm asking you to show our community better than you can tell us, better than you can write a proposal. I'm asking you to show us with your actions, and I'm asking you to hold our police department accountable. And I'm not saying to hold us accountable to flip our police department upside down, because I think we have some darn good officers. I'm asking you because I want our department to be the best. So I want you to find things that we can improve upon, to train our officers to make us the best, not to chastise us, to punish us, but to train our officers to point out things that can make us the best. That's what I'm looking for, is to make us the best. And as near perfection as we can get, not to point out all the things that we do wrong in order to say we're doing them wrong, but so that we can train our officers and make them the best. So with that, that's what I have to say, but I do have this knot in my stomach.
All right, thanks, Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Right. Thank you so much. We'll be talking, Mike and Brian. Mr. City Manager, let's go on to our public hearings. I do believe we have to conclude any public hearings start any public hearing before 9 o'clock.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. So we'll move on to item 15.1 and try to be expeditious with them.
Mayor Rogers and members of the council, item 15.1 is a public hearing on the amended 2020 water shortage contingency plan. Colin Close, our senior water resources planner, will do the staff report on this item.
Thank you very much, City Manager Colin, and good evening, Council and Mayor. We'll go ahead and get started with this, and I'll do my best to be very concise for you. I know it's been a very busy evening already. We're here with this first item to present to you a recommendation to amend our 2020 water shortage contingency plan with 2 amendments. One of those amendments also would include introduction of an ordinance. Next slide, please. This slide will be familiar to you. It's to remind the public that the California Urban Water Management Planning Act does require the city to take steps every 5 years to prepare and adopt and submit a comprehensive water planning document that looks out over we actually use a 25-year horizon, but the law requires at least a 20-year horizon. And that we also prepare a separate plan to prepare for water shortages should they occur for any reason whatsoever. These are adopted every 5 years, and you held a study session in May and you adopted both documents in June, the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, that long-term water plan, and the water shortage contingency plan. The law does allow for us to make any amendments that we think are necessary in between those 5-year cycles. So we wanted to take advantage of that and to propose these 2 amendments that I will explain. Next slide, please. And just a reminder, again, a shortage plan prepares us for water shortages that could occur for any reason. And it's like an operational plan. It's very detailed and has quite a few response actions listed in it for any type of water shortage stage. And that's so that we can make sure that the water we have available during a shortage will get us through that shortage, that we'll have enough for health and safety throughout that period. Next slide, please. We have 8 water shortage stages, as you're well aware. And when we get past stage 4, when we get into stages 5, 6, 7, and 8, that's when we are rationing water. We call that water allocations. Next slide, please. When we are rationing water, when we're assigning water allocations, every individual water service gets an amount of water that's specific to the type of customer and to some data that's specific to that site. For example, how many people live in that home or the type of business. When this is in fact in place, it is a requirement that folks not exceed the limit on how much water they've been allocated. If they do, we immediately would start enforcement. Part of that enforcement process includes excess use penalties. Next slide, please. In the current water shortage plan, the excess use penalties are defined by looking at a percentage of use over that water allocation. And while on paper and an Excel spreadsheet, when we looked at this mathematically, it makes perfect sense and it works very well. Unfortunately, it doesn't work well with our billing software because we end up with increments of 1,000-gallon units. We bill in 1,000-gallon units. So while this does make a lot of sense logically and in many ways, it's actually, we're not able to implement it in a useful way with our billing system. So staff worked with our software vendor and we took a look at a number of different models that we could use so that we could come up with a penalty structure that would have a similar impact, but would be easily implemented. So next slide, please. So what we came up with was looking at the 1,000 gallons of units over use, over the allocation, and then assign a flat fee for each 1,000-gallon unit. And when we did the analysis, similar to the analysis we did in the water shortage plan for the adopted structure, the impact would be very similar in terms of the amount of fees that would be charged if someone wasn't complying with the allocations at any given stage. So this comes very close to that structure. So that's the first amendment that we are recommending. We're recommending that we shift to a penalty structure that's based on 1,000-gallon units rather than on percentage. Next slide, please. You're familiar with this slide. This is the second amendment that we're recommending. The shortage plan currently allows for water demand offsets to increase with the more severe stages of shortage 6, 7, and 8. In stage 1, it's a 1-to-1 offset, but by stage 8, it's a 4-to-1 offset. And we would recommend that regardless of which stage we're in, when we're rationing water with our existing customers and don't have water to allocate to new uses, that the offset be a requirement that's strictly 1-to-1 for all stages 5 through 8. So those are the two amendments that are recommended. Next slide, please. Because it's a document that has lots of sections and tables and appendices, that amendment includes making sure that those changes are made in all of the parts and pieces of the plan where they are currently embedded.
My apologies. I accidentally clicked out of your presentation. One moment.
No problem. So I can mention that, so what we would recommend is that all of those pieces be included in the updating that water shortage plan. The other piece that we would recommend is that the ordinance be adopted, and the ordinance is necessary to update. Thank you so much. Next slide would be great. Yeah, thank you. The ordinance would be to change our city code so that the excess use penalty structure gets updated with the new penalty structure. Next slide, please. So in more formal terms, the recommendation is this. It's recommended by the Board of Public Utilities and Santa Rosa Water that council by resolution adopt the amended 2020 water shortage contingency plan and introduce an ordinance approving revisions to the excess use penalty structure set forth in section 14-04.015 of the city code. And I'm happy to take any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colin. I have just one sort of basic question right off the bat. I was at a community meeting a couple of weeks ago, and somebody asked me why we bill in 1,000-gallon increments. Is there an easy answer for that to explain to people?
I don't know if there's an easy answer per se, but basically every water department, water supplier picks a unit that they use for billing. And so we pick the 1,000-gallon unit. Some folks pick a CCF or other kinds of, that's a cubic foot measure. What we do though, however, I think it's helpful for the community to know is if you used, let's say, 1,400 gallons this month, you're actually billed at 1,000 gallons. And then next month, if you roll over the next 1,000-gallon unit, that's when it catches up. So it's really, in some ways, it favors the customer in that we go to the next lowest 1,000-gallon unit, so that we're always billing in whole 1,000-gallon units, and then it does catch up. So we don't overcharge our customers. We don't round up. We round down, and we know over time that does catch up.
So, I mean, because we all got PRA'd for our water usage and got to see how much each of us use. So you're saying that Councilmember Fleming, when she uses less than 1,000 gallons in a month, she pays nothing that first month, and then the second month when she rolls over the 1,000, it gets added in and she gets charged?
Well, it would depend on, it's when the 1,000-gallon unit number on the meter turns over. So if the 1,000-gallon unit on the meter doesn't turn over, then there isn't a water charge that month for the water itself. There is still the fixed fee and the sewer fee and the sewer fixed fees. So there are still fees. And then the next month, once that turns over that 1,000-gallon unit, then that counts as 1,000 gallons. But we don't round up. We wait until that 1,000-gallon unit figure on the meter turns over. I hope that makes sense. I know it's a little technical.
No, it does. I mostly just want to be able to congratulate the council member on being the most water efficient of the bunch.
That's wonderful.
I think she was like 900 gallons per month on average. I mean, just one. Are there other, true. Are there other questions from council on this?
I wasn't able to hear that. I'm sorry.
I said for the sake of time, I have like 20 people at my house. I don't think that that's fair. I didn't see the new numbers, but I have like 20 people at my house. I don't think my water usage was that bad, was it?
No, everybody was extremely efficient, but Councilmember Fleming won out of the entire group.
Because she has like one person.
Anyway, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Colin. One of the questions I had for you was, what alternatives are there to charging housing to meet some of our water demand offset needs?
Well, if I could, I think that's going to be our next item. And if I could have your permission to talk about the water demand offset policy itself in the next item. Otherwise, I'm happy to try to tackle it now, but I think we're going to get into more depth about that topic very soon. Maybe I could ask you for some direction on that.
Yeah, Councilmember, if you don't mind waiting until the item, that works for me.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? All right, let's go to public comment on item 15.1. If you're interested in providing comment, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom or bum rush Cal to get to the podium. I'm seeing nobody move and I'm seeing no hands. Did we have any voicemail public comments?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Are there any additional questions? Go ahead.
No questions.
None? Okay. Let's go ahead and get a motion on the table. Oh, Councilmember Sawyer, go ahead.
Mayor, did you need to open the public hearing?
It's a great question, John. We'll open the public hearing, provide one more opportunity to see if there's anybody who's interested in speaking. And I'm not seeing any, so we'll close the public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember.
My pleasure, Mayor.
Councilmember Fleming.
Oh, this is not my item. I had a comment on it. I think we get a motion on. You just want my comment?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, my comment is that even if you use 0,000 gallons of water, the water department does manage to get you nearly just the same, and it only saves you about $1 or $2. So, you know, winning here is relative.
All right, Councilmember Sawyer, or excuse me, Councilmember Sweathelm, this is your item.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Colin, for that clear and concise presentation. really appreciate your presentations. So I would move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the amended 2020 water shortage contingency plan and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Schwedhelm and a second from the Vice Mayor. Let's call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
And then I'd move an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Section 14-04.015 of the Santa Rosa City Code, revising language applicable to the water shortage rate and revising the excess use penalty structure, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion from Schwedhelm, second from Vice Mayor Rogers. Let's call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Nay.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts voting no.
All right, let's move on to item 15.2.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 15.2 is our second public hearing on the water demand offset policy and fee study and fees. And Colin Close will also be presenting this item for the City Council.
Thank you again, City Manager Colin and members of the council and mayor. So we will present to you the water demand offset policy, fee study, and fees. This is following the study session that you had a few weeks ago. So the presentation's a bit reduced, but again, we can address any questions that may come up. Next slide, please. You may recall from the May and June activities that you did when you considered and adopted the water shortage contingency plan that our priorities during water shortages are primarily health and safety, economic stability, and landscaping with our existing customers. And then as the water supplies allow, to then have water for new demand as well. Next slide, please. And again, here are our 8 stages of shortage. And when we get over 25%, we get into those water rationing stages. And just a reminder that that's when we have a very limited supply and our customers are having to cut back anywhere from 30 to 55 or even 60% of their normal use. Next slide, please. So during those severe shortages, we're rationing those limited supplies. The idea is to make sure that that limited supply will make us through that emergency period. We have never had to ration water. We've had water shortage plans since 1992 and have not had to face this, but we know that it could be possible in the future. Again, top priorities, health and safety. And every water service is assigned a very specific amount of water to that service. And if they violate it, they're subject to the excess use penalties. And so, again, no water available for new demand. So when we were developing the water shortage contingency plan, we considered things like a moratorium, which for us didn't seem tenable given our housing shortage crisis. We considered requiring developers to find new water supplies, although we've seen as a city ourselves, this is a very difficult task to achieve and it's quite expensive. Developing public water supplies requires a level of materials and construction that is far above what you might use for, say, a simple well for irrigating. It also can take 2 or 3 years for the permitting process. We also considered requiring that developers would develop their own offset projects, but in speaking with other agencies, they found that developers typically didn't take that option. It's expensive, it's time consuming, and it can be very difficult. And they do still have to rely very heavily on the water supplier. So there's still costs that have to be taken care of for oversight, inspections, making sure customers are qualified and that sort of thing. So we came back to this idea of the water demand offset as being a viable option where developers would know in advance what the fee could be and what the process would be. So there would be some predictability, and it would allow for our housing shortage crisis to be addressed even during severe water shortages without compromising the amount of water we have available. Next slide, please. So again, California does mandate that we have a certain amount of housing. The city is committed to addressing our housing shortage crisis. So we want to make sure we keep that in mind as we move forward. Next slide, please. So the proposed policy tries to balance the realities of a severe water shortage emergency with an ongoing housing shortage crisis. And it does provide that mechanism to implement the requirement in the shortage plan when we are rationing water and need to ensure that we have adequate water supply for our customers and are able to then find a way to still address the needs of housing shortages. Next slide, please. The applicability of projects would need to meet two conditions. They would have not submitted a building permit prior to the policy going in place. So projects that already have submitted a building permit application, this policy does not apply to them. We can't add fees after the fact. So again, helping developers have predictability and surety about what they're getting into when they get a building permit. Projects would also be subject to new or increased connection fees. So a home that had perhaps been destroyed in a fire would not be subject to this because they'd had a meter. That project had already paid demand fees when it was built originally. Rebuilding that project does not trigger this policy. So this is for new demand that had not previously been on our system. Next slide, please. The process would be that the developer, the builder, would submit a water demand offset application with the permit for the building permit that helps us understand what the demand is going to be so that we can determine what the fee is. We put together an agreement. Very often building projects can take many, many years to complete. So we want to make sure they understand what the obligation could be and under what circumstances it would be triggered. Because again, we need to give surety and predictability to developers who are working on projects. If in that agreement process, the builder doesn't agree, there is an appellate process that is in place so that we meet all of the requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act. The building permit, assuming we've got an agreement, both parties are ready to move forward, the building permit is issued and the project proceeds. And instead of requiring payment immediately, as we do for all of our other fees, this fee waits until the impact would be felt. And that would be upon final inspection or temporary occupancy or any kind of occupancy at any kind. But it would only be due if we're in a severe water shortage and we're rationing water amongst our existing customers. So at the outset, a developer has surety about what the fees could be, what would be facing them, and then at completion, they could have the good news of there not being a severe drought in place, in which case the fees would be waived. There's no need to pay them. Next slide, please. So the water demand offset fee, were it collected, would be tracked separately to comply with the Mitigation Fee Act, and it would be used to fund city projects and programs to achieve water offsets. And I believe we mentioned during your study session, had this been adopted in 1992, when we had our first water shortage contingency plan, between now and then, we would have collected exactly zero in fees. So we've never had to ration water. We hope we never have to. But if we do get into that situation, we need some measure of way to reduce water use so that we can allow for new water use. Next slide, please. At this point, I would like to ask that Mark Hildebrand be promoted. He's a consultant that worked on the water demand offset fee study. And Mark will present a couple of slides here to help us understand a little bit more about the fee study that this is based on.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Close, for the introduction, and thank you, Council, for having me this evening. In calculating the water demand offset fees, what we did was we first looked at your different types of customers, your residential water customers, to understand how much water different types of customers use on average. And then we also looked at known programs, known water savings programs that the city has implemented over the years. So we looked at the cost of your direct bathroom conversion programs from the past, your enhanced high efficiency clothes washer rebates, as well as rebates for turf removal, to understand how much it costs to save water. So we calculated the cost of these rebates and the cost of converting the bathrooms and estimated how much water that saved to understand how much it would cost to offset new developments. And so we compared that demand with those costs to come up with the fees. Next slide. So on this table, you can see the proposed water demand offset fees on the right side. And we've classified your different types of residential in the same manner that they're classified for your connection fees. So we've grouped them into small, medium, and large lots because obviously the amount of water used by those types of connections are significantly different, as you can see from the fee. We also looked at the water used by triplexes, duplexes, condos, and an assortment of different accessory dwelling units and other smaller developments. Finally, at the bottom, you'll see that the commercial, industrial, institutional is framed a little differently because these types of developments are so different from one another that your development department actually assesses how much water they expect to use per month based on the permit that's being submitted. And so the fee is based on the projected water for that specific development, and it would be $415 per 1,000 gallons per month. Next slide. And I will turn it back to Mr. Collin.
Thank you very much. So in terms of implementation, should the council take action on this, fees would not go into effect any sooner than 60 days after adoption. This again is part of the Mitigation Fee Act. So if it were adopted tonight, the implementation would not begin until after January 29th. So functionally, that would be Monday, January 31st, when this would go into place were it adopted this evening. Next slide, please. We did quite a bit of public outreach. We sent letters to over 170 groups and individuals and an additional 59 contractors and developers. We made presentations at publicly noticed meetings, and since your city council study session, we did go to the Board of Public Utilities on November 18th, and they adopted a resolution. And when we talk about the recommendation tonight, I'll make clear what they are recommending. And during that meeting, there were 2 members of the public who gave comments during that meeting, during the public comment period. Ananda Sweet from the Metro Chamber of Commerce did mention that the policy from their perspective did not provide benefit because we were waiting until later stages, and they wanted to see a menu of options to be available. And then we had a representative from Generation Housing, a nonprofit housing advocacy group, expressed that they would like to see the general fund help subsidize affordable housing. And I think I don't have all the details, but I think what they meant was to subsidize the offset fee, but I don't want to put words into their mouth. Then we also received email comments from Alan Levine of the Coast Action Group, and those have been submitted as a late correspondence and attached to the agenda for this evening's meeting, so that's also available. We also, as you know, made a presentation to the North Coast Builders Exchange Governmental Affairs Committee, and we did publish the policy and fees study on our website on October 20th, and when we sent out letters and notices to folks, that was published as well. And then, of course, we did the public noticing in the Press Democrat, and that also included information, contact information, and ways that folks could participate tonight in the public hearing or in submitting comments prior to this evening. Next slide, please. So with that, it is recommended by the Board of Public Utilities and Santa Rosa Water that the council by resolution, 1, adopt the water demand offset policy, 2, adopt the 2021 water demand offset fee study, 3, adopt the water demand offset fees. And 4, authorize the water demand offset fees to be adjusted on an annual basis to account for inflation at the beginning of the calendar year, January 1st, starting in 2023, using the Engineering News Records 20 Cities Construction Cost Index. And it is further recommended by the Board of Public Utilities that the council consider a general fund subsidy to offset the water demand offset fee for affordable housing projects. That concludes my presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Colin. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start off with a question for Sue. Sue, in response to your text message about a potential conflict of interest, I wanted to ask you, our building permit on our project has already been issued, and I believe our water fees have already been levied. Should I be worried about a conflict of interest?
Yes, Councilmember Tibbetts. In the event that St. Vincent, does St. Vincent de Paul have any plans for further development?
Further development, meaning
new projects?
Separate parcel, not on the immediate horizon, no.
Okay.
Just the St. Vincent de Paul.
I think then that anything would be too speculative going forward, since you already have your permits currently. I think you're okay. You may wish to recuse, particularly given the recommendation from at least some members of the BPU to provide subsidy for affordable housing projects, which could include the work of your organization.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to navigate carefully, and perhaps if it comes to a general fund subsidy of affordable housing projects, I will consider a recusal at that point, if that's all right. But my question, I do have a follow-up question, and this is for you, Colin. First of all, thanks for this presentation. Having been a member of the BPU, going through our first study many years ago for drought recommendations, I know how much work goes into this. I do have a question, though, and it follows up on my previous question, alternatives to charging housing at all. And I'm asking that question because my appointee to the Board of Public Utilities, Chris Grable, asked this very question, and I think it became a pretty significant point of conversation at the BPU meeting. Specifically, there seemed to be some concern around I think one of the questions was could we just charge all ratepayers for higher use as opposed to charging housing opportunities? Could you shed some light on alternatives to housing?
Certainly, I'll do my best. So in terms of some alternatives, one alternative, as you know, would be having the general fund if there was a desire to not have offset fees charged to any particular kind of project or area of the city or whatever the case may be. The general funds don't have the same limits on how they can be used that the water funds do. So in terms of the water funds, the money that the water department earns through revenues on the sales of its water, those are limited by Proposition 218. And Proposition 218 makes it very clear that customers cannot be required to subsidize another set of customers. And so we couldn't use our rate revenues to pay offset fees for new development, for example. That would be a violation of Prop 218. So we wouldn't be able to do that. We do have cell tower revenues that we use. Currently, those are not, don't have the same limits of Proposition 218, but they are currently used for our Help to Others program. And what that does is that provides funding for reducing the water bill of customers who are low and very low income customers by having the cell towers that generate income from companies that use cell towers. That money is used to pay the fixed charges for water and sewer. So then the customer is only responsible for the water charges, which they have full control over. They can reduce their water use and reduce their bill directly. So that money is used currently for that program. But it could be that if we were so directed, that program could be ended and the funding could be redirected to offset, to subsidize the offset fees if we were in a situation where offsets were required. We also, in our water shortage plan, as you just saw tonight with the adoption of the water shortage plan, the excess use penalties are a penalty and they also are not subject to Prop 218. However, it's always been our commitment to work with our customers, particularly during drought, to make sure they can comply. Because when we're in a drought, what we have a shortage of is water. And so we do have the excess use penalties and we absolutely can institute those. We're building our billing system to be able to do so. But as we show in our water shortage plan and as we promised you in May and again in June when you considered and then adopted the shortage plan, our promise to you and our customers is that first we do progressive enforcement. We reach out, let them know there's a problem, work with them, provide technical assistance and that sort of thing. So if a customer is recalcitrant, we have that hammer and we can use it. But really what we need is a reduction in water use. So we don't anticipate and we don't build into any of our revenue models any income from excess use penalties as being in any way something that we would ever rely upon. So there's just no guarantee. Customers can avoid them by not overusing water. So those were the alternatives. We also mentioned the ones I mentioned tonight, alternatives to the offset program altogether, the things that we considered, the moratorium, the requiring a new water supply, the requiring that contractors do projects. We also discussed those during the BPU meeting as well. So I think that covers all of the options that we had brought forward during the BPU discussion.
I appreciate that, Colin. And I want to comment on those, but before I do, one of the ideas that came to my mind leading up to this meeting, you know, whenever we're talking about water in my mind, and Prop 218 was always, I think, my biggest frustration being on the BPU, because it kind of made so many things that would logically follow and have a clear political nexus to the issue almost impossible. And to follow up on that comment, what I'm driving at is, you know, when we look at new housing development, it's far and beyond way more water efficient than all the houses that people are living in currently that were built in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s that may not have gone through some sort of an upgrade, low flow toilets, water efficient faucets, things like that. And so I guess my follow-up question, this is probably one a little bit for Jesse Oswald or somebody in our building department, but I believe we have permits that people come in for, whether it's electrical, plumbing, or something in a remodel process, where would we be restricted by Prop 218 to put surcharges on remodels as opposed to new housing construction that didn't violate 218 but still helped us generate the income?
I can't address that piece as you're probably aware, but I know that Mr. Oswald was going to try and attend tonight, and so we can ask him. Before I jump to you, Mr. Oswald, I would like to just address one thing. We did look at the efficiency of our single family and our multifamily homes and their water use patterns over the past 10 years when we were developing our urban water management plan, because it's really critical to know what our building stock age is and how much we have in different categories of age and how much water use those are, because that drives how much water we believe we're going to need in the future. So the good news was twofold. One, water use since 1990 has decreased per capita in the residential sector alone by 44% in Santa Rosa. 42% of that 44% decrease was achieved before 2010. So while we do know that older building stock is not as efficient when it was built, we've had something like 56,000 toilets that we've helped to rebate to get switched out, and tens and tens of thousands of faucet aerators and shower heads, and we've worked with our customers over the years. So what we see is that the 1994 and earlier group, the 94 to 2009 group, and the 2010 to current group have very similar water patterns in terms of the amount of water used per unit. So it is true that new housing is built to be more efficient, but we see that our customers have taken our programs to heart over the last 30 years. So just wanted to clarify that you're right. in that older houses were not built to be very efficient, but we don't see a significant difference in water use by age of construction. And then Mr. Oswald, if you might address the other issue that I'm not qualified.
Thank you, Colin. Councilmember Tibbetts, good evening. Thank you. If I understand the question correctly, yes, existing stock, there are requirements when permits are applied for say, renovations, to a certain extent to require that new efficiencies be new fixtures, faucets, toilets, shower heads. So yes, you're accurate in that we are through state law going after, so to speak, existing stock, but it's only from our perspective. It's very, very much like many of us know that if you pull a building permit, you have to put in smoke alarms. Very much the same thing. It's a tactical. We can only get them in the door when we get them in the door, so to speak.
And I do believe that on point of sale, that's also true. I think on point of sale, it's a requirement from AB, I want to say 1847. That's also, they have to come up to current water efficiency standards.
Well, that's certainly good to hear. And then that would probably lose my support for adding on additional fees to those types of permits. I think that where you're going to hear me coming from in the comments, and I'll listen to public comment before making up my mind, but what I really don't like about this plan has to do with that we're just adding fees to housing opportunities. And that is so especially true when it comes to affordable housing. Developing in this town is still really difficult. This council has spent the last 6 years trying to undo those fee structures that are incredibly cumbersome through fee waivers, through fee reductions. And I remember the water department made probably the most substantial water and sewer reduction that contributes towards building permit fees. And while I recognize some of these fees are kind of de minimis in comparison, I think it's also, I mean, we know that this adds up, number one, but number two, it's also, I just don't like the message that this is housing opportunity. And then when we talk about equity, it's also having to do with, a lot of communities of color are accessing these affordable housing opportunities. Therefore, I think it makes a lot more sense from an equity perspective that we actually look at the penalties, because it bothers me that somebody who would just say, well, I'm going to continue to water my lawn during a stage four drought in California at a time when this town's lifeblood is agriculture, and we put a premium on water, hence groundwater sustainability districts and potential metering, that somehow they're not paying for that privilege. I'd much rather see the source come from there.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Sweato?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Colin, once again for the presentation. If I could just confirm, I heard you say we've never had a ration water before. In other words, we've never reached stage 5 in our history.
That's correct. Although I will say in 1976, 77, we may have had to, I don't know exactly. I know we were bringing water trucks in and we were connecting private wells to our water system back in the day because it was so catastrophic. And we didn't have Lake Sonoma. So this is a huge advantage that our community has invested in Lake Sonoma, because that buffers us during these severe droughts in a way that is, almost incomprehensible. So in comparison to 1976, 77. So I could stand corrected. Someone might be able to have institutional memory and say, perhaps we did in 76, 77. That I don't know. But other than that, no, especially since we've had the building of Lake Sonoma, we've never had to ration.
Okay. And part of the things trying to get my arms around is some of the concerns that Councilman Tibbetts mentioned is that this council's priority has been on housing. Some of this water offset kind of almost comes to the conclusion that new building or new homes equals increased water use. But then when I look at the data, specifically the gallons per capita per day, going back to 2008, I think we're at 128 gallons per capita per day. And in 2015, I'm going prior to the tubs, we were down to 84. Now, I don't have the numbers, and I'm not asking you or Jesse to say what were the number of new houses or construction between 2008 to 2015, but I'm sure we have more housing, but that did not equate to more water use. Would that be accurate?
Actually, we did use more water. For example, 2020 is one of our highest water use years since 2013. But what you're looking at is 2015 was drought. So we had very low per capita in 2014, 15, 16 compared to, say, 2018. So I think that's perhaps one of the differences there. And we've also seen a population decline according to the California Department of Finance Demographic Research Unit. We're waiting to see what the census data will finally land on for 2020 for Santa Rosa. Once that's done, the state will then go back and correct their estimates as needed to adjust to that, because the census looks as though it's increased population rather than decreased in 2020 to 21. So it's a little more difficult than it might seem, because when you're doing per capita, you're taking all of the water use and dividing it by the population. So there is some potential there for things like the population numbers shifting or a drought that can really drive that curve in a way that's counterintuitive if you didn't know those additional facts.
And so back in 2015, to get down to the 84 gallons per capita per day, we did not have this water offset fee charged to new constructions. Would that be accurate?
We were not in water rationing. We did have it in our water shortage plan as a strategy. We didn't have the policy in place, but it's been in our water shortage plan for, I want to say, about 15 years now. So, but we've never been close enough. And this year, with climate change and with it being 2 severely dry years in a row, we're closer than we've ever been since the building of Lake Sonoma to truly thinking we need to make sure that this is built into our billing system, that we've really dotted our I's and crossed our T's. So this is a drought situation that we haven't seen before. 2014 to 16, we got atmospheric rivers. And even though we had significantly less rainfall, it came in large streams and replenished the lake each winter. So we had well below average rainfall, but we still had adequate water supply. So again, it's a little, I hate to get too far into the weeds there, but it is a little bit more technical.
I'm with you, and I appreciate the not getting too deep into the weeds. But I'm also aware that the water department does have some water contingency fees that does help the ratepayers in smoothing those out. What are some of the allowable uses? AKA, would some of the suggested the 3 different programs that if we do get to stage 5, are there any other water contingency funds that'd be available for that use versus charging new development?
The only thing that we could come up with that is actually a revenue stream is the cell tower money that is used for the Help to Others program. The excess use penalties, if we got into water rationing, there is a chance that we could collect excess use penalties, but we're just not anticipating that there would be a significant amount there, because again, in the first month, we're working to bring people into compliance. And then the second month, if we're not seeing a change, we're starting to move in that direction. So certainly it is a possibility. And those penalties could be used for whatever purpose, but we can't see those as a revenue stream because they're penalties and completely avoidable. Certainly some folks will have those fees levied on them. They will not comply, but we just don't project. We see for example, in 2014-15, our community, we asked them to cut back by 16%. That was the state's mandate. They cut back by 25%. So we just don't typically see folks not, contributing to the success that we need to have during drought.
Right. Thank you for that. And so where I'm kind of struggling again, the council priority of housing versus the water, again, this policy doesn't create any new water. What would be the impact of no action by council tonight?
So if council decided not to take any steps, we would be where we were yesterday. We would have a water shortage contingency plan that calls for offsets, but we would have no policy in place to implement it. So if we go into a stage 5 or worse water shortage, we still have this mandate to offset, to ration water among our existing customers. There's nothing left for new development, and we have a requirement to have an offset, but we have no policy, no procedure to achieve that offset. Nothing in place to fund it, nothing in place to ensure that it occurs. So the hope is we get more rain and we simply avoid this, and we So that would be the best case. Worst case, nothing happens tonight, no policy is adopted, and we get no more rain, and we find by late spring, early summer next year that potentially we're in a stage 5, rationing water and no way to provide water to new development.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Close. Many of my questions were already answered by Council Members Schwedhelm and Tibbetts, but if you'll indulge me, I do have a few more. I do have a broader question. It's perhaps rhetorical, and one to think about, which is when the Water Department hears the council year after year say that housing and homelessness is a priority, and when you hear us this year say that equity is a priority, do you take these things in and really grapple with them and say, because I think that every person I've met in the water department is really good-hearted, but I sometimes wonder if these things are addressed in the same sense of unity across the city, or if they're in a silo. So you don't have to answer it, but if you do want to tell, if you do have a way that you address it and you would like to share it, I would love to hear it.
Well, I can tell you that, speaking personally, I grew up in abject poverty and have been homeless. So I certainly understand these from a very visceral perspective, the importance of housing and reliability and equity. It's certainly very near and dear to me just in terms of my own visceral experience. But from a water department, absolutely. So for example, years ago, we started to see that the percentage of low and very low income folks compared to their water bill was out of whack. And it was something the water industry throughout California was talking about, was deeply concerned about. But we have Prop 218. So we knew we couldn't simply subsidize and do what PG&E does and have sort of that kind of, I forget what their program is called, CARE, I think it is. We couldn't do something like that because of Prop 218. So we had a committee that worked week after week looking at what could we possibly do and not violate the law. And what we came up with was the cell tower revenue. And we worked with legal just to make sure that it wasn't something that was subject to Prop 218. And then we worked with local providers so that we would have a mechanism where local nonprofits would vet the folks and double check, because we don't have social workers. We don't have a way to check someone's income. So we worked with local nonprofits to make sure that that would work. And so then we had the Help to Others program to help reduce the cost of water bills. So, in that way, yeah, absolutely. The other thing is that we're very careful about not shutting off water for non-payment. It's not our first step. If someone's not paying, we work with them extensively to come up with a payment plan and to find some way to help them. Our water use efficiency team will go out to their home and go out as many site visits as necessary, trying to help find how can they reduce their water use, still have plenty of water that they can use for health and safety, but reduce their water use so that they can get their water bill down. So there's a couple of mechanisms I think that we use, and we are very limited by Prop 218. And so that does hamper us in ways in terms of not being able to do some of the kind of creative things you see with companies that are not hampered by that. So I don't know if that really addresses your question,
well,
but
it does in part, and I do want to appreciate you for your bravery and your honesty in sharing that personal detail with us. It means a lot that you'd be that vulnerable and open with us, and it informs my understanding of how you approach this work. I have some more technical questions moving on. I'm curious to know what your current water conservation budget is.
Oh, that's a terrific question. I do not have that at my fingertips. I could get back to you. I'm sorry I won't be able to provide that for you tonight. I apologize. I can tell you.
It's very technical. Do you have a water conservation budget?
Yes, we have a water conservation team. It's headed by a water conservation specialist, and she has a team of 2 analysts and 2 technicians. It's also one of our most robust intern programs. We tend to have anywhere from 3 to 6 interns that work with us, and they're learning on-the-job skills and learning about water and the water industry and water policy and water conservation. So it's actually really a fabulous program. It's been funded since 1991 was the first time someone was hired. And that's really one of the main reasons why we've been able to get water use reduced. Okay. The other thing I'll mention is that the program is designed to be cost effective. So when we look at a rebate or an incentive, and we say, for example, a new toilet would have a lifetime of, say, maybe 15 or 20 years, what would be the cost of providing a rebate for that toilet and staff time and running the program? How much water would that save over that lifetime? And we make sure that that balances out. So the water department knows that it's going to buy less water over the next 15 years by giving this rebate, and therefore it pays for itself over time. And so we've had programs that are basically paying for themselves over time. And we're also very active in getting grants and that sort of thing. So we work with Sonoma Water on large regional grants that we implement, say for restaurants and for homeowners and that sort of thing. So there's just a whole range of ways that we go about trying to make sure these are cost effective.
Okay. Excellent. So going back to the water conservation budget, have you determined what the revenue generated from the new development fees would pay for, and how that would apply to the conservation programs, and what additional revenue would be needed, and perhaps could it be achieved through other means such as budget cuts?
I don't know about, so budget cuts in the water department are funded by ratepayer funds. So, or the budget is funded by ratepayer funds. So I don't know if there's a way to do something with the water department's budget, but in looking at the study looked at 2 programs that already exist. What could we do to provide larger incentives to drive quick response in large numbers so that we could generate offsets quickly? So 2 programs, the only costs that are associated are the costs that are over and above the existing program costs. Those are the Cash for Grass program and the Clothes Washer program. So the normal program costs are not included in the offset fees. Those are covered by the department's regular business. The toilet program we know is immensely popular, but it's expensive in terms of being able to do that as a day-to-day utility. So we did it in 2015 and 16 with a grant. We had a $2.5 million grant. So we were able to implement that program with a grant. So the offset fee fully would cover the cost of that program. And we looked at trying to design all 3 programs so that they would ultimately have a similar cost per gallon. And again, the toilet program would be going from no program to developing and implementing a program. And the other 2 programs would be building on the programs we already have, and the cost would only be what's over and above what we already have. So the biggest cost is increasing the rebate.
Thank you.
Mr. Close, this is Mark Hildebrand. Since I do have the honor of doubling as your rate consultant, I opened up the files from the most recent rate study, and that indicates that your water demand, your demand management budget for the current year is.
Mr. Hildebrand, I cannot understand anything. I don't know if it's a technical issue on your side or our side.
Oh, is that?
Well, he was going to talk about what the budget is. Thank you, Mr. Hildebrand. That's okay. I can get back to council through the clerk's office. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, let's go to public comment on this item. If you're interested in providing comment, go ahead and start to make your way towards the podium.
Mayor, can you open the public hearing?
Yeah, we will open the public hearing, and thank you for sticking with us tonight.
Is it on?
It is, but go ahead and raise up the podium, and then make sure you talk right into the microphone. We've been having a hard time tonight hearing some folks.
Thank you. I think it's still a little too short. Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and council members. My name is Cal Weeks. I'm the Policy Director of Generation Housing, where we advocate for more diverse and more affordable housing. First, we do want to acknowledge the positive changes in this revised ordinance, maintaining the offset ratio, to a 1-to-1, and abandoning the plan to escalate it. Although the original plan, increasing from 1-to-1 stepwise to 4-to-1, might have not really honestly passed the legal muster in any case. But we are still concerned that this interferes with progress on council priority areas, as it was mentioned by some of the council members tonight, especially concerning housing, homelessness, and equity. The proposal is particularly troubling, given that our housing shortage, most acutely impacts our communities of color and other historically marginalized communities. So we are left with some of the following questions. I had a list here, but I know some of the council members have been pretty diligent in their research and raised them. I do appreciate that. First and foremost, the description of the conservation programs the offset fees would fund is pretty bare bones. I mean, I know Colin to some extent, he did describe what exactly these fees will pay for, but maybe a little more information about what the relative, budget share of each would be helpful. And are there any metrics for their efficacy? I think you touched upon this, I may have missed it, but is there money currently in the budget for these conservation programs now? And if so, for how long would that sustain the program at its current size? And have other solutions such as project prioritization, delay, and reduction been considered? And I know the water department budget is presented to support rate increases. Shouldn't it also be with proposed fees and penalties? And then also at a recent meeting, Ms. Berg told the council that the increase in water demand created by recent new multifamily developments was negligible. Given that, it seems important to know exactly how much demand is created by multifamily development. And I know to some extent Colin has described tonight, there are other options to offset it. I'd like to further explore that. And then the presentation given to the BPU, slide 8, showed a dramatic decrease in per capita use over the past 30 years. And I think to some extent, and you might agree, Santa Rosa's population growth has clearly leveled, probably as a consequence of the fires. Are these facts incorporated in the water use predictions? And then, of course, does not appear that the rebate programs are limited to people who can show need. That rings, our equity alarm bells. How have income limits, really been considered? And then finally, our general plans are based on decades of data averaged. This drought is a single point in time. If these fees are levied, what is the timeline and flow chart for actual water creation? And with that, I'd like to say thank you. I appreciate your attention to details. I appreciate staff's work on this, and I look forward to further conversation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Weeks. Jen? Now you can lower the podium.
I know. All the times I've been in this chamber, I've never actually spoken from up here. Good evening. Mayor Rogers, council members, Jen Close, Executive Director of Generation Housing, where we advocate for housing at all income levels, but guided by strong commitments to equity and sustainability. The proposed demand offset policy, while ostensibly reasonable given the drought, operates in stark contradiction with this council's priorities in building housing, reducing homelessness, and advancing equity. The obvious conflict is that it creates additional cost barriers to housing development, which right now barely pencils at both the affordable and market rate levels. The more concerning insidious conflict of the policy, which, make no mistake, is a housing policy, is one of equity. Our housing crisis, a scarcity across our entire housing system at all income levels, is most acutely felt by our low-wage workers, our communities of color, and historically marginalized communities. Paying half of your income on housing when you make $32,000, roughly the average wage of home health workers and hospitality employees, hurts a whole lot more than when you make $100 grand. When it's impossible to make ends meet, you may be forced into overcrowded households or onto the streets. Our Latino community members are 10 times more likely to live in overcrowded households than whites. And this led to the tragically disproportionate COVID transmission rates, where Latinos were 9 times more likely to contract the virus than whites. Slowing the development through raising the cost barriers, making a choice to maintain the status quo, which is one population, primarily whites, continue to be safely, stably, affordably housed, and another population, primarily our communities of color, continue to suffer myriad impacts of housing cost burden and instability. One council member asked me what other cities are doing, and so we researched it. And you know what? They're doing the same thing. They're doing new development offset fees. But that is not all that surprising, and should it really guide us? Housing policy in our country, including here in Santa Rosa, has served to segregate, to discriminate, and to create and build tremendously wide wealth gaps. So doing anything to preserve that status quo, like slowing development, is inequitable in its face. In fact, any housing policy that does not improve opportunity for our communities of color is inequitable on its face. It's preserving and exacerbating structural inequities. And let's be clear, that's structural racism, which has very real and human impacts. So today we have one reasonable ask. Put this decision on demand offset fees off for a couple months. Ask staff to put their creative problem-solving hats on, unleash their imaginations, and come back with options that are developed through the lens of your priorities, housing and equity. The drought is here, it's real, but a commitment to equity with exceptions for drought, for disaster, for anything is not a commitment at all. Please don't abandon your equity commitment because of assurances that it might not have to be enforced. The principle here and trust in your equity ethic is just as important. So we encourage you to be leaders on this, be the first city to do something different, to be an example of doing something better, of doing right with housing policy. And we thank you for your service.
Thank you. Seeing no one else move towards the podium, we'll go to Zoom. And I see a hand in Ananda.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and council members. Ananda Sweet with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber. First, we really appreciate the conversation on drought impact and completely support the need to assess our water resources and our conservation and supply solutions. The primary challenge that we see with the water demand offset fee approach is that it doesn't align with the City of Santa Rosa's housing needs and housing goals. The city has a stated strategy of encouraging housing by offering an aggressive mix of lowered fees and reduced permitting process burden. This strategy was formed with an understanding that housing development barely pencils out. Affordable housing already relies heavily on subsidies to do so, and that streamlining the permitting process and improving the time, certainty, and cost of housing development is critical to meet our goals. From the frame of water conservation, new development, as you know, is much more water efficient. This approach of charging new development also seems to imply that these residents are all new water users, so require someone to pay the fee for the resulting extra water. But what we know, and what has seemed to be a key motivator in this council's aggressive approach to housing development, is that we don't have enough housing to meet current need, forcing families already here to double up in homes or accept inadequate or unstable living solutions. This offset fee is an approach that brings a lot of risk in terms of discouraging needed housing and highly water efficient new development by adding another layer of permitting burden and potential development cost calculations to every project, and does it with little to no benefit for that negative impact when the actual fee will only apply if we reach stage 5 level drought, yet adding a new layer of uncertainty to the development process today. This has also been framed as a choice between building housing or stopping development, rather than a conversation about generating revenue to fund other water conservation efforts. Even if an offset fee was determined to be an appropriate revenue generating solution, some of the negative impact on housing development could be alleviated by at least putting this on pause. In the meantime, we'd really like to see a much broader conversation and a comprehensive approach to water resource management, including how considered policy solutions align with our community's needs and priorities. Thank you so much for your time on this.
Thank you, Ananda. Let's go to our voicemail public comments.
There were none, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing then. I'll bring it back to council to see if there are any additional questions. Councilmember Fleming?
Yeah, I wanted to give Mr. Close an opportunity to circle back about the conservation budget. It's okay if you don't have it, but I thought it was an important item if you had a chance to get it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm not connected to the city system in a way where I could actually get at the our One Solution finance system, so I apologize.
I understand it's a very technical question. I should have given you a heads up before our meeting. I apologize.
I used to manage the team, and I should know it like the back of my hand, so I apologize. But we'll get that to you.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Councilmember Sawyer, let's go ahead and put a motion on the table for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Colin, for your comprehensive presentation and for sharing your impressive knowledge and your personal perspective with us this evening. So I'll introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the Water Demand Offset 2021 Water Demand Offset Fee Study and Water Demand Offset Fees, and wait for the reading.
Looking for a second to the motion.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Sawyer and a second from the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts, do you want to start discussion?
Sure, Mayor. The way I would like to see this play out is that we take no action tonight. I would like our staff in the water department to explore alternatives. I'm particularly interested in understanding what a potential excess use penalty would look like. Also, I assume that we have recorded information about how many people we have done outreach to and offered warnings to. And I am appreciative that the water department takes an approach where we give warnings first. But I think if we're in a situation where we're in a stage 4, stage 5 drought, I think that warnings might not be the best approach. I think at that point, it needs to just be clearly articulated via water bills, via city communications that it's a drought, it's a severe drought. It's been going on for years, if not decades in California now. And in California, water's our most valuable resource. And I don't think it's unfair to ask people who want to have green lawns and take long showers during an upper stage drought to pay for that privilege. I would much rather see the offset fee revenue come from that source than charging our new housing opportunities in the city. And that's not to say that, who knows, maybe not a lot of development is even happening during these times. But I just really struggle with going this direction after 6 years of going the other direction.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just, I'm wondering how much time the Santa Rosa Water has spent already looking for alternatives. Is there a way, Colin, you could articulate for us to what depth you have, and you and your group and your team has looked at alternatives to what you are proposing this evening?
Yeah, certainly. I know it was a very brief verbal update to you, and we did touch on it during the study session in a little bit more depth, but the alternatives that we can see would be a new source of water that a developer would bring to the table. But we've seen with our own efforts, these take years and they're very expensive. They have to be built in certain ways to meet water quality standards. And there's no guarantee, for example, if you drill a well that you're going to get a given amount of water. And then it can take 2 to 3 years to get that permitted for a drinking water source. It have to be in the right place. There's all the infrastructure to connect it to our distribution system. The costs become astronomical. So we thought new water supply, probably not viable. Another is to have the developers do offset projects of their own. We don't think there's actually much cost savings there. There's still quite a bit of cost that has to be paid to the city for oversight and for vetting customers, making sure they're eligible and that sort of thing. And when we talk to other cities and water suppliers who've had permanent offset programs in place for many years, they've said that it's not a viable option. They've abandoned those options. They just don't work. Of course, we did, moratorium's always an option. We just don't think it's the right option. But, it is an option. And then we looked at other funding sources. And so that brought us up to the water shortage plan piece of it. It got adopted in the water shortage plan. And then when we came to the council during the study session and the adoption, we made sure you knew that there was going to need to be a policy put in place, and the council asked about that. And we indicated at that time that based on our experience with studying the issue in the past, it was likely going to be some kind of an impact fee, but that we would come back. Then we convened, starting in early May, a multidisciplinary team of about 14 folks across the city. So we had folks from 5 sections of the water department, I think 3 or 4 sections from planning, economic development, the building official. We also had the city attorney's office there to guide us as well. And we worked with a consultant, Woodard & Curran is the consultant that we hired to help us. They have some expertise in this area, and they helped to guide us as well. And they facilitated our interdepartmental meetings that we held every 2 weeks. To see if there's something that we could do to crack this nut, because we were all very aware of a couple of things. COVID, has created so many problems for so many people. We have a housing crisis. We want to support economic vitality. And we just, ultimately, this is what we came back to, was we couldn't find another way through. We've never collected excess use penalties because we've never had to ration water. So we're not sure what we would do to estimate what those penalties would be. But when we came to you in the study session and also to the BPU, there was tremendous concern that the excess use penalties would actually hurt the least, the folks who could least afford it, right? So, a $5 or $10 fee on some people's water bill would be an annoyance. For some families, that's half the groceries for that week. So we promised you that we wouldn't just put excess use penalties as an automatic fine, that we would work with our community. And our experience is very often it is folks who have the least who suffer the most from penalties. So we promised you that program would not be set up as a revenue stream of any kind, and that we would do everything we could to work with our community so that we could get what we needed, which was reduced water use. So we're happy to, if the direction is, take this back and do some more work, of course, staff will happily do that. But honestly, working with Hildebrand Consulting on the fee study piece and working with Woodard and Curran on the policy development and working in an interdepartmental team, and after years of looking at what other alternatives could we possibly have, this is what we've come forward with, and it wasn't done lightly. And it was done with tremendous discussion and some pain, I'll be honest. I mean, the team was deeply respectful with each other, but, folks had some really clear understanding of some of the issues you're bringing forward. And so, I think again, if the direction is go back and do some more homework, of course, we will go back and do some more homework. But we really tried to do a lot of due diligence before we came to you in the first place, because we're very cognizant of just how difficult these issues are.
Thank you for that. And that brings up my concern is that if you've already, I have to believe that you've hashed out about as much as you possibly can. I am concerned with moving too long into the future without a policy in place, because something needs to be in place. And if you have already looked under every rock that you possibly can, I'm not sure that sending you back is going to be fruitful. Unless there are some concepts that you thought about and dismissed as concepts that we might find unacceptable potentially. I mean, you could give us any number or any long list of unacceptable concepts that we will dismiss potentially. I'm just not sure how to. I'm not sure how to advise you to, how to recommend in going back to the table and just trying to hash it out again. I'm not sure where to go with this. I mean, we could just withdraw the resolution and send you back. what I'd like to avoid is an exercise. If there are other models out there that we could kind of embrace that have been tried and true, and they're not the model that is being suggested tonight, then I would be interested in hearing them. But it sounds to me as though you have reached out to the broader water community and have come back with this recommendation. So even if it's not perfect, that's not exactly what we would like to embrace as far as our given our housing needs. On the other hand, I'm not sure in what direction to send you. So I'll leave that to the council at this point.
Councilmember Sawyer, if I could just chime in, I just want to respond quickly. In Jennifer's absence, I'm going to step in and support Colin a bit here. So in response to your comment and questions by Councilmember Fleming, I think what Colin just outlined for you is a very conscientious approach that Santa Rosa Water took to this. They didn't take it lightly. They took into consideration all of council's priorities. They really focused in on how they can try to come up with different alternatives. They looked at the market. They looked at the other alternatives that other communities have tried to implement. And I think Colin explained it in a very clear way that there really was an effort to look at every possible aspect walking into this. And if council gives us direction to go back and look again, we certainly will. But I can't, and I don't think Colin could guarantee that we'll come up with anything new or different than what we've already presented, because I think the staff has already put an enormous amount of effort looking at this issue. So that's, I just felt it was important for me to chime in and provide that level of support for the statements that Colin made previously.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And once again, thank you, Colin, for your presentation. Very supportive of all the work that's gone into this. And my dilemma, as you probably recognize from the questions I was asking, is we have these priorities of housing and homelessness, and when it conflicts with lack of water. And for me, I appreciate all the work that's been done. I don't want to do anything that sends a mixed message to developers or anyone else in the community about our focus. Our priority for me is housing and homelessness. And so having an impact to those two goals, I just have a hard time supporting at this point. I would ask, if we get to that stage 5, and that's the problem here, is I heard you say we may never have to collect any of these dollars, right? I'm not a developer, but you have to figure out how are we going to pay for that if we do get to stage 5. And to me, that possibility outweighs, there's got to be some other solutions, even coming back to council if we're getting there. Ask the council, we need X number of funds to, you talked about the 3 different programs, the bathroom conversions, enhanced rebates for dryers, or enhanced turf removal. Let's be very specific. We need X number of dollars to do this, and that's going to help mitigate our situation. But again, I don't want that to be reflected upon either the direction by the BPU or the excellent work done by Santa Rosa Water staff. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
You may have already said this, but I've been kind of in my head. So the water demand offset fees, Colin, if a certain percentage of a project is subsidized for low income, could those be subsidized or no? Only through the general fund is what you said?
Yeah, that's my understanding, Vice Mayor Rogers, is that that we couldn't use ratepayer revenue. Again, we could use the cell tower revenue, but that would be taking from the Help to Others program. But that revenue is also a stream that we know comes in. We have some predictability on it. So that is also another revenue stream, but it would mean that folks who are low and very low income would not get that assistance month to month. But I have to defer on anything beyond that in terms of, the general fund, because that's a little bit outside of my area of expertise. I'm not sure if Assistant City Manager Nutt would like to say anything to that, but I think I should defer on that piece.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I think the way we would want to establish a subsidy program is through our budgeting process. We would create a fund. That fund would either recirculate annually if it goes unused, or it would drop, any unused funds would drop back into the general fund and be allocated in the next budget year. That would be one of the few ways that we could establish a subsidy program. We would want to create a mechanism as to which projects receive that benefit. Right now, the recommendation from the Board of Public Utilities was intentionally vague and just identifying affordable housing. I know that affordable housing is a much broader statement than some of the development rules that we have. And so we would look to council to provide us additional guidance on how we would utilize a subsidy program for those different levels of affordable housing. But that would be the recommendation is that we would go through and appropriate funds into a dedicated account that we would draw from in the event that we were in a stage 5 rationing and we had developers coming forward with the specific level of affordability that council designates.
Because technically, if Oh, it looks like that picture. Technically, we could actually do it and just say that we would come up with funds to help subsidize. No. Okay, bye.
You don't answer to me. You don't answer to me.
Well, go ahead, council member.
All right. So there's a quote that I've been thinking of throughout this whole process, which is one that I see walking through my neighborhood frequently saying, it's a Frederick Douglass quote, saying, "I would unite with anybody to do right and with nobody to do wrong." And I believe that our water department is good people, but that asking me to do this or asking us to do this on any level is, even if it may never come to pass, is asking us to implement something that is, as some of our public commenters have noted, structurally inequitable and a version of structural racism. And that's something that I can't be a part of. That said, I hear the concerns from some of my council members about, well, then what are we really asking staff to do and what can be done? And to that end, a couple of things that I think we're missing today that I'd like to hear you come back with, if I can be specific, would be a budget of what is needed to solve this problem. To that end, what are the anticipated expenses? What is the revenue generation potential from these demand offset fees? And potentially, what are some budget reduction options? It's pretty obvious to me that even if this might sound outlandish, but it's possible, we could delay capital projects by just 1 year and we would cover these costs, I'm assuming, but I can't make that determination without a budget. So I invite the water department to return with a budget and with some of these items that I've laid forth today. And again, thank you and to the Board of Public Utilities. And I believe the Planning Commission heard this item as well a couple of months ago. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, but I will not be supporting this in any form.
Mr. City Manager?
So we'd be happy to return to council with additional information, including a budget based on programs that are suggested by staff for water conservation and achieving the water offsets for new development. I think as you look at that information, you should have the broader context of what other subsidies we put in place. We have forgiven a number of water accounts due to COVID, and so we have a substantial arrearage in our water enterprise fund. Last I heard, it was about $1.2 million. We have a similar situation in our parking enterprise fund, where council's made very reasonable and reasoned decisions to subsidize and to try to minimize the impacts of COVID to our business community. We have another proposal coming forward to extend those benefits another 6 months to 2 years. And the parking fund balance is headed this way substantially. You've just had a study session on one-time funds and listed a whole series of very progressive and beneficial projects and programs that we don't have enough one-time funds to completely move forward with. And so as you make these decisions, the only thing I'm urging you to do is look at that in the whole context so that you understand if you do decide to subsidize with general funds, what other things are you not going to move forward with as a result of those decisions?
And thank you for that reminder, City Manager. And at what point will we be hearing staff present that we have roughly an $8 million budget overage, general fund overage this year as well?
So as you know, we've briefed each of the individual council members on that. We've also gone to the Long Range Financial Planning Committee, and we plan to return, I believe it's in the second meeting in December, with a full briefing of the council and some recommendations on fiscal policies. And so you'll see that at that time.
Okay, I think that would be an excellent opportunity to address some of the concerns that you're bringing up, because the council is clearly moving in a direction that is increasing equity, and there's a price tag that comes with it. You know, everybody loves equity until you got to pay for it, right? And so now we're at a place of wanting it and being willing to pay for it, and now the question is, can we? So we'll have to address that. Thank you.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm sorry to take time twice, but I feel the need to speak up as the chair of the Renewal Enterprise District for just a moment, because I know that one of the comments emanating from the Board of Public Utilities, and someone brought it up here tonight, was, well, what happens if we basically exempt affordable housing and then backfill it with general fund money? Mr. Close, if you could let me know how much the cost per unit would be for multifamily housing. If you don't mind, I don't have the slide in front of me.
Certainly. Well, it does depend on the type of multifamily housing. So the fee for the, apologize, it's just going to take me one moment to get to that slide and my hard copy real quick here. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that was so thoughtful. So for duplexes and triplexes, you can see it's $1,649. Condos, apartments, mobile homes, if they have a separate irrigation meter, it's less because we're not funding irrigation through that meter. And we anticipate that during drought, they're not going to be turning an irrigation meter on necessarily. So without the irrigation service, it's higher because they would be having that accessible for irrigation. And then eligible ADUs, those are ADUs that are over 750 square feet. Senior housing, single room occupancy, and the small high density apartments, which are those 750 square feet per unit or smaller, the fee is $868.
Thank you so much. So the reason why I asked for this is I'm hoping that the council will also give some deference to market rate housing as well, and specifically the efforts of the RED, which we've supported to the tune of $10 million and hundreds of hours of staff time. So just using one project example, the Keith Rogel project on Santa Rosa Avenue, those demand fees would total $180,000. And the timeline actually could line up when a lot of these RED projects actually come to fruition, when we could see a potential drought. Just having seen what Lake Sonoma and Lake Mendocino, the levels they were at this last summer, I mean, that gives me pause for concern. This is one project of about 5 market rate projects that the fund is going to be considering, totaling 500, 600 units. So when we think about that many units times that fee, we're now looking at maybe the RED funding, instead of 6 units, instead of funding 6 projects, we're funding 5 because it's adding up, and it's going to probably, to some extent, cut into the RED fund and the loan subsidy or the loan requirement that the RED would be putting into those housing. So I just really wanted to kind of hopefully provide some sort of a ballpark example of what we're talking about.
Any other comments from council? All right, for me, there's 2 things that stick out to me in this conversation. The first, while we talk about the city's priorities, and I understand housing and homelessness are 2 of the city's priorities, it also has not been mentioned yet tonight that addressing the impacts of climate change is also one of our city's top goals, top priorities. It was a tier 1 priority last year. It's continued to be a tier 1 priority. So I don't want us to lose sight of the impact of climate change as well. And Colin had a quote that I wrote down because it's oftentimes what I'm thinking about when I talk about climate policy. The people who have the least suffer the most. We already know who is going to suffer the most from a drought in our community. It's the same communities that were impacted by COVID. It's the same communities that continue to see underinvestment. That's the first comment I wanted to make. The second comment that I wanted to make is that there's an inconsistency that's happening right now with the council. We almost voted down an affordable housing project last meeting because of a lack of infrastructure in the area that we're talking about. this is how you get a lack of infrastructure in the area, is by when the rubber meets the road, not providing the infrastructure that we need to have, and not preparing for the future of it. I get that we've cut fees. I get that we have bent over backwards to try to get projects moving. And at the same time, the council is going to have to adopt at some point, if we move into tier 5, we're going to have to actually bring to us a discussion about adopting additional water restrictions for the rest of the community as well. The reason that I've been so supportive, particularly on our housing front up to this point through our tiers, is that the new housing that's being produced is water efficient, that meets what the goals are or what the tier restrictions are. When we move beyond that, we have to have a conversation about the way that this impacts our entire community. And to me, I see the direction that council wants to go on this. That's fine. My recommendation would be that we actually set this aside then and attach this to the water declaration when we move into that tier, that we have this ready to go as well, so that we can have an actual conversation about how do we provide certainty to our community that if we are asking them to restrict their water usage, that we're not then on the other hand over allocating our resource in the times of housing production. To me, we don't need to do this tonight. It's been my frustration this entire time as we've got this second step process anyway. But I don't want us to leave here giving the impression to the community that we don't care about the infrastructure that's in place. There's ways for us to do both. And the city manager is very correct when he points out that there's a number of different infrastructure elements, whether it's parking, whether it's our parks, that the council has not put additional resources into. And this is one of those areas where if we go into a more severe drought, the question that's going to be asked is, what have you been doing to prepare for the additional demand on water? And I want us to have an answer for that. Go for it.
I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that this is about conservation programs, not about infrastructure, just to be crystal clear.
That's where the fees go, into the infrastructure.
Okay. I'd like to see, okay. All right.
Councilmember Sawyer, this is your motion. Would you like to proceed or would you like to withdraw the motion?
Well, I can, read the council pretty clearly. At this point, I think just withdrawing the motion or it's actually it's a motion, as opposed to voting it down. So I'll just withdraw the motion and direct, and then we'll just, Mayor, do you want to direct to Colin what to do next, or is it clear, Colin? Did you get the message as to what your challenge is?
Yes, if I could, Councilmember Sawyer, I welcome any correction or addition to this. I think what we're being asked to do is come back with a list of all options, even if they're really bad options, and some analysis. Also to pull some of the information that's existing in the fee study, because it does talk about the budget and the costs and all of that, and make that a little bit more visible, bring that right out front so that the council can look at it maybe more in the staff report, pull some more pieces out of that study that are there, so that there's a clear understanding of what we would be looking at in terms of budget and that sort of thing. And I think I'm just trying to look at my notes. I may have forgotten, but I think options and I think a sense of the budget is what is being asked for.
I think I can make this a little bit easier, Colin, and see if there's consensus from the council. And it's one of my frustrations is that we're talking in this hypothetical realm, not where we actually sit today as it pertains to our tier system for drought. My suggestion would be that if and when the council has to move into the higher tier of drought, that when you bring that ordinance to us to adopt, that you also bring with us a menu of ways to address the impact on new development, whether it's an offset fee, whether it's a moratorium, whatever options you have on the menu, and then let the council at that time, based on the information that they have and the conditions on the ground at that time, make a decision about how to proceed. And it could be offsetting with the general fund. I don't want to tie the hands of a future council, but let's actually have that conversation when we're being faced with that decision. That seems to be what I'm hearing from colleagues, is that they, hypothetically right now, they're not there.
Excellent. I just, if I could, just in terms of timeline, absolutely, that's well understood. And if that's the direction, we will certainly follow that direction. Just wanted to make one clarification. The policy only applies to projects that haven't yet gotten a building permit. Yep. So if we went into a stage 5 tomorrow, no projects that are currently on the books that have applied for a building permit, even haven't received it, but have applied for a building permit, this policy would not apply to any of those projects. So if we went to a stage 5 tomorrow, any new project coming online with a building permit would have to get a water demand offset agreement in place, et cetera. But it wouldn't be subject to fees until the time that it would be coming online, in which case we might already be out of a drought. So certainly we can wait and bring this back at another time, but we were hoping to get it in before we ever went to a stage 5, so that, you know, a year or 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now, the policy's in place, because we're anticipating that's actually when the policy is going to sort of have rubber hitting the road. Is a project that gets a building permit today won't be built for a year or 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. So, but certainly if the direction is to bring this back, if we're going into a stage 5, absolutely, staff can follow that direction. But I just wanted to help you understand our sense of wanting to put it in place now for the long term, not so much for the short term. We're just seeing stage 5 as being more likely in our future than it ever was in the past, but we're looking long term.
And if I could chime in, Mayor, I just want to also say that the challenge that we have doing something at the last minute is the developers have no certainty in what's coming their way. They'll see it on the fly, which is exactly the opposite of what we were hoping to accomplish, which is giving folks that telegraphed look of what might be coming. So what you may end up seeing from staff is something more draconian on the order of a moratorium, as opposed to some type of fee that might be inconsistent and unfair to what's coming forward from a development perspective, because they didn't know. So I understand, as Colin mentioned, I think we understand what you're asking. My fear is the concept of certainty for those developers, I think is very important and critical. And it may force the hand of staff to look at something that's a little more strong-fisted.
Understood. Vice Mayor?
I was gonna say what Colin was gonna say, and yeah, have you ever seen there's a radio show and it has the You Big Dummy Award? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel if we wait until we're like in level 5 or whatever, because then we can't even implement the policy because everyone has already like applied for their thing. So, and I always hear that it takes like years for them to even get to start to build. So they've already applied for all their stuff. So I just feel like it would be pointless at that point. Hopefully we would already have rain. So that's why I was trying to come up with a suggestion, hoping that it never happens, but like come up with a resolution that we could look at it or look at some alternative instead of pushing it so far off that we don't do anything and then kind of wait. I'd rather be proactive than reactive and wait for us to have to do something and then kind of, now what do we do? Like, and at that point, it just could be too late. And hopefully I won't say that, but I don't operate like that. I just rather look at things now and be proactive.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Colin, quick plug. I'm hearing a lot of focus from you and assistance around development proposals. If you end up bringing something back, I really just focuses on excessive use penalties. I just conceptually really struggle with the idea that people I know and, Bennett Valley, people very close to me, never had a brown lawn during any drought, anything we've ever gone through in the past, or we will go through in the future, and that they will not pay more for that water than a low-income family that would move into a multifamily housing project that already has high efficiency water use fixtures and appliances and already had to pass a landscape, drought mitigation plan as part of the development. Those things just do not equate to me. So I just really hope that you guys will put a lot of time and effort into excessive use penalty policy.
So I'll try to make this a little bit cleaner for staff. I'll actually make a motion and see if I can get a second that in the event that we move into the next tier of our drought, we bring with that ordinance a menu of options for council members on how to deal with new development, including but not limited to demand offset fee, an increased excessive use fee, moratorium, or any other option that staff comes up with as an option for council.
Mayor, based on your statement of increased usage fee, I will support that. I will second.
I don't know if it's appropriate, but I just have a question logistically. Mayor, is it appropriate for me to ask a question at this point?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, thank you for
I want to make sure we're all on the same page when we walk away from this.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. My thought is if we get plenty of rain this winter and we come completely out of drought, are you saying then even if we triggered another drought of, say, a 10% reduction, we would bring this back? Or are you saying only if we go from a 3 to a 4? I know it's a little technical, but staff needs just a little bit more direction to help us make sure we know what the trigger would be. The other thought is that if it's helpful, if you wanted to say a given amount of months, have us come back, regardless of what stage we're in. Anyway, I shouldn't be telling council what to do. I apologize, but we do need a little bit of clarity on that. That would be helpful.
Yeah, through the mayor, what I was hoping was going to happen here was that staff was going to hear our concerns and hear that we wanted to see a budget. We wanted to see what specifically would need to be done and how much it would cost, and then some suggestions to that end, and then come back. I'm with the vice mayor on that. I don't want to be making this policy when we're in a terrible drought. I want to be making this policy now. What I want is specific data. This is not a go get more data. I'm not ready to make a decision today because I don't want to make a decision. This is, I need more specific information on the exact scope of the problem and how it's going to be solved and how much it's going to cost to solve it and some other options. I don't really think we need to wait till we have a triggering event. I think we should have a policy in place. I just think that it should be with the parameters that we've discussed today. That would be, if you wanted to put a motion like that on that'd be something that give my support.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I want to support what Councilmember Fleming said, or I'm happy to make an alternate motion. But I think when it comes to discussion about implementation of stage 4, stage 5 droughts, it's not a matter of if, it's when. So we do need to have a policy in place for it, and then have consensus as a council on what that policy is. So I'd very much like to follow what Victoria said. We provided feedback. We'd like to see a suite of options come back that are less development focused, or things that include development amongst an array of other options.
Councilmember Alvarez. All right, I'm fine with that if we can put that as the motion. I will share that my frustration is that we do have packed agendas always, and this is our third time seeing this, and the Board of Public Utilities has seen this, and the Planning Commission has seen this. So I'd like to make sure that council is getting their questions on the table or the data that they need to call in quickly, so that way when we bring this back, we can actually make a decision at that point.
And Mayor, if I could, just one clarification. In some of the earlier discussion and dialogue, there was discussion about possible budget reductions or delay or elimination of capital projects and utilities to perhaps fund the cost of the conservation programs. And I think the council heard the explanation from staff that if it is a ratepayer funded budget line item or capital project, it would fall under the same 218 requirements that we're struggling with already. So I don't, there may be some other outside non-ratepayer funds used. If there are, we'll identify those as possibilities, but I think the vast majority of the water budget is ratepayer funds.
All right, thank you. All right, so is everybody good? We're bringing this back later with more information. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
I'm just procedurally lost because I heard a motion in a second, because my comment on your motion, I heard you say just new development. And where I'm struggling is I think the challenge here is with the existing housing stock. Mr. Tibbetts used an example, his own personal experience, and I've seen some of that too, where I think sometimes the enemy is us. We just need to hold ourselves accountable, and whether we go the route of the excess use penalties, because I agree with what you're saying, I just don't want to just limit it to the new housing, which is much more water efficient. Those things are in place, so I wouldn't want to limit your motion just to new housing. I think we need to look at other options with the existing stock and the existing users of the water.
So I'm withdrawing my motion, because what I'm hearing from council is a desire, and we'll see if we can get support for this, to bring this item back with additional information across the board. Treat this item, this public hearing that we've done, as a study session, so that Colin can then go back, take the input from council members, take the request for data, and come back and have another conversation with us about this. And I'll make that as a motion just for clarity for folks.
Second.
All right. Any additional input? All right, let's call the vote then.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, Mr. City Manager, we are well beyond our 9 o'clock start time for item 15.3. So we will go ahead and hold that item until our December 7th meeting. And that's in accordance for folks who are watching at home. That's in accordance with our open government sunshine ordinance, which does recommend that we don't allow public hearings of public's interest to begin after 9 o'clock. So we'll move that item and we'll go on to item 14.2, our last report item of the night.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 14.2 is a report item giving direction to the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency board member regarding adoption of the groundwater sustainability plan for the Santa Rosa Plain subbasin. Peter Martin, our Deputy Director of Water Resources, will do the staff presentation.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Very pleased to be before you today. I'll be very brief here today. I know that we had a previous study session. Since that time, a draft plan has been released for public review and consumption, and a groundwater sustainability plan is proposed to be adopted on December 9th. If we could move to the next slide. So I'll try not to spend too much time on some of these slides. You've seen some of these in your study session, but just to reorient you, if you'll just indulge me for a few minutes. I just do want to cover today the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requirements and why this plan is required. We'll give an overview of the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency, talk a little bit about the public input process and the public hearing of the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency coming up next week. And then talk a little bit about, just finally, I'll end with the staff recommendation as well as the input from the recommendation of the Board of the Public Utilities. Next slide. So, just in terms of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, often called SIGMA, it was a piece of landmark legislation introduced in 2014, was definitely in response to rapidly declining groundwater levels all throughout California that were sort of beginning to create concerning economic, water quality, and environmental justice issues. These were obviously most prominent in wide swaths of the Central Valley. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act first required the groundwater sustainability agencies, also known as GSAs, be formed by July of 2017, a joint powers authority known as the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency was created, and the city is a participating member of that authority. The legislation further required a comprehensive groundwater sustainability plan be created in a transparent public process and imposed timelines on the adoption of these plans. Critically overdrafted basins were due in 2020, and for remaining high and medium priority basins, the Santa Rosa Plain groundwater subbasin is a medium priority basin. A plan is due to the state by January of 2022. So really, just to get to the crux of what the plan is, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act ultimately tasks these groundwater sustainability agencies with managing their groundwater resources in a sustainable manner on a 20 to 50 year planning horizon. So that is what is intended to be achieved with this plan that is out and has been finalized for public review. Next slide. So just to orient you with the Santa Rosa Plain itself, it encompasses approximately 80,000 acres, and it generally is bounded on the west by the low-lying hills of the Mendocino Range and east by the Mayacamas Mountains. In general, it's important to note that the subbasin includes the town of Windsor and the cities of Cotati, Rohnert Park, Santa Rosa, and Sebastopol, as well as quite a bit of unincorporated rural communities and agricultural lands. The two principal streams in the subbasin are Mark West Creek and Santa Rosa Creek, and the Laguna de Santa Rosa as well, which ultimately drain a combined watershed area of approximately 251 square miles. Next slide. As I mentioned, the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency is a joint powers authority comprised of the representative cities and towns in the basin, which I mentioned earlier, the County of Sonoma, Sonoma Water, and two resource conservation districts, as well as a representative from several independently owned water systems in the basin that also utilize groundwater. The board of directors, you have a representative from the city of Santa Rosa is Councilmember Todd Schwedhelm, who also happens to serve as the chair of that board of directors. The Joint Powers Authority also has a team of staff and consultants and an advisory committee that act at the pleasure of that board. Next slide. So in terms of where we are, there's 3 steps required to achieving ultimate sustainability. I mentioned previously that a groundwater sustainability agency was formed by the deadline of June 30th, 2017. And so we are now in step 2. A groundwater sustainability plan has been developed over the last 2 years and is proposed to be adopted by the board of directors of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency on December 9th at 1 o'clock. Next slide. So in terms of, I'm just going to stay real brief here, but the plan really has sort of 4 basic elements. It has a significant amount of effort that's put into describing the basin setting, including current conditions and a description of the groundwater aquifer. And then, I mentioned that the plan has to have achieve sustainability on a 20-year planning horizon. So with that, the plan must identify a variety of indicators and objectives for which they will achieve that sustainability. And that includes a variety of potential projects and management actions, as well as a monitoring plan to ensure that the basin is achieving those objectives that are laid out in the plan. Next slide. So just to kind of summarize, the effects you may be asking yourself of this groundwater sustainability plan on Santa Rosa. One, it does ensure reliable groundwater for the city. The city obviously operates municipal wells, in addition to many private landowners and domestic wells throughout the county as well. Land use planning, it's important to note that the city now, since this legislation passed in 2015, must notify the Groundwater Sustainability Agency of any proposal to substantially amend the general plan, and further, must kind of review and consider any additional plans like this from the Groundwater Sustainability Agency when amending that general plan, and receive comments as well from the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. The groundwater users could be subject to, or will likely be subject to, fees to implement the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. That includes both municipal and private wells. Some of you may recall that for the development of this plan, the city and the other Joint Powers Authority members picked up the tab for the development of the plan. But going forward, to implement the plan, a user fee will need to be established to ensure that the plan is fully implemented. And so more to come on that. That is currently in development and is intended to be in place by next fiscal year. In terms of future projects, this plan has a conceptual multi-jurisdictional kind of projects in it that could be implemented to secure the groundwater supply for the future. The city could potentially choose to participate in some of those projects. However, I should note that the plan itself doesn't commit the city to any projects at this time. So next slide. So I just wanted to highlight that one more time, that the proposed adoption of the final groundwater sustainability plan is going to occur on December 9th in a public hearing at 1 p.m. By law, of course, this plan must be adopted and submitted to the California Department of Water Resources by January 31st of 2022. And most notably, tonight the action is to ask that you give direction to Councilmember Schwedhelm on how to vote on that. Next slide. So I just wanted to highlight some of the public meetings that we've held regarding the draft groundwater sustainability plan, as well as some of those held regionally. The Groundwater Sustainability Agency did hold 2 virtual public workshops regarding the drafting of the plan, and once the plan had been released for the public, as well as, just notably, they have routine meetings of the board of directors and advisory committee to which the public is invited. So that's been going on for more than 2 years at this point. And then just, of course, the city of Santa Rosa has also held a study session with our Board of Public Utilities, and then also received a recommendation supporting adoption of the plan on November 18th. We were before you previously this month for the study session on this item, and today we're asking for a recommendation. So next slide. In terms of the comments that were received during the comment period during the month of October, 17 individual commenters did submit comments. Some of those included the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Community Alliance with Family Farmers, Sonoma County Chapter, the Milo Baker Native Plant Society, and then kind of a letter from a statewide coalition that included the Audubon Society of California, Clean Water Action, Clean Water Fund, Local Government Commission, the Nature Conservancy, and the Union of Concerned Scientists. Further, some of the local entities, including Russian Riverkeeper, provided comments, and there was a letter of support from the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce. Just to really quickly summarize some of those comments, many of the comments were specific to some of the criteria and concerns about the viability of some of those criteria. There were multiple comments specific to a climate scenario for modeling a future water budget. The plan must have by law a water budget extending out to 50 years. The board chose to choose a very conservative estimate with some very, conservative estimates in terms of potential very wet years and considerably dry years into the future. And those are what were modeled in the plan. There were additional requests for clarifying information and plan improvements. Many of those were made, and those included strengthening of descriptions of agencies and stakeholder engagement, including a little more on tribal consultations, as well as improved maps and information and descriptions that came out of this public comment period. So we'll go to the last slide here, please. So it's a very wordy recommendation here, but it is recommended by the Board of Public Utilities and Santa Rosa Water that the council, by motion, recommended the city's representative on the board of directors for the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency support adoption of the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency plan at their agency meeting on December 9th and a public hearing. So that concludes my presentation, and obviously staff are seeking a motion.
All right, thank you, Peter. Before we go to questions, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Schwedhelm to see if he has anything additional to say.
I agree with Peter's recommendation.
All right. Do we have any questions from council?
I just wanted to extend a thank you. I'm sure it's not, I'm talking out of turn, I guess it's a little late, but in the night, but thank you, Councilmember Schwedhelm, and thank you, staff, for all of your work on this.
All right, let's see if there's any public comment on this item. If you're interested in providing comment on 14.2, you can make your way to the podium, or you can hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom. Waiting to see if anybody makes their way to the podium. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back. Councilmember Alvarez, this is your item.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Schwedhelm, for your service on this board. I would like to move that the city's representative, Council Member Schwedhelm, who serves on the board of directors for the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency, support adoption of the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Plan at the next Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting on December 9th, 2021 during their public hearing.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Alvarez and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
With great thanks, aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Absolutely, yes.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
With more thanks, aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
All right. We will go on now to item 17. That's our last option for, or opportunity for public comment for non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on the item, go ahead, either approach the podium or hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. Waiting to see if anybody is going to approach the podium. All right, let's go to our hand on Zoom. That's Simon. Simon, are you able to unmute?
Yes, sorry. I'm Simon Hopp. I'd like to provide a public comment on the non-agenda item of ranked choice voting for city council seats and other electrons. I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School, and I'll be able to vote within the year. I'll keep this concise. I believe that ranked choice voting is essential because it allows more in-depth view of what voters want. The structure of ranked choice voting allows candidates with less extreme polarized support and more overall support from their communities to prosper. And this is why many other cities such as Oakland and Berkeley use this system already. I strongly support efforts for Santa Rosa to adopt this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. And I hope you'll also participate with the Charter Review Committee, as ranked choice voting is one of the items that they are reviewing for potential to potentially put before the voters here in 2022. With that, we've come to the end of our meeting. Two quick, go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
I just wanted to correct one thing that I stated earlier about the timing of the discussion on the fiscal policies. It's actually scheduled for December 7th.
Great, thank you. And I'll make another announcement for those who missed it that we did hold item 15.3. That was our public hearing to adopt the Sonoma County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan and update the city's existing local hazard mitigation plan. We've held that item until December 7th as well, in accordance with our open government sunshine ordinance. Tonight, we will be closing tonight's meeting in honor and in the memory of our good friend Vince Harper. Vince passed away earlier today, and he was a fierce advocate for our community. His work with our youth and with our disadvantaged youth in particular has had an immeasurable impact on Santa Rosa and on the lives of those who he worked with. And I know I speak for the whole council that we're shocked and we're sad and very grateful that Vince had been in our lives. And so we'll close tonight's meeting in his memory.